achieve one Broward. I will now turn it over to the superintendent to make a brief statement.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, students, staff, families, and the entire BCPS community. Today, I want to speak candidly with you about the financial reality facing Broward County Public Schools and the decisive actions we must take to remain strong, stable, and student-focused. Like many school districts across Florida and the nation, Broward County Public Schools is experiencing a significant and ongoing decline in student enrollment. Based on our most recent data and projections, we anticipate losing approximately 3,600 additional students just this school year alone. That equates to an estimated additional $32.6 million in additional lost revenue on top of the prior losses of 6,700 students at the beginning of the school year and rising costs for employees, benefits, utilities, and day-to-day operations. When combined, this creates a projected net negative fiscal impact of approximately $94.7 million on our fund balance. This is not a challenge we can ignore, delay, or wish away. It requires immediate, responsible action, guided by our unwavering commitment to protect classroom instruction, student safety, and core academics and support services. As a result, effective immediately, the district will implement the following measures. We are transitioning from a non-essential hiring freeze to a hard hiring freeze for all district and school-based positions. This is referenced in the memo that was just passed out to the board and is being simultaneously sent to the board members and across the organization. Positions already in process prior to December 8 will continue forward for board consideration. Critical positions, that those directly tied to safety, compliance, and essential operations, may be filled with my approval. Grant-funded critical positions may also proceed with approval. Additionally, we are implementing a freeze on out-of-county travel funded by the general fund. Grant-funded travel will continue if there is no general fund impact. Existing general fund travel must be canceled where possible. All remaining general fund travel will require senior leadership approval. Importantly, academic and athletic field trips will not be impacted. We're also continuing aggressive efforts to limit overtime strictly to essential safety and operational needs, and conducting a comprehensive review of contracts, staffing allocations, and overtime practices to identify further cost savings. These steps are difficult, but they are necessary to ensure we remain financially responsible and continue delivering high-quality education to our students. This budget reality makes something very clear. It is now more critical than ever that we right-size our district and remain in control of our future. We cannot operate yesterday's school system with today's enrollment numbers and tomorrow's financial demands. Every decision we make must align with the realities of a smaller student population, higher fixed operational costs, and our responsibility to preserve long-term financial sustainability. This is exactly why the work of the Redefining Our Schools is so urgent, so necessary, and so mission critical right now. This initiative is about aligning our facilities with enrollment, using taxpayers' dollars responsibly, protecting classrooms, and ensuring Broward County Public Schools remain strong for generations to come. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Wanza, who will walk us through the full Redefining Our Schools presentation and outline the path forward for our district. Dr. Wanza.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Good morning, school board members, colleagues across the organization, definitely our community members. I'm Valerie Wanza. I'm the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I would like to introduce briefly my team who's seated behind me. We have Adrienne Parker, who is the Executive Director of Strategic Initiative Management, Joe Beck, the Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning, Dante Collins, the Director of Charter Schools Management Support, Dr. Cassandra Freed, who is the Director of Magnet and Innovative Programs, as well as Willie Wood, the Director of Performance Management. Also joining us at the appropriate time in today's presentation is Ms. Narnique Pierre-Grant. She is the chair of the district's diversity committee, and she's also the liaison from the School Boundary Advisory Committee. So at the appropriate time in the presentation, she will give voice to the work of the committee. So with that, Beacon, if you can load the presentation, we'll get started. So again, I'm going to walk the board and the public through the presentation. Madam Chair, at any time you want me to modulate my speed, just let me know. Okay.
Thank you. And I just wanted to explain
Yes,
briefly
ma'am.
to the public why we are up here, even though this is a workshop. Staff set this up so that there is ample room for the public to sit in the audience. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, so in the first slide, basically this just frames our purpose for being here today, and I want to reiterate that that really our purpose today is for the superintendent, obviously, to listen to feedback and garner some sense of direction from the board as we go through today's conversation. And you will see on one of the final slides that depending on what happens today, according to our timeline, the superintendent will release his official memo of recommendations for next school year's complete boundaries on Friday of this week, December 12th. Again, that's predicated on what happens here today. And you will also notice that for each one of the proposals that we go through, there is a financial impact there, and the appropriate staff is here to answer questions around any of the elements that we discussed today. And the next slide is just our agenda to walk us through how the presentation is organized. I will not read to you, but that just walks us through how the presentation is organized. In the months of October and November, we as a staff, we facilitated 4 very powerful meetings. The meeting in the North, we met with the North Region community at Coral Springs High School, and that conversation was really about programmatic needs around the middle schools that we initially identified to be addressed. The Central Region, you'll see in the next slide the conversation there, and that meeting was at Dillard. We had the meeting in the South Region at Miramar High, and then we had a very I'm going to say a very special meeting with the community of Seagull and Whitten Rogers on November 19th. So as I said, in the North Region, we did not have any conversation around school boundary changes, consolidations, or closures. So those conversations actually happened in the Central Region, and those listed on the slide are the proposals that we discussed that evening, and we will go into greater detail on those proposals in a few moments. But that was the essence of the conversation in the Central Region at Dillard High School. The next slide encapsulates the content of the discussion at Miramar High School in the South Region, and then we had the conversation. And so at each one of these meetings, this was the conversation, and we used the thought exchange portal. I'm sorry, I'm too close to the mic. We used the thought exchange portal to capture thoughts of the attendees, both in person and virtually. And this is the question that we asked in the North area as it relates to programmatic offerings and enhancements at the middle schools in the North area, specifically Coral Springs Middle, Forest Glen Middle, Margate, Ramblewood, and Sawgrass Springs Middle. That was the question that was asked there. And then as it relates to the meetings in the Central Region, the South Region, and at Whitten Rogers Education Center, this is the question that we asked. And we really asked 2 specific things. What ideas did the community or the attendees have to make the proposal successful? And also, what challenges did they think we would face or we need to address to ensure that students and families are supported during whatever potential changes occur? So over the 4 meetings, over 800 people gave us their thoughts, and you can see the number of thoughts, and then they were rated by different individuals, and there were over 15,000 ratings. In the presentation is the link to the thought exchange for all 4 meetings. So the board, the public does have the ability to go in and look at the individual thoughts that were included as well as the ratings, and that's there. And then in the North Region, you'll see this is a summary of what the participants told us. Basically, they really wanted more technical, more vocational courses. Also, performing arts, STEM, and environmental science were areas of great interest for them, as well as enhancements to language programs, sports, extracurricular clubs, and then community engagement activities. So that was really their conversation as it relates to programmatic enhancements in the schools in the North Region. When we move to the Central Region, and this is the first time both in the Central, the South, and the meeting at Whitten Rogers that we actually talked about consolidations of schools and reconfigurations of schools. And here you can see the input from the community. And there was a lot of concern about ensuring that there's effective resource allocations across schools. And they're very concerned about changes that impact local schools and neighborhood schools. And then obviously, depending on proposal, there were some questions around transportation. And more importantly, the schools want to keep their local identity as a neighborhood school. In the South region, it was the similar concerns. They are interested a lot in the Cambridge program, dual language. Also, they're very concerned as well about pathways to support student success, again, program continuity, and really it's a lot of transparency around what will happen during this transition is what they're really seeking. And then lastly, at Whitten Rogers, the schools are very similarly located, they're right next to each other. And so there were really concerns about preserving what those schools offer, looking at ensuring that the trust is maintained, and that we, the district, look at things like safety, impact on existing programs, and that we do not take away from what those programs currently offer. So now we'll move into the actual proposals that were discussed at the individual meetings. We'll also you'll see this is consistent for each proposal. You will see the map to the left of where the school is pretty much located and some enrollment information. And then there are these two tables that are there. There are these two tables that are there for both where you see a litany of information. And then at the bottom on the right-hand side, you will see what the school boundary committee what the outcome of their vote was, whether it was recommended or not recommended. And then you will see the actual vote spread. And in a few moments, when we get to the actual committee work, that is when Ms. Pierre Grant will give voice. But proposal 1 essentially is to transition the students from Sunshine Elementary School into Fairway Elementary School, and then utilize the Sunshine facility for another district use. And you can see here the committee actually recommended that this proposal be considered to move forward. On the next slide, and this is consistent for the proposals for which a school boundary is impacted, you will see that these are the 6 conditions that the board asked the School Boundary Advisory Committee to consider when in their deliberation meeting. So for each one of the proposals, you will see the analysis for each one of the 6 factors that the board asked the School Boundary Committee to consider. So I obviously will not read to you all because that would be disingenuous, but that is there for each proposal. Next slide, Beacon. The battery may be dead. Okay. And then lastly, for each proposal, we did a cost analysis. Green is positive, red is negative. So you can see in this specific example, there would be an overall reoccurring financial positive impact of just over $1.1 million. But we also put the utility costs for Sunshine, because Sunshine is a school that would either be used for another district purpose, or it could be one that we look to partner with organizations to potentially lease space in the school or lease the entire facility. It should be noted that if it is solely used for another district purpose, meaning we move departments there or something of that nature, then that is the annual utility costs. But obviously, if we were to lease out space, then those costs should be considered in whatever the rental agreement is. So that's the first example. And then I won't speak verbatim to each one, but I'll just call out the highlights for the remaining proposals. So again, proposal 1 is to transition Sunshine Elementary School into Fairway Elementary School. It was recommended that this proposal move forward by the School Boundary Advisory Committee, and that is the cost impact. The next proposal considers transitioning Panther Run Elementary School into Chapel Trail Elementary School. I know that there is some thought that if this school was consolidated, that perhaps the superintendent and staff look at potentially moving one or two neighborhoods that are closer to Silver Palms into Silver Palms, and so I just want to say that. But the committee's vote was that this school not be transitioned into another school at all. They did not vote essentially to consolidate Panther Run into another school, and that is the committee vote. That's the data as it relates to transitioning Panther Run into if Chapel Trail is the school. And there's the 6 elements, again, that the board asked the advisory committee to consider as they deliberated. And lastly, this is the cost impact. I know that there has been some consideration or some thoughts around maybe collating a school within a school into this campus. But again, the proposal that we talked to the advisory committee about, as well as in the community, was transitioning Panther Run into Chapel Trail. You will see the again, another just over $1.1 million in recurring cost savings, as well as the annual maintenance and utilities for the school is $363,000. The next proposal considers transitioning Palm Cove Elementary School into 2 schools, into Lakeside Elementary and Pines Lakes Elementary School. The boundary committee did vote in favor of this proposal moving forward for consideration. There's all of the enrollment data, as well as other demographic data that was provided to the committee as they deliberated over this proposal. There are the analysis for the 6 elements. And there's the financial impact. You can see it's a positive impact of approximately $1.3 million. And then Palm Cove would be, again, a facility that would be transitioned to another district use, or potentially some type of rental or lease agreement with partnering agencies. And there's the annual financial impact for maintenance and utility costs at the facility. The next, so proposal 4 and 4A are related, and they both involve North Fork Elementary School. The first one is to transition North Fork completely into Walker Elementary School. The committee did not vote in favor of this proposal. You can see all of the capacity and demographic information, as well as student assignment information there. And then transition North Fork into another use. The board is in receipt of at least 3 proposals for potential use of the facility, or of the site, I should say. And then as it relates to moving all of the students into Walker, this is the analysis for the 6 conditions that the board asked the committee to consider. And then this is the financial impact if all of the students transition to Walker Elementary School. And again, just over $1.1 million in recurring annual cost savings. And then you can see the maintenance and facility costs for North Fork Elementary School. And as I said, 4 and 4A are related, because 4A considers transitioning the students at North Fork into 4 different elementary schools, and that really is intended to look at potentially putting students in the neighborhoods that are closer to where they reside. So for example, there's an area south of Broward Boulevard that is actually closer to Croissant Park Elementary School. So transitioning those students that live nearest to there to Croissant Park. There's also another area in the Lauderdale Manors area that would do some cleanup and place the students like at Thurgood Marshall. And then you see there's an area on the west side of I-95 and have those students attend Dr. Martin Luther King. So this would this proposal situates students closer to their residential area. And so there's the map, and there's all the demographic and enrollment information for this proposal. Next slide, Beacon. And then here are the 6 elements, as well as the middle, the middle school and high school feeder for each one of the elementary schools. And then the cost impact here is just under $1 million. And I know that some may ask, well, why is that number $247,000? And our finance team can explain in greater detail. But when we actually disperse or reassign is a better word, I apologize for that. But when we reassign students to other schools, depending on where the receiving school's support allocation, the addition of students may result in placing that school in a higher support allocation bracket, and the finance team can explain that in greater detail, but that is why you see a greater cost impact reassigning the students to 4 schools as opposed to just reassigning them to 1. But again, that is you see the utility cost obviously remains consistent at $563,000 for the North Fork campus. So Proposal 5 and Proposal 6 are related. They are related because the Proposal 5 considers expanding these elementary schools to K-8 schools if Glades Middle School is transitioned from a 6 through 8 middle school to another district site. And it would also contemplate for next school year, Coral Cove expanding to grade 8 for next school year. Just to remind the board and the public, last year Coral Cove moved to a K-8 school. They added 6th grade this year. They are slated to add 7th grade next year. But if Glades Middle ceases to exist as a 6 through 8 middle school, then Coral Cove would have to add 8th grade in the 26-27 school year, and all of these elementary schools would immediately begin offering grades 6 through 8. So that is and then when I explain slide 6, you'll see slide 6 has a slightly different outcome. But 5 and 6 are related because it would be one proposal or the other because there isn't enough student enrollment to do both. Next slide, please, Speaker. So here are the elements that the board asked the Boundary Advisory Committee to consider in this proposal. You see the middle school and the high school feeders there. Next slide, please. And then this obviously is a cost impact. The largest cost impact would be in transportation, and it's for the number of buses that would be needed because these schools currently operate at an 8 o'clock start time. And the families are used to these schools operating at an 8 o'clock start time. Obviously, if they move to a later time, then it may result in a cost savings. However, one of the number one thing that, well, I'll say in the top 3 things that we hear from parents is the late school start time at Glades Middle School is problematic for families. So the families would prefer to stay on the 8 o'clock start time, and then the school would go to 2:40. We recognize that we would have to work on either a staggered or some type of school dismissal process based on our lessons learned from this year with the schools that expanded to K-8. But the biggest cost impact here is around the cost for transportation, and so that is why you see that this would be in the negative, if you will, at just under $300,000. So Proposal 6 contemplates not expanding the students to those elementary schools, to grade 8, but instead transitioning the students from Glades Middle School to New Renaissance Middle School. Just as in Proposal 5 as well as Proposal 6, the committee did not vote in favor of either one of these proposals. And here you see the factors that were considered, as well as the high school feeder patterns for both schools. Next slide, Beacon, please. And then this is the cost impact if we moved all of the middle school kids from Glades Middle School to New Renaissance Middle School. There is a reoccurring cost savings of just over $1.7 million, and that is the actual annual maintenance and utility costs for the Glades Middle School campus. And the proposal considers transitioning Glades Middle School, whether it's in Proposal 5 or Proposal 6, but transitioning Glades Middle School to a branch campus of Sheridan Technical College. Proposal 7 has several elements. Well, 7 and 7A and 7B are all related to Walter C. Young Middle School. The first one is to transition the students at Walter C. Young Middle School into either Silver Trail Middle School or Pine 6 through 12, depending on where they live and how the boundary would be configured. And then the Walter C. Young facility would be used for either another district or municipal use. So this would be the phasing out of Walter C. Young, the consolidation of Walter C. Young into either Silver Trail Middle School or Pine 6 to 12. And the committee did not vote in favor of this proposal. I think the batteries are dead. And here you see the 6 elements that the committee considered, as well as the current high school feeders. And if we did this, then you can see the annual cost savings is just under $1.8 million, and just over $800,000 is the annual maintenance and facilities costs for the Walter C. Young campus. Next slide, please. Okay, Proposal 7A is a concept or proposal that contemplates transitioning the current Walter C. Young Middle School into a 3 through 8 gifted and dual language school. The committee did not vote in favor of this proposal. Let's see. Next slide, please. This would be a choice option for families. But I can tell you the committee was very concerned, and Ms. Narneet Pierre Grant will speak to this as well. The committee was very concerned about the impact that this may have on a couple of the elementary schools in the area that already offer dual language, and they're very concerned about the impact of that. And so I'll go to the next slide. And obviously, until we know where all the students would come from and what time frame we will put the school on for transportation, we could not realistically and in good faith present a financial impact. So until such time as we had a true analysis of where all the students would come from, a financial impact was not calculated for this proposal. Next slide, please. And then slide 7B is something that the community has asked for, and the board did ask us to keep into consideration as we walk through the process. And this relates to the students who are currently attending Silver Palms Elementary School. They are the only elementary school that is west of I-75 that has to come east of I-75 to go to middle school and to go to high school. So what this proposal does is that attendance area, it realigns their middle school boundary from Walter C. Young to Silver Trail, and you will see in an upcoming slide where it is related in that it does the same thing where it moves their high school boundary from currently Flanagan to West Broward High School. But the committee did vote in favor of advancing this proposal forward. And then there are the 6 conditions as well as the feeder patterns. And there's no cost impact associated with this. It's actually cost neutral to do this. Proposal 8 contemplates transitioning Plantation Middle School into Plantation High School and creating a 6 through 12 high school on the campus of Plantation High School. All grades will have the same bell times as does the current Dillard 6 through 12 high school, so it would really be very similar to the operations, if you will, at Dillard High School. And then the district would further its use of the Plantation Middle facility for additional district purposes. And we know that the city of Plantation is very interested in working with the district to create a public safety themed program at Plantation High School with this new configuration. The committee did vote in favor of this proposal. You see the map as well as the demographic and enrollment data there. And then we have the 6 elements that the board asked the Boundary Advisory Committee to consider here. And then this proposal is actually, it would actually result in just over a $1.9 million reoccurring cost savings. And the cost is neutral if the NOVA Transportation Hub model is approved. If the NOVA Transportation Hub model is not approved, then it would be a $1.2 million cost savings. And I know that Ms. Paul and her team in an upcoming workshop will explain in greater context what the NOVA Hub model concept is. Next slide, please. And then the next proposal contemplates consolidating Bear Middle School into West Pine Middle School and then transitioning the Bear campus for another district use. The committee did not vote in favor of this. You do see the maps as well as the demographic and enrollment data there. The next slide provides all the information on the 6 elements that the committee was charged with analyzing, as well as the current high school feeder patterns for Bear. And I think that one of the things, and Ms. Pierre Grant will probably speak to this in greater detail, is that one of the things that concerned the committee was the number of elementary schools that would feed into West Pine if this proposal were to be go forward and pass. The next slide provides, again, the financial analysis. Again, you see if the NOVA Hub model concept for transportation is adopted, then the actual net financial impact is just over 1.9 million. And so where you see estimated expenditures / costs, that would primarily result in an increase or some kind of adjustment in the support allocation for what would be the combined 6 through 12 school. And then we have here the facility and maintenance costs for the Bear Middle campus. Okay. The next slide, this is what I talked about in Proposal 7B. So this is actually the high school portion to moving the elementary students' middle school feeder from Walter C. to Silver Trail. This is now the high school part of moving the students from Flanagan High School to West Broward High School. The committee did vote in favor of this proposal, just as they did for the middle school feeder pattern as well. And there's obviously the 6 elements as well as the feeder pattern information for you. And then there is modest cost, reoccurring positive cost impact of just over $22,000. Proposal 11 is actually the proposal to transition Hallandale High School, to do a phased transition of Hallandale High School into a southern sister school, if you will, to Pompano Beach High School. What it would contemplate is phasing out some of the boundary and moving some of the students to Miramar High School, looking at the elements or the criteria that they would use, the programming, different types of programming, so that what is offered at the school actually meets the current population community and interests of that area. The committee did vote in favor of this proposal, and you can see the demographic and the capacity enrollment information there. There are the 6 elements, as well as the feeder pattern information as it relates to McNichol Middle School, and then we know that Gulfstream K-8 also feeds into Hallandale High School as well. But those students in the Gulfstream K-8 actually physically reside in the city of Hallandale, whereas many of the students who attend McNichol Middle School reside either, some reside in Hallandale, but some reside in the city of Hollywood and in the city of West Park, as well as the city of Pembroke Park. This is the cost impact. It is a cost impact, and it's mainly due to transportation, depending on the number of buses, whether it's 11 or 15. And as a note, our colleagues in transportation did advise us that currently the Pompano Beach High School has 18 buses that they use for the regional transportation, just as a comparative analysis. Then the last proposal that the committee considered was the proposal to transition Thurgood Marshall from its current, to implement into the current K-5 space an actual 3 through 8 space related to gifted and dual language. The current Thurgood Marshall would remain a K-5 school, but extend its grades to 8th grade, and then add a gifted and dual language focus at the school. The committee, this is the only one, obviously, that they voted unanimously for, interestingly. But and then you have the map, the demographics, the enrollment. There's obviously the 6 elements, as well as the feeder middle schools and high schools. And this one, we like the proposal for Walter C. Young, until we know exactly where those kids in those middle grades would come from, and additionally how many additional kids may come in the K-5 space. We couldn't realistically come up with a financial impact unless we had some true data to go on to calculate the input. So those are the 12 proposals that the School Boundary Advisory Committee actually voted on. The one that they did not contemplate is the one for Seagull and Whitten Rogers, because Seagull and Whitten Rogers are not neighborhood boundary schools. All of the students who attend these schools have a neighborhood boundary school, if you will. They are assigned to these schools for special services or programming to meet their individual needs. But the proposal here considers combining Seagull and Whitten onto the Whitten campus, ensuring that the Adults with Disabilities program remains a part of the Whitten campus, as well as all programming and resources that are currently offered at both schools continue to be offered and available to students, and then look at potentially partnering with the city of Fort Lauderdale for use of the Seagull site. And this just provides the board with some data on both schools. And Mr. Howard told me to make sure I remind the board that the 400 or 500 students that's there, those are just the students on campus. They also provide educational programming in the BSO facilities, as well as some of the Department of Juvenile Justice sites around the county. I promised him I'd say that. But this is the cost impact. So if this recommendation were, or this proposal were to go forward as a formal recommendation, then there is the potential of $2.7 million reoccurring positive financial impact. And if the school schedule remained on the current schedule of Whitten Rogers, then the transportation part is cost neutral. Right now, Seagull's bell schedule, I believe, is 8:30, and Whitten's is just after 9. And then the annual maintenance and facilities costs for Seagull, you can see it's right at about $400,000. So this just provides a one-pager at a glance for the school board and the community how the 34 proposals are situated as it relates to consolidation, reconfiguration, enhancement, schools that will receive additional students, and obviously if the proposal for the feeder pattern reconfiguration at Silver Palms goes through, then Flanagan would be the only school that may potentially lose some students. The next slide just provide models, and I explained how the models were created of what the overall annual financial cost impact would be, depending on which proposals may or may not come to fruition as actual recommended options that are finally approved by the board. So those are samples. It should be noted that the high end for transportation costs was used for proposal 11, and that's the proposal that contemplates Hallandale High School. So we use the high end of the 15 buses and not the 11 buses. And again, these proposals do not contemplate 7A or Proposal 12, and those are the two proposals that spoke to extending Walter C. Young or Thurgood Marshall around 3 through 8 gifted and dual language. And at this time, I'm going to allow Ms. Narnique Pierre Grant to give voice to the next slides as they relate to the work of the School Boundary Committee. So just tell me when you need me to advance.
Well, I can't see it.
Okay.
I still can't see it. I ain't got my glasses. Jesus. Okay. I did prepare a statement. Good morning, everyone. We want to thank the superintendent and the board for the opportunity of the Broward Boundary Committee and hearing the voices of the committee for this round of reimagining. The committee met and voted in the allotted time on the proposals taken into consideration, the community input, data provided, and 6 criteria the board created for the Boundary Committee. Feedback from the Boundary Committee and the community. Some members felt the data and the criteria were not sufficient for them to make an informed vote. Most area representatives did not want their schools to be closed and or merged. Student transition is a great concern. That's the consensus. Repurposing is of great concern as well, as Dr. Wanza mentioned. Programming is also of great concern, as we mentioned about the many elementary schools being merged and the dual language programs. Partnerships are unclear. The community wants more information on who or what entities will be entering our district and what are their long-term and short-term benefit goals. As the board considered these proposals, the community and the committee asked that their voices and input be used heavily in your decision-making process. As the liaison of representative of this committee, I would like to state that on the onset of this process, I made a statement to the former superintendent and Ms. Saunders, who was the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer at the time, to tell the community the truth and what position the district is in early on to allow for all involved to get used to the changes that are up and coming. This way the board's discussion and ultimate decisions will be less stressful. I know we will not make everyone happy, and quite frankly, that is not the goal. The district emphasizes transparency but does not take the necessary steps to demonstrate it. I'll say this, the process has been arduous for some and traumatic for others. The community will always voice their hearts. It's the district's responsibility to explain in detail why actions such as Reimagine is taking place and why hard decisions must be made, and find a conducive medium for all of those involved to not only understand but accept the decisions. As you deliberate today, we understand that the district's fiscal responsibility ultimately drives your decision. However, we ask that the viable alternatives are considered. Please consider not starting this discussion with indecision. This process requires decisive action and respect for the timeline given to the public. We hope that the board will hear the public today that are here to talk and know that this is a partnership and the goal is the best interest of the students and staff of this district. Thank you. All right, so we all voted for Sunshine. We realized that that school is extremely under-enrolled. The community was there to voice their opinion, but the consensus that we're not okay, but we're comfortable with that decision. Panther Run was a no. That community was very strong, felt very strongly about their school, but honestly, it was a tough decision, but I think that the district needs to make sure that when they do make a decision on it, that the fiscal responsibility that you all mentioned, as the superintendent mentioned earlier, is taken into consideration. To be honest, like, we had a lot of, it was really tough to kind of make some of these votes because I mentioned that a couple of members felt that the information and the criteria that we had to use to make these decisions was not enough. A lot of people mentioned the financial aspect of it. They didn't really have full-on numbers. However, I believe that the team provided us with a lot of information. Let's see. North Fork was a big one. That community came out and really voiced their strong opposition. They really want their schools to stay open. They also provide, I've got some notes. They're a school that provides resources to the community, food, clothing. They also work with the Salvation Army and shelters, so they really provide, they're like a beacon in the community, so they really want to make sure that their school stays intact. Let's see. Plus, we only had like 8 minutes to discuss each one. It wasn't really a long time, so, but we understood that there's so many. Let's see, Coconut Cove. Oh, Glades, they came out in full force, child. They were like, we not having it. And they meant what they said with their full chest, so they just don't want that to happen at all. But again, we know you guys have a hard decision to make. Walter C. Young was very strong about their opinion as well. They wanted their schools to stay open. They talked about their grades, and they talked about how they create a community of excellence. I think I think the entire district has excellent schools, in my opinion. Some just needs a little bit more help than others. Let's see what else. I know that, and I hope Jackie's here. I know she's going to talk to the ESC group. There was a little bit of confusion where that was concerned. There's a lot of confusion about repurposing and what you guys are going to do with some of the properties and how that's going to look for the district long term. Despite the committee wanting their schools and not merging, they do still consider the district as a whole in terms of what programs look like, who are we bringing into the district to help us to get us into a better position. And then there was some talk about the charter schools using our buildings, but I think Dr. Wanza did a great job of making sure we stayed on task with the 6 criteria, but that is a major concern as well. Let's see. The gifted programs, the gifted dual language, I think that was a big point of contention because we currently have dual language at several of our schools, I think 2. Their concern is, are we taking away from one group to add to another? I know one of the things the superintendent mentioned in some of the meetings prior to this phase of reimagining was that competition is healthy and that all schools should really be advocating for their programs that they have. However, with so many students leaving the district, I don't know if that's something that the board and the superintendent would like to consider as far as marketing, making sure that maybe we highlight certain schools in terms of what they have and to try to right-size the district in some way. Let's see what else. Yeah, the middle school, not middle schools, the elementary schools. Another concern was making a large group of K-8s. Some members felt that they were taking away choice from students in terms of having a traditional elementary school versus the K through 8s. That was another concern. I kind of pushed back and said, well, you know, most charter schools are K through 8s, and they don't really kind of offer choices there. But there was some validity to one of the members who felt like, you know, students should have the choice to have a traditional elementary school. Am I gonna be able to like jump in there? Because since this is a workshop, right? Y'all, like while y'all talking and stuff.
I think to maintain like organization in the meeting, if you could just flag me and I could.
Oh yeah, I'm just as long as like if I can like put some tidbits how you guys are talking, would that be okay for me? Like
Yeah, if you can just flag me and.
Okay, perfection. So come back to me.
So I'll round out the presentation. What I will give voice to, what Ms. Pierre Grant spoke to, was the committee was very concerned. They did want to see impact to transportation, to finances, to staffing, to programmatic considerations. They wanted to see a number of other data elements. And what I had to bring the committee back to was at the August, I think it was 27th workshop, the board came to an agreement that the elements that the committee would consider as they deliberated were impact on enrollment, feeder patterns, neighborhood integrity, distance to school, school diversity, and impact on students with disabilities. So that's why all of, you know, financial, transportation, staffing patterns, all of that was not provided to the committee because that is not what the board asked them to contemplate as they did their work. Okay, Beacon, if you can put the presentation back up and I'll kind of round us out. So in the proposals that were that are here as it relates to potentially transitioning schools from their current use to another district use and offlining them, if you will, to K through 12 students, this would result in approximately, just over 8,800 student stations no longer being identified as student stations. And you can see in total right now, we have just over 50,000. Okay. One of the things that we also did as a part of Redefining, we actually took a deep look into the magnet programs that we offer here in the district. And you can see that we looked at programs as it relates to student demand. And when we say student demand, we looked at programs for which choice applications come in annually for programs. And we looked and we saw a number of our programs, unfortunately, despite investment, marketing, and opportunity, despite that, we do see that there are many programs that have fewer than 10 applicants to the program a year. So we on the next slide, you will, okay, next slide, Beacon, thank you. Next slide, Beacon. Okay, oops. And then it works when I want to do it. Can you please go back one slide? Okay, so on this slide, you will see some programs that we're potentially looking to sunset. At the elementary level, I don't want people to be alarmed. Schools will continue to offer these academic experiences to their in-boundary students. What we find is that many of these schools have a transportation boundary that is very wide, that may be transporting 1 to 5 students at the most to the school. And so we are looking to sunset these programs, if you will, as magnet programs, but continue to offer the academic opportunities to students in the school, just not as a magnet school. And that's at the elementary level. At the middle school and the high school level, these are the programs that we are looking to sunset as magnet programs. we would still, so you can see International Baccalaureate, we would still offer it in the North and the South and do a transportation boundary. But these are programs that have very little participation rates. It breaks my heart as a 34-year educator that Urban Teacher Academy only has 3 or 4 students who are actually enrolled in those programs. And then you can see also we have 2 programs at Northeast High that we're looking to potentially do something significantly different with. So if we look at sunsetting these programs, there is a positive impact of just over $1.8 million that can be reallocated to other programmatic enhancements in the district. The transportation zones, particularly in these elementary schools, will now reflect whatever is the actual official attendance boundary of the school. And then, as I said, we would continue to offer International Baccalaureate either up in the north and in the south. So we would have a program in the northeast and in the southwest. Some additional programmatic considerations so we know that all high schools offer the Cambridge program. So we would look to phase out countywide transportation to Fort Lauderdale, and also not phase out the Cambridge program because it is a very successful, highly regarded program, but phase it out as a magnet program at Fort Lauderdale High School, as I said, because all other schools offer Cambridge. We would look to implement the maritime industry program at Stranahan, the sports academy at Bennett, Sunrise, and Fort Lauderdale. As I said in the proposal as it relates to the Plantation Middle and Plantation High, the Public Safety Academy. And then these are some opportunities. The next 4 that I'm going to talk about, well, the next 5 actually, 1, 2, 4, I was right, that we would look to determine where is the right place and the right opportunity in the organization across all of our schools and feeder patterns. But one would be to truly create Broward powered by AI innovative feeder patterns, and we would determine where that would be, working with obviously our colleagues and academics as well as information systems. And then there is a large interest in regionalizing performing arts programs, both in the North and the South regions. And so what feeder patterns or where would we make that available in the North and in the South, as well as looking at the same as it relates to dual language and gifted, where is the right place if that's something that we want to capitalize on. And then more importantly, as we continue to do our research and work to optimize opportunities for students, look at what are truly future-ready innovative pathways, and maybe look at additionally sunsetting some of our current ones that are just on the cusp of low interest, if you will, but really look at more future-ready innovative pathways for our students and families. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides actually speak to some parent surveys that our colleagues in student services did, and it was really around perceptions or needs of families with students in gifted programs, as well as parents of students on the autism spectrum. So you will see in the as one of the attachments, we have the actual surveys, but we did put the high-level summaries here for the board and the public. Next slide, please, in the presentation. So I will not read to you, but these are options for the district to consider for if we take the approach of actually establishing regional gifted academies. And then more importantly, how we rebrand what we currently do and the services and the opportunities that we currently provide to our students, our gifted students. So really it's about opportunities for us to consider if we're going to create regional academies, but more importantly, how do we rebrand what we currently do? So slide 72 has that for gifted redefining. Next slide, please. And then slide 73 provides the same information, but more specifically for students with autism. Next slide, please. So these are marketing strategies, obviously, that we will use as an organization. I will not read to you, but our goal, obviously, is for our parents and our community to choose the best and choose BCPS. But a number of these strategies will be implemented depending on what proposals go forward as recommendations and what recommendations the board ultimately approves when in its final deliberations. Next slide, please. This is our where we are in our timeline. So, of course, today we are here with the conversation, and right now this is the tentative timeline based on what happens today. The timeline as it was revised once the board set its organizational calendar last month, then depending on what happens today, the superintendent will release a memo with his final recommendations, and that will come on Friday. Then the board would ultimately be presented with formal recommendations to vote on for official school attendance areas at the January 21st meeting. And then we would notify parents that are impacted we'd start doing that on January 23rd. And we would, and I'll say it publicly, I know it's in the slides, but I'll say it publicly. If the board votes on January 21st, then the choice window would remain open and it will not close until January 28th, because we certainly want to give parents time after the board makes whatever its final decisions are. Next slide, please. So those are our next steps, and I just reiterated them, so I won't regurgitate them again. If you can go to the next slide. So that's the end of the formal presentation. I'll just say the appendix does have the parent. It has the actual updated information around the technical schools. It's got information around financial impacts. It's another 20 some odd pages of information. We also had some attachments attached to the presentation. We have the projections memo. We have the parent survey information. We have some information for the board to contemplate as it relates to student reassignments, where students are choosing to go to school as it relates to these schools. And we are ready for questions.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Mr. Sullivan, could you please outline?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, John Sullivan, Chief of Staff and Communications. Today is a rule-making session, so the public will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff during their allotted time. When staff is speaking, it won't count towards their 3 minutes.
Okay, so to be clear, I will be calling the names of the public speakers who registered to speak. I will call 2 names at a time, so if you could line up at each microphone, that would be great. And then during your 3 minutes, that is when you can ask questions of staff. Your time will be paused. Staff will respond. So the first 2 names are Christine McMahon and Joe Cox. If Joe Cox is not in the audience, then Nicole Morst is up after Christine. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Christine McMahon, and I'm a teacher at Glades Middle School. I'm here today because the decision before you is not just about closing a school. It's about choosing the most cost-effective, student-centered path forward for Broward County Public Schools. Thousands of families, students, and staff have voiced their support for preserving Glades as a trusted, high-quality neighborhood school. Therefore, last month I submitted an updated proposal to reimagine Glades as a K-8 Cambridge and Gifted Academy with integrated technology and CTE pathways, a sustainable, financially responsible, and academically innovative solution. Glades has an unused, secure building appropriate for younger students. With restroom fixtures added and a new playground, it can serve K-5 students with minimal modification. These upgrades cost only a fraction of what it would take to retrofit elementary schools for middle school students who require labs, CTE spaces, electives, and athletic facilities like locker rooms and gyms. This model preserves essential middle school programming while addressing under-enrollment with a solution that strengthens rather than fragments the community. Academically, Glades is ready to expand. We have the endorsements, staff expertise, and a state-of-the-art innovation lab to support this vision. This model aligns with Everglades High School and creates a seamless Cambridge pathway from primary through lower secondary into ACE, supporting the district's goals of rigorous, theme-based programs that attract and retain students. And I want to be clear. I understand that tough decisions must be made, but closing an A-rated school would be a disservice to the families who rely on it and would eliminate the infrastructure the district might later need to rebuild at great cost. Supporting this plan allows Glades to remain a beacon of academic excellence, not only for our neighborhood, but for students across Broward seeking rigorous programs, technology pathways, and advanced learning opportunities. This is not just a solution for Glades, it is a solution that strengthens the entire district. Today, I'm asking you to support this plan as an investment in innovation, in community stability, and in a future where Broward County Public Schools solves challenges through vision. With your support, Glades can continue to serve this community, stronger, more innovative, and aligned with district goals. It can stand as a model for how Broward addresses under-enrollment through innovation rather than elimination. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to doing what is best for Broward County students.
Thank you. Joe Cox? Nicole Morst? Oh, sorry, Joe. I didn't see you there. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Superintendent, school board members, Joe Cox, President, CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science. So as Broward County Public Schools launched their Redefining Schools initiative last year, we were invited to submit concepts that would drive enrollment to under-enrolled schools. In January, following lots and lots of meetings with district staff, and particularly the North Fork Elementary School principal and staff, we submitted 3 proposals. Firstly, the MODS Model School at North Fork reimagined pre-K-5 learning environment by integrating immersive project-based STEM curriculum. Students would have participated in weekly programs, multiple museum visits, a professional STEM showcase, and the installation of a brand new 2,000 square foot discovery classroom. This partnership would have leveraged funding from the Lego Playful Learning Museum Network and a grant we received from the Lilly Endowment's Fostering Character Through Children's Museum Initiative. Since that time, of course, there are a number of alternate proposals for the North Fork site. Our proposal could be repurposed to any of the downtown Fort Lauderdale elementary schools that needed re-enrollment. Secondly, we proposed providing every second and third grade student with programming around STEM. As you heard, the demand for STEM is huge, and county-wide STEM equity is important. This will be based on a very successful program the city of Fort Lauderdale has funded for the past 4 years at every Broward County Public School elementary in the city. And that even includes bus transportation, because we know bus transportation is a challenge for the district. And then thirdly, MODS proposed revitalizing the 6 sprouting STEM magnet programs. As you know, this was funded by a huge Department of Education grant to really inspire those schools to use the same museum process of research, exploration, and experimentation to expand the creative and inquisitive nature of students. Again, since submitting that proposal, it seems as though that magnet program may be sunsetting. And believe me, I understand there are costs associated with providing programming to entice parents to re-enroll their students. Last year, thanks to our philanthropic partners, MODS raised almost $1.7 million to provide programming to Broward School students. from our internships, where we provide over 110 students with a year-round paid internship, to the City of Fort Lauderdale grant that I mentioned, and our STEM Mobile outreach. We are committed to a partnership, but we do recognize that in order for MODS to fundraise, it really does need a partnership with the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole Morst and Jackie Liscombe.
Good morning, Nicole Morse, Coral Springs. First, I want to make sure that you all understand that we weren't given the financial information. So some of the decisions that we did make may have looked different if we understood the cost. This process is financially driven, but we weren't given that information. So Proposal 1, Sunshine and Fairway, we weren't given the information of whether transportation would be provided. So there are some busy intersections there that I had concerns about the children crossing. We weren't told if they would have transportation. So I voted no for that proposal. I would ask that on Proposal 10 and Proposal 7 that you would ask about the demographics of the neighborhood that's to the west of 75. We had the diversity breakdown and the demographic information for the two schools, but and they're quite different. But we weren't giving the demographic information for this neighborhood, so we didn't know what the impact would be with the move. Also consider that if the distance and the drive is complicated now for the students to get to school with transportation, will there be transportation given to the students in that neighborhood who wish to remain at Flanagan and remain at Walter C. Young? Because both of the schools, West Broward and Flanagan, have capacity for choice. So really, essentially, you're just switching the transportation from one school to the other. So that would be something that I would consider. Also, just like with last year, the change of Coral Cove and the change of Coconut Creek Elementary to K-8s, I would think about what you're going to do. Has there been any assistance given to Glades? Because you took some of their population that would have fed the same into Margate. So I would make sure that you had a plan for Flanagan and for Walter C. Young if they're to remain open, because you're going to take students with proposals 7B and 10 from two schools that are already under enrolled. Let's see what my other comments were. For North Fork, there seems to be quite a bit of services that are provided at that school. I would be concerned about them losing those services. In one of the proposals for A, I believe they were going to have a 8-way feeder pattern. So this is not facilitating community integrity when you are adding feeder patterns to those schools. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie Luscombe, then Michael Owen.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe. And first of all, I'll start with a question. Ms. Pierre Grant mentioned as our committee liaison from the Boundary Committee that she might leave some of the ESE side to us. I'm not the liaison, but so do I get extra time for that or not?
You can ask any questions you'd like during the 3 minutes, and then staff will respond, and we'll pause your time while staff is responding or while Ms. Pierre Grant is responding.
BCPS's financial outlook is dire, and inaction will doom us, but how we align to our financial reality is equally critical. I feel we need to drop the piecemeal approach and pursue this more holistically, or the outcome could worsen our challenges rather than resolve them. We need a district-wide plan. I feel we're defaulting towards closing schools before all other options have been exhausted, chief among them elimination of financial waste and the pursuit of partnerships that can use space in under-enrolled schools to help split the financial burden or repurpose campuses and still leave a small school footprint there. Consolidating schools, I fear, will lose more enrollment. Parents consistently express reluctance to send children to schools with larger populations and class sizes bursting at the seams. That is, in fact, one reason among many that people have migrated away. An under-enrolled school does not have to be an unsustainable school if consideration is given to partnerships that might save them. I'm baffled why they're listed on the final pages of the presentation and not kind of slotted into a more holistic plan. I'd like to note Norfolk as one great example of that. In terms of the boundary committee, I'll skip over that because there just then isn't time to give more on the ESE from the boundary committee side of things. But I do want to mention that the element of the presentation about autism redefining only appeared on Friday afternoon. That's the first time I or anybody else had seen it. Public comment portal was down late Friday and overnight Saturday. The proposal for expanding autism program lacks fundamental detail and clarity, mentions broad cosmetic concepts like having autism academies instead of schools, and rebranding existing program, but it provides no specifics on critical components such as curriculum models, staffing strategies, resource allocation, and new programming. This is particularly concerning given current deficiencies in existing programs and now a hiring freeze. I was wondering if I could stop the clock to ask for a question about what was the purpose of this parachuting this piece in at the last minute on a Friday? We could have been working together on a kind of collaborative plan, or was that not the point to bring forward a plan for a school for autism schooling?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. I'm not aware of, what's the specific question? I'm not aware of anything being embedded or revised on this item on Friday. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So the entire presentation posted to the board and the public on Wednesday. And so I don't remember anything coming out on Friday.
There were no changes on Friday, or we would have identified it as a revised agenda item on the posting.
Another question. We were not at the boundary committee. We were based on just 6 criteria, and I wondered what the thinking was. I know it was in policy of not providing the financial impact data because I felt that certainly stymied my ability to vote. I think we were not having that financial impact data did somewhat restrict things. Could you explain the thinking? Thank you,
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you. When was the date, Dr. Wanza?
So I think it's the August 27th school board workshop.
Yes.
It's when we asked the board what specific criteria, and those 6 were listed. And I did ask the board, did they want to add, delete, amend, and those were the 6 criteria that staff were given. And and we provided an inordinate amount of data for each one of those 6 criteria for each one of the proposals.
And my last question is, can I have more time? Because our boundary liaison said she was hoping I was here to represent the ESE part of the boundary committee.
I was not consulted about that. So, each member of the public gets 3 minutes. If Ms. Pierre Grant, who is the liaison on the table, would like to speak to any of those issues, she can. Michael Owen and then Paul Caruso.
Hello. My name is Michael Owen. I'm a Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue Assistant Chief over the Training Bureau and Special Projects. I'd just like to say I've got 2 daughters that are in Broward County Public Schools and several of their cousins as well. There's like 30 plus family members spread across the county that have all gone through the public school system. So I appreciate all the very difficult work that Dr. Wanza and the staff and everybody has been going through. On a note of keeping all those family members safe, also I wanted to speak about the opportunity we have to partner the City of Fort Lauderdale and the school board in using the Siegel School campus as a public safety training facility. As many of you know, because I've spoken about it here and there before, the city has long sought something along these lines. We've sort of been able to hodgepodge different things together. But we could really benefit from getting an actual facility. And this would be a fantastic way for you guys to take a, formerly public serving building and continue to serve the public with it. Some of the things that we have sort of envisioned there that I've talked about before as well. Obviously, office and classroom space for us to be able to instruct. We're badly in need of, and indoor training areas as well during inclement weather. We're planning on building a high-rise fire prop utilizing a recently received AFG grant for $1.3 million and an incident command simulator, live fire training. Actually, just now I scrawled this in the margins. Some sort of R&D lab concerning drones and robotics, which are becoming very important for public safety. And I feel like there may be some sort of crossover for a program that public schools may have there as well, where we could partner with you on that. I'd also think that we have an opportunity to partner together with our Explorers program for high school aged kids. I have all sorts of other plans for how we can utilize it to train some EMS simulator labs driven by AI, which I think also offer some opportunities for us to be able to teach kids about that sort of stuff. And of course, probably there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner together to teach kids and for us to serve the public and keeping them safe that none of us have even thought about yet in the future. And I think that this partnership and facility would give us the opportunity to be able to take advantage of those as they come up in the coming years. I also think there's another good one is I'm always asked about public CPR, first aid, and AED training, and this would give us that opportunity as well. I just would like to take this opportunity for us to be able to get better at saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a question from one of my colleagues, so I wanted to defer to our general counsel at the moment. During rulemaking, are board members permitted to ask members of the public questions?
I don't see any prohibition towards the board member asking questions of the speaker. I would follow your same rules in pausing their time period while you ask that question.
Okay, well, what if the time period is up?
So I believe that they can go ahead and ask the question, and the member of the public can go ahead and respond.
Okay, and this was news to me, so I just want to provide the courtesy to my colleagues because I was not aware of that being allowed for in rulemaking. So I just want to be very clear that we are allowed to do that, that our policy and procedures allow for that.
I don't see any prohibition to that.
Okay, so if any of my colleagues would like to ask any other speakers any questions, please flag me down, pass me a note or whatever, and help me understand that.
Chair, should we wait till all of the speakers are done, or the individual speaker that we want to ask a question to?
Well, the speakers need to then be aware. I defer to my colleagues. I'm interested in how to approach this now because some of the speakers may leave after they're done speaking. Yeah. So my preference would be to ask them as they come up.
Agreed.
And then I guess, does our policy or procedure, Ms. Jack Adams, speak to how much time the person then has to respond?
There's no guidance with regards to how much time, so I would defer to the chair to allot a specific period of time.
Okay, I will allot 1 minute for a response. Dr. Zeman had a question for Michael Owen.
Chief, thanks for being here. Appreciate your time and energy on putting together the details. What I'm curious about, though, is that a lot of the uses you're talking about wouldn't just be specific to the city of Fort Lauderdale. There's 31 municipalities in Broward County. Have you thought through the idea of combining resources with other cities, the Oakland Parks, the Wilton Manors, the Pompanos, the Hollywoods in this area that could take full advantage of this facility? The reason this is important is, we started this meeting with a $94 million shortfall. And so the idea of providing facilities with no compensation is going to be harder, I think, for this board, possibly. We'll see. But have you thought through kind of multiple cities taking advantage of this facility so that all of them could benefit from the research, the things that you talked about, including fire safety?
Yes, Dr. Zeman, excellent question. And we currently actually work with several other cities around us all across the county and train together. We in the last couple of years have gone to a closest unit response, so we actually respond together a lot more now, so we've kind of stepped that up. And we also, our current training, we always invite the municipalities around us. Now, we haven't engaged in anything where we actually are sharing resources, or it's more been, to this point, been a partnership based on, hey, we all need to train together. And we've begun discussions about whether we can actually get together and all share the whatever burdens may come of having this training facility and running it, et cetera. But we haven't gotten to any official agreement in that regard at this point.
Thank you.
And just as I have another board member who wants to speak, but just as a reminder to the public, I have Paul Caruso up next, and if Paul is not in the audience, I have Anna Carujo up next. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. And I see this as an amazing opportunity, not only for firefighters, but also for BSO, police. And I think that we can set a precedent here in the state to have a training center for active shooter training. And you know, maybe they pay something to be able to use the space for the day, but to have an actual school to be able to implement that training, I think would be amazing opportunity for our law enforcement, our police, and EMS. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Caruso? Anna Carujo?
Hi, good morning. I have a question regarding page 73 and the Autism Academy. I'd like to know where the cost analysis is for BCPS opening an academy like this.
Dr. Hepburn?
There is no cost analysis for that. If we open it up, it will be through partnership with an existing charter who offers that.
So the Autism Academy is not a Broward-run Autism Academy? This is only...
No, so there's two things. The opportunity to partner with the charter that does this specific work. Can't remember the specific name. South Florida Autism. The other aspect is to strengthen our current academies per se that aren't branded as such. That we do the same service. The overwhelming, if the public and the board would go to the survey that's attached to the agenda item, one of the things that resonated with the team is that over almost 80% of the survey parents want inclusion. They want to be on a campus of kids that are not in that
neurotypical.
Yes. So that was. Based on that information, based on that data, that's the path we'll take. If the board supports it.
Okay. Sorry. Give me a second to pull up. Yeah. So there's many things on that list that I actually found a little bit troubling in the sense that they're items that should already be in place in the self-contained classrooms. So I don't know how much thought went into putting that in the presentation. BCPS, as we were told, also exploring its own autism school, and the lack of a clear proposal here is going to be part of the reason the community skepticism over that rather than the organizations such as South Florida Autism Charter School, which has already reached out, has a plan, and is already an established entity. Collaboration must be genuine, not symbolic. ESE Advisory, ACE Autism Committee, we haven't been consulted or brought into this conversation. So I see this presentation and there's so many resources that you guys have at your disposal to make this a meaningful presentation with some sort of cost analysis, background, implementation plan, and it's just not happening. The ESE Advisory already serves as a resource established under policy for family partnership and guiding inclusive decision-making, yet the proposal that's created a vaguely defined Autism and Inclusion Council for Parents as Partners in Education appears to sideline the advisory and duplicate the very work that we're already doing. Introducing this concept that we discovered late last week is counterproductive and it's disrespectful to families of autistic individuals. The district cannot credibly claim to be aiming to enhance family engagement while simultaneously undermining the role of its own ESE Advisory and Autism Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Felicia Schumann and Ellen Dratzer.
Good morning, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair, and esteemed board members. I'm here today because the Redefining Our School initiative depends entirely on the accuracy, reliability, integrity of the enrollment data produced by the Demographic and Enrollment Planning Department. DEP, every closure, every consolidation, every boundary shifts, every program reduction, and every sale or repurposing of a public school building is built on DEP's projections. But the 5-year projection memo that DEP released contains major mathematical errors. These errors undermine the valid credibility and fairness of the entire process. Here are the exact discrepancies. Elementary schools off by 1,310 students. The school-by-school total do not match DEP's district summary totals. Middle schools off by 4,298 students. The discrepancy is the equivalent of 5 entire middle schools. DEP totals do not match the numbers inside their own memo. Centers off by 263 students. The center page total and the district-wide summary do not align. Combination schools, suddenly unexplained increase of nearly 2,000 students. No documentation, no footnote, no rationale. District-wide summary cannot be recreated. When you add all categories together, DEP's final district-wide number is mathematically impossible. These are not minor technical errors. These are foundational failures. You cannot close a school based on math that does not add up. You cannot redraw boundaries based on projections that contradict themselves. You cannot permanently sell public property based on inaccurate, inconsistent, or unverifiable calculations. These decisions are irreversible. A school closed today does not reopen tomorrow. A building sold today is gone forever. A community that loses its neighborhood schools loses something that cannot be rebuilt. Why that's a big deal and what should be done? The Redefining Our School plans depend heavily on enrollment projections. If those projects are wrong, then the decision to close schools become invalid. Capacity and crowding calculation become flawed. Selling or repurposing campuses become an irreversible mistake. Long-term planning, budget, transportation, staffing becomes disrupted. What should be done? A specialized data integrity audit separate from any financial audit performed by independent experts should be a statisticians, demographers, and K-12 planning analysis. Cross-check DEP's enrollment forecast against actual enrollment trends, birth data, migration patterns, charter growth.
Thank you. Ellen Dratzer and then Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay, awesome. Good morning, Chair Lenardi, members of the school board, superintendent, and district staff. As a proud graduate of Broward County Public Schools, I thank you for your leadership, especially as you engage in this obviously incredibly complex work. My name is Ellen Dratzer, President and CEO of the Lighthouse of Broward, and I'm here today with my colleague, Eric Barrett, Director of Assistive Technology, and the father of a current Broward County Public Schools student. The Lighthouse has served the community for more than 50 years with a workforce of master's degree, nationally certified, and credentialed professionals who specialize in visual impairment. Today, I'd like to share a forward-looking opportunity that aligns beautifully with your repurposing efforts, the creation of an inclusive STEM school with a blind education hub, where blind and sighted students learn together in a fully accessible, innovation-driven environment. This idea was born out of a partnership with the county's sole provider of deaf and hard of hearing services, the Center for Hearing and Communication. We envisioned a deaf-blind STEM school in response to the Community Foundation of Broward's Big Think grant competition. We were able to accomplish significant planning, including obtaining a commitment from the Florida School for the Deaf and Blind, itself an independent state department of government, to request additional fundings from the legislature in perpetuity to financially sustain such a school. As the district reviews under-enrolled schools, we see not a challenge but a strategic opening. Repurposing a facility as an inclusive STEM magnet with specialized support embedded throughout the day would expand choice, attract families back into the district, many of whom move to St. Augustine for specialized services, addressing a long-standing service gap and position Broward as a national leader in accessible STEM education. For many years, our community has worked with the estimate that there are approximately 300 blind or low vision students across the Broward County Public School System. Because that number has not changed for nearly a decade, we believe there may be an opportunity for a fresh analysis. This is not about correcting anything, it's about ensuring we have the most accurate foundation for planning. According to census data, Broward County has approximately 2,300 children, 5 to 17, who are blind or who have serious difficulty seeing, even with glasses. While not all of these students are enrolled in public schools, the data strongly suggests that a large number of students could benefit from vision-related support enough to sustain a dynamic, inclusive STEM program with a specialized hub. A repurposed building would allow for consistent Braille instruction, orientation and mobility services, assistive technology training, and a fully accessible STEM lab environment where blind and sighted students work side by side. This model honors inclusion while strengthening access. What makes this proposal especially exciting is the formation of an academic council of national blind professionals, including leaders from Johns Hopkins University, NASA, Northeastern University, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the Woodhull Organization. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Please hold on for one moment because I have a board member who would like to ask a question. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming today. A couple of questions. First, did you have, based on the list of schools that we have for proposals, any school in mind where you would like to see this be hosted?
We've bandied about a couple of schools, but we understand there are a number of proposals on the table and a lot of a lot of consolidation, and so we wanted to be respectful, and we're willing to work with whatever might be available at the end of that process.
And did you have do you have a specific area in mind, like north, central, south?
Central would be ideal. We serve every single zip code, as does the Center for Hearing and Communication. Our primary demographics, dense populations occur in Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale, Pompano.
And lastly, you talked about a couple of grants and stuff. So would you envision, if we were able to partner with you, bringing the funding forth to institute what you're suggesting?
Yes, I believe that we have enough private foundation support to substantiate the initial seed planning year, and in terms of operationalization in that first year, we would also be working with the School for the Deaf and Blind, which is a state entity and has the ability to go back to the legislature and ask for permanent reoccurring dollars to sustain this initiative if the numbers bear out in the South Florida market, which they do. Most parents don't want to send their children to Daytona for school Monday through Friday and have them bus back on the weekend. So there's a desperate need for this service.
And it's K-12?
Correct.
And do you have an idea of the number of students you think, like, is there a maximum number that you could hold, or?
Given the fact that we have one of the most robust master's prepared certified workforce in the 17 Lighthouse statewide community, our sense is that we would be able to staff a full school and be able to recruit with such a model from across the country of these professionals as well. As you know, ESC has TVIs and I think an O&M. It's very difficult to retain these staff, to recruit and retain these staff.
Okay, that answers my other question was, are you interested in co-locating? But it sounds like you'd like to do a whole school.
We'd like to do a whole school, but again, this is such a tremendous need and an opportunity. We're willing to, think of whatever permutation the school board would like us to partner on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Dr. Zeman who would like to ask some questions, and I would also like to ask some questions.
Thank you. And Ms. Hickson got into this a little bit, but one of the options as you're implementing something like this, and it'll grow over time, would be to co-locate, to take a wing of a school, to take a building on one campus. We happen to have 50,000 empty seats right now. And so there is an opportunity to think through that model, and I look forward to exploring more with you as one member of the board. Thank you.
Tremendous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Ms. Strasser, have you had any communication with district staff about this?
We have shared the proposal with School Board Member Hickson. I believe it was disseminated. It might not have been. We were a little late to the party, if you will. We're happy to provide you with our proposal, our data, whatever might not have gotten down.
Got it. So I would hope that it's my understanding then there hasn't been communication with superintendent and staff, just with a board member. So I would hope that the superintendent and staff could explore this. I was able to go to a forum a little over a year ago at the Lighthouse, and I was able to speak with people who had gone through our school system, who really had a difficult time navigating it in many, many different ways. So I think this would be a really wonderful opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Board Chair. So yes, if you could please send it to myself or Dr. Wanza, and for anybody in the public that's listening, because we have been fielding proposals from various organizations, please send them to myself and also Dr. Wanza.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you so much.
Mrs. Leonardi. Dr. Wanza has it. It was maybe a month ago or so.
Well, I received it Thanksgiving week.
Okay, yeah, right.
But, and Dr. Hepburn did task me what we can get past today, just so we get a sense of where we're going. I am more than happy. Yes.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this? Natalie Lynch Walsh and then Amelia Villar Moncheri.
Whoops. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, homeowner in Plantation since 1998. First question. What rule is being developed today?
Ms. Jack Adams or Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So essentially, the establishment of school attendance areas sets the rule for where children will attend school. So that is the premise for which this is defined as a rule-making workshop, because whatever day the superintendent finally brings the proposals for the board to officially vote on the attendance areas, which will set the rule as to where children will attend school next year. That is why it is crafted this way. But Ms. Jock Adams and I had great conversation last night, because we know in prior years there were 2 official readings of the boundaries into the records. And I see Ms. Rupert nodding her head. There were 2 official readings. So since we moved away from that process and policy last year and this year, we went through whatever is the board's established rulemaking process.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Second question has to do with Plantation Middle and High. It's for Dr. Wanza. Can you clarify whether the IB program would be removed as a magnet and as an innovative program, or would it stay as an innovative program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
So currently IB is a magnet program. I don't know that schools have it as an innovative program. So based on historical application and participation data, it is to transition it away from being a magnet, and the official magnet programs will be at Deerfield Beach High School and Miramar High School, which currently have programs with, I'll say, greater enrollment and participation.
Okay, so as someone who did the proposal that turned it into a magnet 10 years ago, it was an innovative program prior to that. And all of the students who live in Plantation who would be in IB are sitting most likely in Western's Cambridge program, and I speak as a mother of 2 of them. So if you remove anything academically challenging, you will guarantee not to get any Plantation residents at Plantation Middle and High. But go on. So going through, there is an F word that seems to be absent from this conversation. And calm down, the F word is facilities. So as the former facilities task force chair, audit committee chair, and DAC chair, let's put facilities back into redefining. First up, North Fork. No Castaldi. I requested the past 5 years. Apparently we're not interested in that. No facility condition assessment details online. Junior Achievement seems to be the only one that would replace Building 1. You cannot zhuzh up Building 1, and you should not be putting anybody in there. It needs to be bulldozed. But it does seem as though mods and because mods can be moved wherever, it seems the two are not mutually exclusive. You could do both just somewhere else. In favor of 4A for North Fork, because there are communities that they're not going to Walker now. They're not going to go to anywhere else. They're not going to North Fork. Getting back to Plantation Middle, in favor of that, this district has been systemically destroying Plantation Middle, and you have staff in the newest building, and this gets children out of an outdated building model. Rickard's got its kids out by having a collapse, but there are other schools with the same prototype, which would be Lauderhill Middle, Lauderdale Lakes Middle, and I think Apollo. Who gets the newest buildings? Moving forward, make sure, because not you, not the Boundary Committee. The Boundary Committee did not, actually, let's confirm that for staff. Was the Facilities Task Force one of the seats on the Boundary Committee? They were last year.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
No, they were not.
Why not?
The board came to a determination of which advisories would serve on the school boundaries committee, and that advisory was not one that the board came to final. I know you don't do consensus anymore, but whatever is the right term in policy, the board arrived at the decision that it would be the 7 advisories that were represented, which are the district advisory, the 4 area advisories, the diversity, ESE, and ESOL.
Okay, so the advisory group that knows all things facilities, that can speak to whether your FCIs make sense, your facility condition assessments, did not have a seat on the Boundary Committee. And next question, Long Range Facility Master Plan Steering Committee. Will the Facilities Task Force have a seat on that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, a rep or two from that organization have a seat on it.
No. Let me rephrase the question. Will the Facilities Task Force chair be asked to sit on that?
It may not necessarily be the chair, but somebody from Facility Task Force will have a seat.
Okay, and as to why this is important, consider the client attorney session you're going into.
Thank you.
And bad recommendations.
Amelia Villar-Moncheri and then Gabriela Marte.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, district staff, and public. Thank you for having me here. My name is Amelia Villar-Moncheri. I'm the Vice President of Youth Opportunity at United Way of Broward. We are so thankful to be here with you all today. I will say you guys have a tough job to do. We do not envy the decisions that have to be made for the county and for the district. However, we know that you're looking out for the students' best interests as well as the district. And so we have proposed 2 proposals with you all. You have them in your hands. Due to our strategic alignment with BCPS, we have a unique opportunity to optimize resources amid declining enrollments and underused facilities by converting vacant campuses that may be vacant post-decision this Friday into community resources and hubs that United Way will run and staff. We are looking at 2 proposals here, the first being just a community resource center and hub. I oversee all initiatives at United Way Broward that have to do with youth, family, community outreach, and the like. So we are looking to have a headquarters, so to speak, of services that families can come forward and seek, student initiatives, on-site opportunities for people to get connected to resources in our county. And so we're looking at a community resource hub as proposal 1, where it would be headquarters for my entire department. We're also looking at office space for any of our partners who would need office space, and the like. Proposal 2 is a little bit more unique, and what we're seeing here is we are looking and in the business of increasing affordable housing and access to housing for workforce. And so we are proposing to take a vacant site and convert that into affordable workplace housing, which your instructional and non-instructional staff can also have access to and use. And again, the sites that were listed in the proposal are not in particular, we're not set on a specific site, if that's a question that's gonna come up. We do have in the proposal Sunshine Elementary as a site, if that were to be vacant post-Friday's decision. However, we are open to your feedback and serving the need as best you see fit for United Way Broward and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Marte, and then Erica Pasanter.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, board members, and Superintendent. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Gabriela Marte, and I'm a parent at Coral Cove Academy of the Arts. I think Ms. Thompson has seen me a couple of times. I'm here today because the K-8 transition at our school has placed significant additional responsibilities on our teachers. Without the compensation, staffing, or district support needed to manage them effectively. These issues must be corrected before any additional schools are moved to this model. First, the dismissal issue requires immediate attention. When dismissal was moved from 2 to 2:40, teachers' contracted day still ends at 3 p.m. That gives only 20 minutes to complete dismissal and end-of-day responsibilities. In reality, teachers are working past their contracted hours every single day, and they have effectively lost their planning time. And let me be clear, this is not a growing pain. This is an operational failure. It affects staff morale and the overall functioning of our school. Adding to that, charter schools throughout Broward successfully use staggered dismissal to manage flow and staffing. There's no clear explanation as to why this proven solution is not being considered for our district K-8s. It works everywhere else. It should be on the table for us. Second, the additional workload created by the K-8 model has not been met with adequate support. The transition brought new supervision demands, safety considerations, and logistical needs, yet the staffing and the resources to support those changes were not provided. Teachers and administrators were left to absorb the extra workload on their own time. Third, a K-8 school should not rely on overworked teachers volunteering to run clubs, programs, or middle school activities. We were promised dedicated middle school programs for the middle school students. Instead, programming depends entirely on teacher goodwill, which is unfair and unsustainable. Finally, from a corporate and operational standpoint, which I'm in the corporate world, this model is not being positioned for success. In the business world, we understand the simple principle. You must fix the kinks before you scale. We believe the K-8 model can be successful, but only if the district is actively involved in identifying and resolving operational issues before expanding it to additional schools. And I want to end by acknowledging something important. Coral Cove was not originally on the list last year, but our community took a hard look, an honest look at market drivers and what families wanted and what would make our school stronger. And we made a thoughtful decision when we requested to the board to consider this change for our school. The results speak for themselves. We grew more than any other school in the area. Just as we understand our community then, we understand our community now, its needs, its challenges, and what must be fixed for the model to work. So I ask you to please do not transition any other schools until you fix the issues that this is posing and are being ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica Pasanter, and then Melissa Ramos.
Good morning, Dr. Hepburn and school board members. My name is Erica Pasantes. I'm the mother of 2 elementary school children who are zoned for Walter C. Young Middle School in a few short years. I urge you to follow the School Boundary Advisory Council's recommendations to maintain Walter C. Young intact. No closure and no reconfiguration. The option to go to Pines Collegiate, formerly Pines Middle and historically a C school, is not an option. Silver Trails is a 15 to 20-minute drive away. We have a saturation of charter schools in the area, with one a 60-second drive away. We do not want to be forced to consider a charter school and want to support our public schools. Please consider how your decisions may further alienate families from public schools. You cannot quite literally afford more declining enrollment. Our A-rated elementary school would feed into the A-rated Walter C. Young and then A-rated Flanagan High. Breaking this chain of excellent schools makes no sense. Walter C. Young is a pillar in our community. I urge you to find the money elsewhere and to better assess spending and keep Walter C. Young open. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa Ramos, then Lori Salarulo.
Good morning. I'm Melissa Ramos from Miramar. Dear school board members and staff, as a parent of a child with autism and a part of the ESC Advisory Council and the chair of the Autism Subcommittee, we need so much clarification right now. Dr. Hepburn said on October 7th that 2026, we would be ready to open up a BCPS-run autism school. What was that or what is that supposed to look like if we're not focusing on the charter school? So I need clarification. We all need clarification on that.
Is that Dr. Hepburn?
Yes,
thank you.
please.
Thank you. Great question. So just to clarify, two pathways to having a school of autism. One is the charter school option, what's the name again, Dr. Zeman? South Florida Autism Charter School. The other, which we utilize survey data, which the survey told us the majority of our BCPS families do not want a charter school just solely dedicated for students with autism. They wanted a more inclusive environment with regular ed students also. So as a result of that, however the board wants to support, we see that we have great programs embedded in our schools right now. If a parent wants a school that's solely dedicated to a school of autism without any other inclusive groups of students on board, that would be the charter school option that we're going to partner with. The other option would be our schools that are embedded in our schools already, and working with the ESE advisory and also the subcommittee to ensure that the services, the branding, and everything is appropriate as we see fit to address the needs of those specific groups of students.
Thank you for that. Another question is, Panther Run was also considered to be a school within a school if it wasn't going to be closed. Now we're talking about a different concept. You're just going to rebrand something that parents don't want. They don't want. They're leaving BCPS. So at our last ACE meeting on November 13th, we presented an example of an organization offering innovative data-driven education, life skills programming modeled after like what could be an autism Montessori. This demonstrates the possibilities with collaboration with partners. Mr. Cervera was there too, Ms. Thompson was there. What's going on with the collaboration? Because Dr. Hepburn, you said that you're going to collaborate with ESE Advisory. When is that going to happen? Can we have a town hall? Can we collaborate so that we're all on the same page? Will we have something concrete on Friday from you of what this will look like?
Dr. Hepburn.
So all of that is predicated on the decisions that are made here today and moving forward. I don't want to be premature in going out to the community about what we can promise when the board doesn't support it. So it needs to be board support first, and then we go out to the community because there's a full implementation process, just like last year. That pretty much took us all spring just to make sure we get it right. And so once final decisions are made, then implementation starts. And that's collaboration and partnership with our advisories as well as other external partners in the Broward County area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a quick question about Glades Middle School. I'm also a parent of an 8th grader there. Ms. McMahon mentioned that she submitted a K-8 proposal. Was that taken into consideration?
Dr. Hepburn.
Not doing our proposals.
Okay.
Yes.
And lastly, if you're going to be able to save a school, I think Glades is worth saving. They have an extra building there that can fit over 700 students. Please, instead of closing that school, use that school, put the South Florida Charter School in there. It's its own entity. Try to do that. You said that you were going to have some autism academies in North, Central, and South. We're in the South area. That's something to consider. Thank you.
Lori Salarulo, then Renee Grant.
Good morning, everyone. School board members, Superintendent Hepburn, Lori Salarulo, President and CEO of Junior Achievement of South Florida. I'm kind of excited this morning. I know that you all have some very difficult decisions ahead of you, and closing a school is never easy. But I do think the bright side of that is that it does open up opportunities for us to serve our children in different ways and more innovative ways. So should the school board decide to close North Fork Elementary School, I do believe, and our board and the community believes, many members of the community believe, this is a chance to transform this publicly owned site into a countywide asset that equips students for high-wage careers, strengthens the local community, and preserves the land for public purpose for generations. Junior Achievement of South Florida proposes to lease the North Fork Elementary site and develop a workforce innovation center, a state-of-the-art experiential learning hub designed to serve every Broward County Public School high school student, as well as young adults and the surrounding community. Why does this proposal, we think, right, provide this opportunity for students, parents, the district, the community, and the county as a whole? One, BCPS retains ownership of the property. Number two, the site remains fully dedicated to public school education for every high school student. Three, it eliminates future charter school encroachment. Four, the district eliminates any operating, maintenance, and demolition costs while gaining a state-of-the-art education center. No cost to the district to build this innovative center. It gives BCPS the competitive edge. This will be unique around the country, not just in Broward. It also shows the vision and the forward thinking of this board. It aligns with state and federal priorities, especially around AI education that we can bring into this center for all students. It provides opportunities. I'm excited to hear some of these proposals this morning, right? What an opportunity to partner and collaborate with MODS, with United Way, with ARC Broward, with OIC, Career Source Broward. All of these organizations could all be under one center serving our entire community, all of our youth, as well as adults, right? Because we use it during the day. There's plenty of opportunities to use it in the evenings. It opens up opportunities for students from all 31 high schools, especially for our pre-apprenticeship program, which today is now reaching students in 13 of those high schools. It also helps to relocate some of your CTE staff. We have already proposed that we would place CTE. It's fully aligned with what we'd be doing, and it can be used for parent events and so forth. JA has proven over 65 years to be a great partner. We have a support letter from the mayor of Coconut Creek talking about our partnership. We've already served 1.4 million students today at JA World, and there's so much more information, but I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Salarulo. It's nice to see you. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us today. You've been before this board before, and if memory serves correct, you did advise that there's some private donations that could be potentially attached to this product to the tune of 8 figures. Can you elaborate on that and make sure that it's still available as of right now?
So as of right now, it is available. We anticipate that this building will probably be between $40 and $50 million. And right now we have a written pledge for $10 million, which I've gotten the donor to expand the timeline through the end of January. We also have, I believe it's 4 or 5 verbal 7-figure commitments, should this go forward. But those are not in writing. So,
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for coming. You just made a suggestion that I actually have in my notes for later about collaborating. So I was really happy to hear you say that. Have you had any discussion with United Way or MODS about how you might be able to collaborate on that piece of property?
So yes, I actually have a support letter from ARC Broward because we need to do more for our young people with special needs around workforce. Joe and I have talked about the possibility of workforce around STEM. And Kathleen Cannon, we also have a support letter from. We have talked about maybe that community hub, and I know this speaks to Dr. Holness. This is his community this would be located in especially, so that could also serve as that hub for that as well. So Kathleen and I have also communicated. I also have a meeting set up with Career Source Broward, possibly some sort of a one-stop shop for the community. The fact that this is so centrally located truly allows for all of those kinds of collaborations to bring services not just for every single high school student and through age 24, but also for the entire that community as well as the entire county.
Okay, thank you. I have some suggestions on it later, but I'll hold on to those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Grant.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Renee Grant, and I am a parent of a 6th grader at Glades Middle School. So my daughter is currently in the Cambridge program, Gem and Gears, And as a parent, I'm here to voice my support for the proposal to convert Glades Middle from a traditional 6 through 8 model to a K through 8 model. I understand that tough decisions have to be made, but my hope is that what is best for our students and their academic success will be at the forefront when we're making these decisions. I believe we all want the same thing, and that is for all of our students to have access to safe, stable, high-quality schools that give our students opportunities and uses the district's resources responsibly. I also think that providing educational continuity is vitally important to all of our students, and I'm concerned that a disruption in a student's educational path will have negative effects not just on our students during their middle school years, but could potentially follow them through to adulthood. This is why I support reimagining Glades as a K through 8. A K through 8 would support the district's goals in a number of ways. It will improve educational outcomes, expand high-quality programs, and it will strengthen Glades Middle as a neighborhood school. Mrs. McMahon earlier detailed why Glades Middle is a perfect fit for this model. Glades already possesses a classroom space, science labs, technology centers, athletics facilities. And by reimagining Glades as a K through 8 school, we will provide younger students with access to middle school electives, gifted services, and advanced STEM pathways years earlier than is currently possible. A K through 8 model at Glades will also expand academic opportunity for all children in the area. It will also make Broward County Public Schools more competitive in the current educational landscape. So with this proposal, we have kept the district's goals in mind. It offers a responsible, constructive solution that aligns with your goals. It improves utilization, protects children from unnecessary disruption, and expands educational opportunities rather than shrinking them. So we are ready to collaborate to build a path forward that benefits our children, families, and Broward County Public Schools. So we are asking the district to give full consideration to the Glades K through 8 proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers. We'll move to board discussion, and I'll just ask my colleagues, if you can, to the extent that is possible, please provide your input on the different proposals, like Proposal 1, Proposal 2, et cetera. And then if you have any additional proposals that you would like your colleagues to consider, please be explicit about that, and then we can all weigh in our comments. Just for the purposes of being able to track all of the different difficult decisions that we have to make today. Right now I have Ms. Thompson on the list and then Ms. Hickson, so if you would like to speak, just flag me down. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Chair, did you want us to time board members, or is it untimed, just so we know?
I would not like us to be timed today.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I could have staff pass around a proposal. Thank you. So first I want to say thank you to all the representatives of the School Boundary Committee for volunteering your time to this process. I know there was a lot of you, and if you're listening, I want you to get your recognition. I also want to thank Dr. Wanza and her entire team for the countless hours that you have dedicated to this process, for answering my 32 questions. Really appreciate that. And to the parents, teachers, students, school administrators, and community members who have continued to reach out and advocate for your schools, even as this process has been long, complex, and at times difficult to understand. As we moved through this work, what stood out most to me was hearing directly from so many of you about the incredible things happening in our schools every single day. Whether it was the North Fork parent at the Dillard Town Hall describing how the school supported them and their child through a medical crisis, the Siegel teachers highlighting their students' accomplishments despite their many barriers, or the countless student leaders who have spoken out to share their strengths of their schools over the course of the last several months. Each moment reflected not only the extraordinary heart of this district, but the strength of our schools. If this process has revealed anything, it is that we need to shine a brighter and more consistent light on the great things happening at our schools. These stories shouldn't just surface when a community feels its schools at risk. Our students and educators deserve to have their successes celebrated every day. Not only that, but the better we become telling our story and supporting our individual schools, not just the district as a whole, to share their stories, the more families we will attract to our system. I know that our district is operating under unprecedented external pressures, not only from the state, but also the federal government. Districts across Florida and across the country are confronting the same difficult reality that we are. School closures are becoming unavoidable. At the FSBA conference we were just at, many other school board members told me that they are facing these decisions now or will be in the coming years. Knowing this reality is why it's so important that we make decisions not only with our current situation in mind, but also that we are strengthening Broward schools for generations to come. So during this process, I hosted over 12 community meetings and virtual town halls, and speaking with more than 2,000 of my residents, in addition to attending the district town halls Dr. Wanza's team put on. I know the decision that we face ultimately in January will be challenging, and for many families it will be heartbreaking. However, I do believe that there is opportunity for us to come out on the other side stronger than ever. With that, I have some questions for staff and then a community proposal for my colleagues to consider. So, focusing on Panther Run, I think my community is a little bit confused. And I understand that with parent survey, and I want to respect the parents who this impacts, having a district-run school within a school does not seem like that was the path they wanted to take. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Hollingsworth and her team to speak specifically to the survey, but to your point, at the community meeting at Miramar High School that evening, there was interest from the community there that were very much interested in looking at a school within a school concept at Panther Run, and they were not, and this is the community that were present, they were not leaning toward a separate school. They were really looking for a school within a school option of a district operated school within a school option. But I'm going to ask Ms. Hollingsworth and her team from our Student Services Division to speak to the actual survey results.
Good morning. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer, and I have Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESC, and Andrea Ciotti, Director of Specialized Instruction, to address some of those questions.
Good morning, everyone. Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESC. So after the community meetings, there was some questions about district managed charter, district run charter, and so we were asked to just do a survey to get an understanding of what the community was thinking about and what was important to them. And so we did conduct that survey to ESC parents just to gather some information so that we can bring that forth to you today. And I'm going to have Andrea Ciotti, Director of Specialized Instruction, speak to the details of the survey.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. You have the slides, so you have all of the data represented. The parents really, the majority of our families reported in grades K-2, so that gave us some insight into the parents of younger students really being interested in redefining autism in our district, so that's great feedback. Also, our families are really accustomed to the great work that we do as far as inclusion in our schools. We do a great job with our Special Olympics involvement with our same-age peers and our non-disabled peers, and making sure that our students have access to those inclusive opportunities. So our parents are accustomed to that. That is one of the indicators that the state measures our district on, and we are meeting that indicator in our LEA profile. And so all of that alignment shows us that our parents really want us to continue to redefine autism, but to have that happening very organically with our same age peers that do not have disabilities, so that our students have those role models.
I just want to add a little bit about the special programs in our district, because I do think there is some misunderstanding about that. So the way that Broward does their special programs, at the elementary level, we identify those special programs specifically based on the eligibility. That doesn't mean you can't go to that special program, but that's just kind of how they were organized. When we first started, we had special programs, and then at the elementary level specifically, what we do is we cluster, and the meaning for the word cluster is just that we combine transportation and resources at certain sites. So when we first opened our programs for autism, we started with 6 programs across the district, and now just looking down at my notes, we now have 86 programs at our elementary schools. We have 16 programs for 86 for autism specifically. We have 16 programs for intellectual disabilities, and we have 6 programs for emotional behavior disorder. That's just talking about our K-5. And then at the secondary level, Broward identifies different programs. We have specialized varying exceptionality programs at all of our middle and high schools, and those are for students who are not on traditional standards. They're on access points. And then we've started a pilot for varying exceptionalities for students who need more support but are on standards. And then we have students on all grade levels who are in gen ed the majority of their day. So I think there's some confusion, and that was one of the reasons why we talked a bit about rebranding. We do think that because we're offering 86 programs at the elementary level, that maybe we're not doing a good enough job of getting the word out there and talking about what those programs look like and really emphasizing the supports that they're providing. So I just want to provide a little bit of that background information because I do think that it is confusing if you're not deep in the work like we are.
And I appreciate that. I wanted to clarify the survey results. So when you said the majority of parents wanted the inclusive environment, they mean at the home schools, correct? Or would they be open to, again, Panther Run being a school within a school?
They would be open to a school within a school, wherever that would be. We didn't specify school names in the survey, but there were indications of needs, like transportation is an indicator that parents feel strongly about needing, and making sure that their siblings were in those schools or very close by. But we did not focus primarily on Panther Run because we were really looking at redefining as for all of our students across the district.
And Panther Run currently does have a special program for autism already existing in the school. So we already have that program located there. So if Panther Run stays open, then we'll continue that program there. And if it does not, and the students will be relocated to another school and another part of another program.
So I think the community needs clarification on how that would work if it was a BCPS run program, because right now, if they already have a program at Panther Run, right, and we already have 80, did you say 80 programs? I can't remember the exact number.
86 elementary schools.
Mm-hmm. 997 classes.
So if we already have those at other schools, the concern I heard from every single one of my community meetings was that they did not want people taken out of their home school. So how would that work if we did make Panther Run a school within a school? We were devoting resources to that. What would that impact be to the schools across the district?
So I think it would look, we haven't, dug in so deep until decisions are made today and we have further direction, but it would really be similar to what happened at Silver Shores when it converted to a K-8 with the STEM opportunity. We do have an IND special program at Silver Shores, so we just redefined that current program. Those students stayed, and then it offered additional school choice options for other students within that same feeder pattern to take advantage of the program.
I think to simply state it, though, kids are going to come from other schools, right? So if the concern from other schools and those parents of those schools saying they don't want to dilute the opportunities by kids leaving and going to a different school, that's essentially what's going to happen, because the kids have to come from somewhere, and our charter schools and many of our private schools do not offer those opportunities. They're here in our schools because we offer those opportunities.
And I think that's what we need to be a little bit more clear on, is that would be the impact to the surrounding schools, even if we were to try to not, obviously, that
I would add to something that's not in the deck, but just data set that we have, or actually I believe it is in the FTE reporting, is that autism by nature of disability is growing by 8% in our district. So there's always a student that's on the autism spectrum that would benefit through their IEP process for a program like that. And then the programs in the area of Panther Run, most of those elementary schools have their own autism program that is, thriving and doing well. So it wouldn't deplete anywhere. It would actually just give us another opportunity to meet needs of students and give a school choice option.
But I think what needs to be defined is school choice option. Mm-hmm. Because school choice option would be, is it school choice option where the parent provides transportation, or is it school choice option where the district will provide transportation? And I think that that's what has to be clearly delineated so that parents know what their options truly are. And I think the other thing that we have to be very careful in speaking to is the South Florida Center for Autism. Yes, and I put it in the slide deck. I think it's on either page 93, 92, 94, one of them. They have submitted an application, right, for to operate a charter school here in the district. And the fact that they submitted, and if they are approved, that doesn't mean that they are a district managed or a district operated charter school. If their application is approved, then they would have to determine what, if any, type of services they want to contract with the district for the district to provide. And I think that that has to be clearly delineated so that everyone understands that a true district operated school is just that, a district operated school.
And and I apologize if it's in the presentation, has South Florida Charter School expressed which schools they want, and is Panther Run one of those options?
So what they did, and I think it's on page 94, they talked about areas of the county that they would be interested in. And I believe they talked about they are looking to, with the intentions to serve students residing in the county, including but not limited to the communities of Coconut Creek, Coral Springs, Deerfield Beach, Margate, and Parkland. While they did not call out Pembroke Pines expressly, they did say areas including but not limited to.
Yeah, but
majority in the north.
Yeah, we know their focus is the north first because of how close facility would be in southern Broward to their Miami campus.
No, I'm aware of where they're currently located. I think that the Panther Run in general, I think, is a really hard conversation, and because I represent it, I guess I'm going to bite the bullet on this one. I don't think it makes sense to make a district-operated school there because I worry about how that will impact the rest of the district and the rest of the schools in that area who already have strong programs. And if the charter school is not interested in being within that school, or at least they haven't expressly said it, then unfortunately, I would lean towards closing Panther Run. I do believe the boundaries need to be reconsidered because the school is located between two elementary schools. And I think that we need to, and the parents who are currently at Panther Run will have priority to go together if they want to. I believe the boundary should be split between Silver Palms and Chapel Trail. I think that will also alleviate the traffic concerns that people have brought up to me as well. But that is where I land on that. And I do have some boundary suggestions if you want them from board members, but if you don't, that's fine as well. So moving on to consolidating Sunshine and Fairway. And sorry, I'm not going in order, Chair. Okay.
Madam Chair, could Ms. Thompson just reference what page she's on? That would be very helpful.
I can't, because I didn't print
Or
it.
proposal number.
Yeah.
If you have it.
Thank you.
Okay, momentito. So proposal 1, and prior was proposal 2. So Panther Run's proposal 2. So in proposal 1, Sunshine to Fairway, I have obviously visited both schools. I did my first set of beautification projects at both of these campuses. So obviously consolidating schools is a hard decision to make. I do just want to point out to my colleagues that if we were to consolidate in the opposite way, Fairway into Sunshine, that we would be losing the opportunity for a Head Start or a VPK program, which I think early learning is so important. So I would be agreeing with the boundary committee's recommendation to consolidate Sunshine into Fairway. And then for proposal 3, consolidating Palm Cove into Pines Lakes and Lakeside, I just wanted some staff clarification on when Lakeside was included in that boundary decision and what was the thought process behind it.
So Lakeside was included in the conversation when we met at Miramar High. We did tell the community that depending on what happened with the Palm Cove boundary or with any of the elementaries, particularly the Palm Cove and the Panther Run, and even what would happen potentially for Walter C. Young had it gone the 3-8 route, that Lakeside may or may not be impacted.
Okay. And then Ms. Grant left. So I will follow up with that question later. The City of Pembroke Pines has expressed interest in sharing space at Pines Lakes for their senior center. Is that still a possibility if we make this merger?
So if we did the merger where all of the kids went solely to Palm Cove, we may have some challenges. But if we do the merger where the students would go to to Pines Lakes and Lakeside, then there may be opportunity. But transitioning all of the Palm Cove students to Pines Lakes will present some challenges. But in doing both schools, there may still be opportunity. And Mr. Beck, did I say that correctly? Okay, I'm good.
Then I would be of the opinion to consolidate Palm Cove into those two schools because I do think having that partnership with the City of Pembroke Pines and the Senior Center adds a lot of opportunities for our students as well as for our seniors in that community and help strengthen our partnership with the City of Pembroke Pines. And then I'll go in order for you guys. Thank you. So for Norfolk Elementary proposals, so 4 and 4A, I just had a question. Which one of these proposals would actually provide like a lease or a rental, or are all the proposals, other than JA, because I know they would, which one actually brings us financial benefit, if any?
Both do. Both vacate the school for students, so there's a cost saving. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wanza, the proposals is about what schools the students would be consolidated into.
Understood, but it's hard to comment on that without having that understanding. So are we collecting rent from either any of the agencies?
Yes, it will be a land lease. So for the two entities that want to tear down the building per se, yes, it will be a land lease. For the one entity that wants to embed a program, there will most likely be some cost to the district for that one. But for the two that want to raise the building, it will be a land lease to those facilities, to those organizations.
Okay. And so for the boundary proposal, I think Norfolk into Walker Elementary School, I would be supportive of. And then since we're going in order 5 and 6, so I passed out a proposal to convert Glades Middle School into a K-8. And I'm going to tell you why that's the best option, not only for my community, but for our entire district. Something you need to know, if you guys don't know, that my district has the majority of charter schools, followed by, I think, Al-Hadef and then Mara, and then everyone else has about 6 or 7 in their district. So it's incredibly important when we are considering any changes to these schools and programs, we realize that while a lot of our parents might say they'll go to charter, my parents will actually probably go to charter because they are literally down the street. So why I think that Glades Middle School, first, this came out of our community. I was talking to some of my student interns, and one of them actually suggested this, and then I went and talked to Ms. McMahon and other parent groups and made sure that this was something that they would want. And as you heard today, this is something they're very for. It's going to expand our opportunities for elementary students because they'll have access to all of the Glades facilities, including a gym, so we don't have to have classroom recess anymore, which I think every parent hates classroom recess day because then our kids come home much more energized. It also increases our competitiveness with the charter schools in the area. So because they have all of these facilities, this is actually something that the charter schools in my district can't provide because they don't have a gym. So not only will we be matching what they provide their students, we will be exceeding it. And I think this is a marketing opportunity for our district. Currently, 55% of the inbounded students attend charter schools instead of Glades Middle, and many of them want that K through 8 option. And then combining this with the elementary schools becoming K through 8s, when I went to my community meetings and talked to each one of them, almost every single parent, other than the ones who want Glades to be a traditional middle school at the time, wanted this K through 8 option. But they wanted the facilities and the resources that match it. So by doing this proposal, instead of converting the 4 or 5 K through 8s, we're actually gifting a community what they want and more. The cost is minimal. So in order to meet the standards for the primary grades bathrooms, it would be about $3 million with a dedicated playground area to come further down the line. Some considerations that I want to make sure my community doesn't think I'm glossing over is if we create a middle school that's a K through 8, we will obviously have to reconsider next year closing some of the elementary schools to meet the need of the enrollment. So this would extend, I don't want to call it phase 3, please brand it something else, but it would extend phase 2.5 and would mean that we go out to that small cluster of community members later and let them know. However, the elementary school parents, not all of them, but did come up and say that they would rather their elementary school close and they get these facilities than vice versa. He raised his hand.
During your allotted, when we come to you, you can ask questions about the different proposals. Continue, Ms. Thompson.
Okay. So I think that would be my idea. I think it is the right choice for many reasons, and I think sometimes when we're making hard choices, it's better to give it another year to process all the steps than just rush it because we know we're in a bind. Okay, and then for Walter C. Young Middle School, so 7A and 7B, I struggle with this one because as you guys know that the city of Pembroke Pines owns that property. Our lease expires in January of 2037. And I want to make sure that we're doing the fiscally right thing while also supporting the community and their desires. They do not want the 3 through 8 gifted and dual language school. They were abundantly clear that that's not something they would like. However, I don't think it makes sense to change their boundaries to Silver Trail when we are currently changing boundaries from Silver Palms because of that 75 divide. What I would recommend is to maintain Walter C. Young for a period, preferably to the lease, but I understand we are in a financial situation, of at least 2 years so that we can work with the city to determine a transition plan because currently in the lease there is no, I don't know the right legal word, but there's no way to end the contract early. There's also no way to expand it. And so during that period of time, we are able to work with the city to transition and see what that would look like. And then we can also transition Flanagan into a 6 through 12. In the presentation, we discussed that we want to create a strong dual language regional approach, and that community very much wants that. Lakeside in general has had parent advocates that talked to Mr. Henderson, the principal of Walter C. Young, to expand the dual language program to Walter C. And so by closing it without really giving that program a chance to flourish does not sit right with me. But we can also, if we need to, expand that program into Flanagan. So that would be our regional pathway is Lakeside Elementary School to Flanagan 6 through 12. So that would be my suggestion for my colleagues to consider for there. And then the Silver Palms boundary change was 10 and something else. It's proposal 10 for the high school. Oh, it's 7B, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. 7B and 10. This is something the Silver Palms community has wanted for years to come. It just makes sense if you live in Pines and the traffic and what is happening there. So I hope my colleagues will support that. I did have a question. So when we're changing boundaries for high schools, does that mean the high school students that are currently attending Flanagan have to then change to West Broward? Or if they are a junior, do they get to stay at their school?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza.
So historically, we do let them finish their high school years. And generally with high schools, we phase it out, right? Because students have started there, right? And so we typically work at the high school level to phase it out. But definitely if they are a rising senior next school year, they would have the option to finish their high school career at Flanagan.
Perfect. That was my only point I wanted to make sure. And then also just anecdotally, I know 4 families that left Silver Palms to go to charter because Silver Trails was not their bounded school, because they got into it through school choice, but transportation was a limiting factor. So I can only imagine that there's more. Hollandale to Miramar, which is proposal 11. Is there a cost savings because we wouldn't be transporting to Pompano? Like, would that balance out or no?
So right now, we don't transport to Pompano south of Sunrise.
Oh.
We don't. South of Sunrise. And Hallandale currently has a magnet, a large magnet transportation boundary, but we don't transport students to Pompano south of Sunrise.
Good to know. Thank you. And then have we determined that there is student interest in creating the 4-day program at Hollandale?
So I'm working, and I'll let Mr. Strauss speak because I know that he's been working very closely, but I can tell you this is something that has come from not only the community. I believe the mayor even either sent something or is intending to send something in strong support of this. So I do know that there has been much interest from the community of seeing this come to their part of the county as well. But Mr. Strauss can speak if I missed something.
No, that is correct, Dr. Wanza. The community did do a site visit to Pompano, and from that site visit, they were strongly in favor of doing the similar type of schedule.
Thank you. Then I would be supportive in changing the boundary for 11. And then for Thurgood Marshall, it was unanimous, so I'm going to follow what the boundary committee recommended. And I'm sorry, I have one more follow-up question on the K through 8 because we did have a speaker come and talk about the issues we've been having at Coral Cove, especially due to the scheduling and teacher time. What is the solution to that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Mr. Strauss, if you want us to talk specific for Coral Cove.
Right. So that got brought up this year from Coral Cove and even from some others. And because we knew we were going into this conversation that we're having this year on redefining, and there are multiple Ks that are up here on for proposal, I think the decision will be whatever is decided this year, we could look at it and decide whether we want to have a staggered K to 5 dismissal at the 2 o'clock time and the middle school at the 2:40 time, but the transportation will always be at the 2:40 time. It's stuff, as was mentioned by a speaker, the charter schools do have a staggered dismissal, but we did not want to just automatically, unilaterally just change it for one school. We would unilaterally do it for our K-8 programs, and I'd rather have a consistent approach where that's, I think, what we would do.
And then for 8, which is Plantation Middle School instead of Plantation High School, I'm supportive of. And then number 9, Bear Middle School into West Pine, I'm supportive of that change as well. Do you want me to recap, or did you capture all of them?
I was going to recap with each person. I'm missing a few, so I could have just missed it.
I'll go in order. Okay. So Sunshine Elementary to Fairway, I support. Panther Run Elementary into Chapel Trail. I think we need to change the boundary to being Chapel Trail and Silver Palms, but I am supportive of the closure. Palm Cove Elementary into Lakeside Elementary and Pines Lakes. I'm supportive of Norfolk into Walker, so proposal 4. For 5 and 6, I have my alternative proposal. For Walter C. Young, I am not supportive and would be in favor of extending the time there and making Flanagan a 6 through 12. 6 was a no. We're so organized. Okay. For 7B, that would be a yes. 8, yes. 9, yes. 10, yes. Hollandale, yes. 12, yes.
And then could you weigh on merging Siegel into Wood and Rogers?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I am supportive of that. I did want clarification on if if we partner with Fort Lauderdale Fire or Police, if there would be a financial rental lease there as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I just want to flag for everyone, Ms. Thompson proposed, I'll do a Cliff's Notes version, but a proposal about converting Glades into a K-8, and then her proposal on Walter C. Young continuing until the lease ends and working with the city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know, Ms. Pierre Grant is back, so I don't know if you had a question.
I did, but
sorry, I had to tinkle.
It's okay. I think my question is what the representatives thought on the boundary change to Lakeside and for Palm Cove in particular, the boundaries for Pines Lakes and Lakeside instead of just being directly into Pines Lakes.
I don't think they discussed the boundary more than so that they discussed that they weren't really for any changes at all.
Fair.
So they didn't really consider that. But I think you made a fair assessment.
Thank you.
I think it's fair that you. I had a question about the last proposal, Dr. Wanza, with Chair Leonardi just asked you about
Siegel and Wood and Rogers.
Yes. The will there be, because there's children on Siegel campus, right? There's
well, it's technically on Wooden's campus, but the program is a Siegel program.
Right. The fire thing that you guys were talking about, will there be some kind of separation with the babies and some protection there, in terms of the noise and all that other stuff? Are we going to put some things in place for that, right?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, that's correct. City of Fort Lauderdale are great partners, and some of that discussion's already started about those type of concerns.
All right. Thank you. I have Ms. Hickson up and then Dr. Holness, so if anyone else would like
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? Regarding, I just want clarification. I did notice Board Member Thompson mentioned she has her own proposals for 6. Could she reiterate what those are, if she did share them before? Oh, it's on here?
Okay. It's on the paper.
This is? Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I have Ms. Hickson, Dr. Holness, Dr. Zeman, and anyone else. Just flag me down.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, then I'll go through the proposals. So, if Sunshine were to close, what kind of district will we be moving district staff into that particular area? Is it a space that we would be leasing out to another entity? Do we have already something in place?
So all of the above, we have preliminary spaces that we've identified for staff for all of our sites while fielding proposals from other entities. So when those proposals come in, if it's something that's advantageous for the district, students, or community, we'll defer to that. But we have identified sites for a majority of staff that's going to be vacating various admin buildings. And as proposals come in for various sites that we're closing to students, and then if it's advantageous to go with the proposal, we'll do that.
Okay, and based on that, just based on the issue we had before where we leased out a building, but no one had moved into it yet, are we going to, if we close these schools, will they be ready for staff to be moving in immediately so that we don't have this lag that we.
Some are easier to move than others. So yes, some will start moving literally over winter break in January, and some are a little bit more difficult because of heavy equipment and all of that. So we have to identify how we move the heavy equipment or things like that, and restructure the room so it's appropriate, meets all the OSHA and all those other type of ADA requirements. But some are easy to move, then we can get them in immediately, and some are a little bit tougher, which will take a certain part of the second semester to get done.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate, I didn't say this to start off with, all of the hard work that went into this, to the Boundary Committee. Thank you for your time. For all of the community meetings, the ones the district held, the many ones that Ms. Thompson held, there were some virtual. So thank you everyone for giving your input. This is not an easy job, and we definitely would not want to rather not close anything. But I said it at each of those workshops. Today's discussion isn't about how great the schools are or the staff or how wonderful the students are doing, because that's true everywhere. So this isn't about anything that has to do with the school in particular in terms of the people in it. It really is about the buildings. So I just want to be clear as we go through there, because we heard a lot of passionate people about their teachers and the programs, and it was a great testament to the wonderful job that our teachers and our staff educators do with our students. So I forgot to start off with that. I appreciate all of the information, but I would just say, and I know that maybe it was just a lot, but I struggle with how transparent we are when we're saying the estimated revenue / savings, the estimated expenditure costs, and all of the different information with no details to it. Because where are we getting savings? Where are we getting revenue from here? How is it? I feel like we did this before, and I asked for a lot more detail on the financial part so that we could be really clear on why this was important. So I'm a little frustrated. I appreciate the amount is there, but it just kind of feels like we picked a number. I know we didn't, but I would have liked more details on there. So I'm a little frustrated with that. But we'll go through, I'll now start to go through the proposals. So number one with Sunshine, I would say yes. For number two, Panther Run, yes. I have a question on Palm Cove. So on page 21, when you look at permanent capacity, it actually has the highest number of permanent capacity. So why are we closing Palm Cove and splitting them out to other places? Why wouldn't we be keeping Palm Cove and closing one that has a lower capacity?
Dr. Wanza.
So I'll give the high level answer, and then Mr. Strauss can chime in. So when you look at where the schools are located and how you actually access both facilities, Palm Cove is tucked in. It doesn't have direct access to, so it's right there off of, it's on, Washington Street, off of Flamingo. It's tucked, it's around, it's in a neighborhood, as opposed to Pines Lakes is right there in the open. It's easier accessibility, and it just makes it an easier transition, if you will. And Mr. Strauss can chime in, but I can tell you that's why that facility was identified as the one that the students transferred to, as opposed to Palm Cove. Well, they would transfer from Palm Cove into Pines Lakes.
Okay. I was just, we got an email that asked that question, so I wanted to ask it out loud. So I guess yes, but I would agree with, I'm sorry, that's number 3, proposal number 3. Ms. Thompson, since that's her area, her suggestion was that it went into, that was Panther Run, 2 schools. So Palm Cove. Would it be possible? I guess not. It wouldn't be possible for all of the Palm Cove students to just go one place, because some of the emails that we received were the concern was splitting up the students. So if Palm Cove was to close, is it possible that all of those students just go to one of the other schools?
Yes, they could all go to Pines Lakes. The reason why we did Pines Lakes and Lakeside is, again, because of if we were going to look at any type of possibility with the city of Pembroke Pines, coupled with, I believe there's an area of the Palm Cove boundary that actually may be closer to Lakeside. So that is why we made that recommendation, because it would put them closer.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to, because some of the emails we got, the concern was splitting the students. So I just wanted to voice that. So I would say yes to proposal number 3, with the caveat that I understand that there's a way to share with the city, but my concern is more about our students than partnering with the city. So I'd really like to kind of take a deeper dive into that and see what really would be best for the students. So for proposal number 4, I have so I say yes to North Fork going into Walker. And my suggestion here is similar to what Ms. Saluro, I never say it right, it doesn't roll off your tongue, yes. What JA had said when they first talked about it is a way to collaborate. So I have a question, and kind of to go to the facilities condition index paper that was there, a little bit of a concern, because when you go through it, it tells you there's 2 schools that jumped out to me. So for North Fork, it says that the building was built in 1960 something. Where did we go? 64. But really, half of the school was built after 1989. So there's portions of the school that do need to be demolished. So when you look at that facilities condition assessment or index, we keep changing acronyms. Anyway, I think there's some concern. For example, in that facilities condition index on page 25, when it says Olson, it says 1954. Well, that 1954 building doesn't even exist anymore. It was built in 1991, and I know that because I cry every time I pass it, because I went to school in the building that was built in 1954, and it was sad when it got demolished, although I knew it had to be. So I have a concern with the index information that we're being given, which somebody also indicated earlier, because I don't know that it gives you a whole picture. But with that being said, on North Fork, my thought here, suggestion, is those buildings that were built in the 1960s could be demolished, and JA could build their part there. The buildings that are after 1989, maybe mods could do the program that they want to do, kind of that STEM Academy piece in the parts that are still existing in that area. And then, like JA said, maybe they would also partner with the United Way in their new facility to do it. So I think there's a way that we could keep parts of the school, still let JA, because there's a lot of space there, build what they need to build, and be able to sort of make a good compromise where everybody might not be happy, but they could live with the results.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a point of clarification? And Dr. Hepburn, I hope this is okay. So I just want to make sure we all have the same understanding. The mods proposal contemplates the school still operating as a K-5 school, correct?
Yes, I'm
Right.
aware of that. So that's what I'm saying. The buildings that we would not demolish, the ones that are, I don't want to say salvageable, but for lack of a better term, there are buildings that could be taken down. There's lots of space on there. JA could still build on the space that we've demolished buildings. Buildings could still be used for a smaller kind of academy where it's school choice and they come as a K-5 STEM academy with the help of JA. And then the United Way could work with. The other suggestion, which I mentioned to Lori and Joe, was if we demolished all of it, we could be on the bottom, and there could be a second floor where the K-5 STEM Academy could run. And the reason I'm pushing that STEM Academy is I'm on the MODS board, and there are a lot of private and homeschool students that use MODS as a resource. And if we were to do some kind of school that MODS was associated with, I think we would capture a lot. They're asking them to build a school. So either we're going to have a part in it, or they're going to build their own charter school on the MODS campus, and we're going to lose those students. So that's the thought process of where I'm going with this, if that makes sense.
So, and I can certainly defer to Ms. Paul. I think that in any concept that we come up with, we just have to contemplate where the core of the school is, right? So where's the cafeteria? If the cafeteria is in building 1, then we would have to look at, if building 1 comes down, then how are we going to provide food service? And I just think that we have to make sure we're creative.
Yes, and I don't know which buildings are which. I just know that all of them are not in the 1960s, so there are pieces of that campus that would be able to be continued to be used. And we had some other people come and have an issue with the what was it, the Native Indian site, and so it's kind of a way, again, everybody won't leave happy, but they can be not really mad. For lack of a better, I'm working on very little sleep here. So anyway, that's my thoughts. But yes, to moving them all to Walker. It doesn't make sense for them to move anywhere else. But I would really like us to look at, is there enough space based on what Jay would like to build if we only took down those buildings that aren't really salvageable, and, tried to work around that. So maybe it's a smaller school that functions with a few buildings there. But I don't have all the details. I'm just throwing out ideas. Okay, so then for the next one, the K-8s, all those K-8s, that doesn't make sense to me. It's going to cost us a whole lot of money. No, so 4 is a yes. 4A, not 4A. Wait a minute, my computer went to sleep because I talked too long. Oh, thank you. So no to 4A. So number 5, I don't think, for a variety of reasons, but the biggest one, someone coming up to tell us that we did a K-8 and it's, we do need to perfect that before we went along. We ended up closing a few K-8s because we didn't give them the resources that they needed a few years after we opened them. So I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And I also would wonder about if you made all of them K-8s, although I know in that area, charters are a big popular thing, and K-8 is what people seem to want to do. But if we have so many of them, I just don't know how that would help enrollment. So for Glades, number 6, proposal number 6, I have another question. I have a couple of questions on that. So is there, sorry. So this is going to kind of go all over the place, and I'm sorry. Before I answer the Glades question, does H.D. Perry have room for a CTE program that we were contemplating putting at Glades? Is there space in that facility?
So my immediate answer is no. Dr. Toomer or Mr. Strauss can opine, but if we remember, we moved Hallandale Adult and Community Center, full thriving alternative high school with teen parent program, right, with all of that, and that is what is currently at the H.D. Perry site. And I do not believe, and they have CTE programs that they offer to their own students. Right. So I don't believe that there's space to now expand Sheridan Tech onto that campus with them. But I'll let Dr. Toomer or Mr. Strauss opine
And
more.
I know they have great CTE programs, kind of why I thought about pairing it together. Dr. Toomer.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Wanza. There's not space or parking.
Okay, so then my other question is to flip this. Why not make New Renaissance the CTE Sheridan Tech and leave Glades open?
So we would have to go back out to the community, because the community proposal and the input that we received from the community contemplated Glades. And then that would just be a conversation that we would have to have if we want to invert the schools. I do, with all respect to everyone, I think that we will get the same reaction from either community. I think we're going to get the same reaction from either community, but I will certainly defer to, I see Ms. Thompson has her hand up.
I think the part to recognize is also by converting Glades into K through 8, we are going to have elementary school facilities that we could turn into the technical school. We already have to put money into it. We are already offering technical classes at Broward Estates, so it is possible to do that, and then we wouldn't have to affect another middle school, because the issue is the facilities that middle schools offer.
Right, no, I know, and the reason that I asked that was that New Renaissance Middle had a lower capacity. When I was looking at it, I just wondered why we picked Glades and not New Renaissance. So that, going back to that question then, if we were to make Glades a K-8, would that, I mean, we just made Coral Cove a K-8 and they're right next to each other. So how would that affect Coral Cove?
So I don't know that it would impact Coral Cove as much as we would have to go back out to the community and decide which elementary schools.
Yeah, you would have.
We're going to offline.
You would have to offline some elementary schools in order for that to happen.
Right, which I'm thinking it doesn't, I was just thinking Coral Cove would flow into Glades Middle. They're right next to each other. To me, it doesn't make sense to have two K-8s right next to each other.
Well, and I think the other part is, remember Coral Cove's theme of study that they have focused on is performing arts.
Yes.
And now if the Glades proposal goes through, that's STEM and a different theme of study. Mr. Strauss, you could speak into the mic.
I was just trying to help you. So Coral Cove's, actually, I believe they split between Glades and New Renaissance. So one community part of it goes to Glades and the other piece goes to New Renaissance. And that's why when we went through this last year, a lot of the students were opting, or families were opting not to have their students go, 6-7 miles east to New Renaissance, nor were they even going to Glades Middle. And that's why we included Coral Cove to become a K-8, because the survey from those families there were either do this or were opting to go to charter.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. And if we did the Glades to a K-8, what would be the process for closing those? Because it's going to end, here's my concern, is that moving to a K-8, $3 million may seem minimal, but it's money, and we're in a deficit. I don't want to say yes to anything that's going to cost us money. So I have a huge concern about that. So how long would we be operating those elementaries? We'd have to go through this process
Yeah,
again.
that will take a year, because you have to do construction on the K through 2 bathrooms in order to transition it fully to a K through 8. So it will take
I would say conservatively a minimum of 1.5 years, because you got to go through the design, that whole process, and then it would be 2 years realistically before we're ready to
a full-fledged.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say, yes to making Glades the new Sheridan. So I'm going to say yes to the proposal. For number 6. For number 7, Walter C. Young into Silver Trails and Pines, I also have a issue with this. I mean, not an issue. I'll say this. I say no to 7A, the gifted and dual language program. And I'll say this now because it'll come back for the Thurgood Marshall, and I'm going to say no to Thurgood Marshall. But when you really look at the data for the gifted programs, you would look to see that 45% of all K-5 gifted students only attend 11 schools out of more than 130 elementary schools, and 61% attend just 21. One elementary school in the north has 200 gifted students. They are not going to be moving from way up in Parkland all the way to Pembroke Pines or even Fort Lauderdale. And most of the schools, of those 11 schools, they're really highly sought after and high performing schools. So that means families have little to no incentive to really going. And so I know that we did a survey, and if you look at the survey though on page 124, it says there's a strong interest, but when you look at the survey on slides 125 and 129, it really doesn't support that conclusion. The results show low interest, high uncertainty, and strong preference for remaining at certain schools. So the question says, are you interested in a gift academy not at your assigned or current school? 19% said yes, 16% said no, 29% said preferred to remain at home school, and 36% said not sure. So prefer to remain at home school is essentially the same as no. So really 45% said no, and 36% said unsure. Location and convenience is actually the top answer about what parents like about their current gifted program, and this undermines the assertion that families will opt for a school further away to obtain gifted services. So what do you like about your current gifted program? 78% location convenience. So I don't think making a gifted, centralized gifted program is going to, I don't think you're going to pull anybody from where they're at to go to those programs, which I would argue we already saw when we tried to put it in Plantation High School, where they have 10 gifted students attending at a gifted academy that has its whole building. So that made that one easy. To go back to Walter C. Young into Silver Trails and Pines, 6 through 12, I'm still wavering on that, or even, so I'm not sure yet on that, but I say yes to the B part where to put them into Silver Trails Middle School. We've gotten a lot of emails about making that easier for them. So I'll leave regular 7 alone. Number 8 is easy, that's a yes. Number 9, Bear Middle School into West Pine. I have a quick question about that, because if you look at the enrollment between Bear Middle and West Pine, combining those two schools, will West Pine be able to hold all of them? Because the capacity is 1290, and when you add those numbers together, you're pretty close to that 1290. So I have a little concern about adding them all together. I mean, they're half of what they should be, so I know something should happen, but I'm a little nervous about putting all of them into West Pines and then wanting it to grow even further, because that's just solving a problem of moving people and closing a building, but we want to grow students. So I think I'm a no to that for right now. I wasn't sure, but then proposal number 10. Oh, that one's pretty easy. The Flanagan one, that's a yes, but I do have a question on that. So students being moved to West Broward from Flanagan and to Silver Trail from Walter C. Young, will they maintain transportation until the current students have maxed out of the school? Because the concern is those that wish to remain will not have a choice without transportation. So if we change that boundary, will the people who are already going to the school there be able to continue getting transportation?
So that was my response around at the high school. We typically phase out the boundary, right? So obviously the incoming ninth graders, the answer, we typically wouldn't, but we would allow, generally that's what we do, is allow the high schoolers to phase out.
Okay, perfect. Then for 11, so I like the idea, but I have a really big concern about it costing us over $1 million to run this program in a time when we just sent out a memo saying we have no money. And I know that's more general fund kind of stuff. So I love the idea of making it like a pompano, but I have real concerns about how much it's going to cost us to do that at this time. So I guess I'm a maybe on that one. I know that's not the answer you want today, but and then number 12, as I already said, for those reasons, I'm a no to making that a gifted language. But I do have a suggestion or a thought on that. And so, what would be? I'll just say, is it possible to make Thurgood a birth to 5? So where you're adding some, and the reason I'm asking is because, we know Jack and Jill has a very long waiting list. I know it's a little bit of a different program, but this is a very walkable community. I think busing people in is not a great idea, but I think that particular area really could use that. And if you get them from birth, you keep them longer. And I know Dr. Fulton and I had a conversation about a really cool school in Orlando that did actually birth to 12. So just a suggestion I'd like to make is looking at maybe making it birth to 5.
You want me to speak?
No, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
So I didn't know if anybody was going to respond to that.
I was, no, if it was a suggestion or a question. So it's a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Is it possible?
Dr.
So, so I'm not sure about birth, right? But we definitely have had conversations around maintaining the K-5 and then adding some pre-K opportunities there with respect to as we regionalize some services, right? So, a particular one of interest is our ESC team, where we could regionalize assessment centers and put, one in the north, one in the central, and Thurgood would be the central site if this proposal doesn't go through. Thurgood would be, looked at as one of the central sites, and then really look at assessment as well as starting some additional pre-K programs. The actual grade that we would that we would start it at is something that obviously the organization would have to, take under advisement with direction from the board. I know that there may be some associated, not only facility, but more so credentialing type of requirements when you get to, birth, and what may be required to run that type of a child care center as a licensed child care provider. But we certainly are contemplating looking at those earlier ages if given this proposal doesn't go through.
Okay, great. And I would say, because Siegel's the next one, Siegel does that well. So I know we as a district already run a program that does birth through. So I don't think figuring out the licensing and all of that would be a huge problem. So I'd like us to venture into that. And the last, Siegel to Whitten, I would say absolutely yes. And then just a couple of things to clarify. All of the magnet programs, I agree with Dr. Wanza. We hate to ever have to change magnet programs, but it doesn't make sense that we're spending money busing students. So I say yes to all of the sunsetting. Although I have to say the Northeast Alternative Energy, if I was a high school student, I would be going there. So I'm glad they still have the opportunity, but that particular one, I think maybe just needs a little more marketing. I agree with the autism program, and I also really, really want to start looking into the deaf and blind school that was just mentioned here today. I think that's a great opportunity, whether we're repurposing or not. And I don't think I can say this loud enough. I don't think we should be doing any in-kind partnership for land. I think people have to be leasing it. I don't believe in selling it. Some of it maybe, but not school buildings. Dr. Osgood was very clear when we had our delegation meeting that we should not be giving our property away regardless of what else is being offered with us. I think there has to be some kind of lease amount. It could be less. It just can't be nothing. And I think that's really, really important in all of the conversations that we have moving forward. And thank you for listening to me ramble on for so long.
Chair, can I just make a point of clarification? Because just staff correct me if I'm wrong, but for proposal 5 or 6, the one that I submitted a counter proposal, we can't say no to both because there are going to be middle school students that don't have a home. There's no capacity.
You're talking about the
Glades, if you don't make Glades a K through 8,
yes.
you don't make any other schools K through 8s, you close Glades middle, where are the students going?
Yeah, so you have to, go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So, Glades' proposal is wrapped in one of 3 decisions. Well, actually 4 if we're going to contemplate the proposal that Ms. Thompson just proffered. Expanding the elementary schools to K-8s, which I believe is proposal 5. Proposal 6 is reassigning all of the students to New Renaissance. New Renaissance becomes the middle school. And then there's the proposal, so it's 3. And then it's the proposal that Ms. Thompson just proffered, where keep everything as it is, at least for the next year or 2, to give the district time to transition the Glades facility into, with restrooms and what playgrounds, whatever else is needed to accommodate the earlier grades at the school. And then go back out to the community to determine which elementary schools would be impacted by that decision. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but it was just very important that people understand
problem.
that. Thank you.
So I think Ms. Hickson said yes to Glades Middle. I think Ms. Hickson to specify yes to all in New Renaissance or exercising the K through 8 options.
So Ms. Hickson, tell me if I got you wrong. What I understood your sentiments to be was no to the option that expanded the K-8s, the elementary schools, I'm sorry, and yes to the option that would transition them to New Renaissance.
Yes, I was concerned about the K-8, and just to kind of expand on what Ms. Thompson just said. So if you're doing all this construction, if it's to pass to go to a K-8, and I'm actually okay with that too, but wouldn't you have to be doing a lot of construction? So where would all the Glades Middle School students go while you're doing all this construction?
Correct me if I'm wrong, because of the amount of seats available on that campus.
You
It's
could
still
swing
yes.
them
swing
around. Okay,
space.
I just wanted to be clear on that, so thank you.
Okay, so I want to make sure that we've captured. We have proposal 1, you were a yes. Proposal 2, you were a yes. Proposal 3, you were a yes. Proposal 4A, you were a no. So you were a yes for proposal 4. Oh, well, no, you had a counter proposal kind of.
Yeah, yes to them moving to Walker, but my counter proposal was what to do with the space created on the Walker.
Got it.
It was no to splitting them up too much.
But it was my understanding with the partnership with JA Mods that there would also still be a K-5 program at North Fork.
Right. But it would not necessarily, because the discussion I know that you had wouldn't be the boundary Walker Elementary students. It would be a school choice special program.
Okay. Okay. Proposal 5, I have you as a no. Proposal 6, I have you as a yes. Proposal 7A, I have you as a no. So that's Walter C. Young as a 3 through 8 gifted. So that was a no for you. For proposal 7, I didn't have anything for you. You're not sure, okay. Proposal 7B, I have you as a yes. Proposal 8, I have you as a yes. Proposal 9, I have you as a no. Proposal 10, I have you as a yes. Proposal 11, I have you as a maybe. Proposal 12, I have you as a no. And then Siegel to Whitten, I have you as a yes. Am I missing anything from you? Okay. Ms. Pure Grant.
I just want to go on record saying the proposal consideration for Siegel High School and Whitten Rogers was not part of the boundary committee. So we didn't get to weigh in on that. So I just want to make sure that we got that on record.
Thank you. And Dr. Wanza spoke to that at the beginning of the meeting. I guess my question is to the superintendent, do you need board direction on the Siegel and Whitten Rogers piece?
No, it's not a bound. Go ahead, Dr. Wanza, because it's not a boundary process.
Correct. It's not a boundary process, but certainly hearing from the board is, and that's why it was not a part of the work that the School Boundary Advisory Committee had to deliberate, because this isn't a neighborhood residential boundary school.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, I know that you're taking input from the board members as to where they stand. If you don't mind, at the end of this process, if you could find out if anyone, because all of us are going to speak, if anyone changed their minds for any particular proposal based upon our input. So I'd appreciate that. Also, Dr. Hepburn, are we going to continue to receive proposals regarding North Fork?
Yes, we're still receiving proposals. People, like I said, to the public, if anybody in the public's listening and want to send a proposal for any facility that we have on the agenda, they can email it to myself and Dr. Wanza.
Okay, so what is your intended deadline for accepting proposals for North Fork?
Dr. Wanza, we think a reasonable deadline.
So I think a reasonable deadline would be prior to spring break, right? Because the board will make its determination on where the students go to school, right? If they're going to be bounded to Walker or the other elementary schools, or if they stay as a school in and of themselves. But I think once the board makes its decision on January 21st or whatever the date is after today, I think that if we give the public either another month post that, then that will give enough time for formal proposals to be considered, and then whatever types of agreements have to be drawn up, come back before the board to be contemplated and officially voted on.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, through the chair, are these the first set of proposals that we've received that we're discussing openly for North Fork?
Yes, this is what we've received thus far, and Dr. Wanza can, for the record, let us know what, I think it's 3. Our
It is 3 that we've received that spoke specifically to the North Fork site. We do know that our community partners from Lighthouse spoke about any opportunity, but specifically naming North Fork, it was those 3 that we received. And I just want to keep reminding that these were unsolicited proposals, and the fact that the district has not declared the North Fork property as a surplus site.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, the 3 that you're making reference to, can you restate what those 3 are?
Dr. Wanza.
So the proposal with J.A. World considers some significant development on the North Fork facility to eventually build a education and innovation center that would provide services and opportunities and experiences primarily to students at the high school and workforce level. They have expressed today intent, if necessary, or a willingness to partner with mods, if necessary, or the United Way. The MODS proposal looks at reimagining the Norfolk School into a model museum school where we would still provide a K-5 educational experience to students and look at opportunities in that space around redefining, reimagining the entire school as a model a museum model school with a STEM focus. And then the United Way actually presented 2 proposals to the district. One is to look at either community resourcing hubs, either there or at various places across the district where there's space, but in particular as it relates to the North Fork site, looking at opportunities to construct attainable, affordable workforce housing for our public service employees.
Understand. So, Dr. Hepburn, what I have in my possession is what appears to be 4 proposals, because I have this proposal that came in last that says Sistrunk Rising, a cradle to career campus proposal. Did any of the other board members receive this?
No, I haven't received it myself.
I don't have it. And I'm not a board member, so I'm sorry you didn't ask me.
It went in my junk. So you'd have to check your junk.
Okay, so this is a 4th proposal, and Dr. Wanza, I would appreciate, because there are board members with this proposal that came in recently, as they nodded their heads, that we have not entertained today.
Okay.
So it seems to be very detailed. I think it's about probably 40, 50 pages.
Okay.
So I have this in my possession as well.
Okay, and I will gladly get a copy of it and disseminate it to the board in the same manner that I did the other proposals.
Okay, so I would caution Dr. Hepburn that we are continuing to receive proposals, and as we are continuing to receive proposals, to which we have one that we didn't discuss today that came, I guess it was in the junk mail of some board members, that we do not have any sort of decision being made as to what the intended use of North Fork will be until we exhaust these proposals. So I would caution our board members as well that we wait and on any final decision for the intended use of North Fork as we continue to receive these proposals. And if you did not receive it, I did, so maybe staff can share that with the other board members so we can discuss it at a future time. Dr.
Madam
Hepburn?
Chair, point of order.
Go ahead.
Through the General Counsel, can you explain what is the proper procedure for a proposal to be given to the district? You know, because I've never heard of that being, it goes into, you know, board members' email, ends up in junk mail, and now it becomes a proposal.
So one of the questions that I had in my mind that I wanted to investigate is the proposals that were being submitted and whether or not it was in compliance with any and all laws. So that's something to consider. I did not want to thwart any discussion with regards to ideas that the public was presenting to the board, but that is a question that I have in my mind, is with regards to whether or not there are certain processes and procedures that need to be followed. But until I'm able to read what's been submitted and understand the full scope of what is being offered, so to speak, and I say that loosely, I would like to investigate that.
Okay, Madam Chair, does the district have a formal protocol for this particular school to which proposals are being received? And Dr. Wanzer, through the superintendent, could it be possible that you were also sent this proposal but it went into your junk mail, because some board members have it in their junk mail? And if the intent was to send it directly to board members but it appears in their junk mail, or directly to staff but it appears in their junk mail, did they do anything different than how we received the prior proposals?
So if I can add to this conversation, so I think a formal process is solicited proposals, which we would go through a surplus of our property. There may be other avenues to get solicited proposals without surplusing a specific property. But I think the proposals the proposals we've been receiving are unsolicited proposals. People are emailing them, people are calling us, people are submitting them any kind of way. Unfortunately, this one I haven't received, nor Dr. Wanza, so maybe it could be in our junk mail. We'll have to search. But for unsolicited proposals, I think for the sender, they're the one bearing the risk to understand if it's received by board members or the superintendent and staff. So I know we've been getting them in every kind of way, phone calls and then emails for some, but the unsolicited proposal is an informal process that anybody can currently exercise. If I'm not correct, correct me.
Understand.
TC.
So this does not necessarily invalidate this particular proposal or any proposal that comes to
No,
us.
this is just information that people say, hey, if this property is available, we would like to do A, B, C, D as far as for use of that property.
Understand.
Yep.
So, Madam Chair, I have another question, and then I'm going to go ahead and state my position on the different proposals that we have. Madam Chair, I'd like legal counsel to answer if any member of the board is a member of the board of any of these entities submitting proposals, is there a conflict?
Ms. Jack Adams.
So the question I would have before I answer that would be to understand how are these proposals, so to speak, being received and how are we considering them? Because if we are making a decision to move forward with a person's proposal and there's going to be a decision made by the board, then yes, there may be a conflict. But I don't understand the full scope. When you say the okay, I see Mr.
Understand.
Zeman shaking his
Can
head.
I?
So I just wanted to. Okay, so is there any interest that any of the board members would have in the company?
I am just, the question I'm asking because I know Board Member Hickson mentioned in her comments that she's on the board of Museum of Discovery and Science. I don't know if any other board members are on any of the other boards. So I'm just making sure that we are open to discuss this and to make decisions if any of us is on any of the boards submitting proposals that may be considered for school use.
Okay, I would like to reverse myself because each of the board members are a part of many different committees. Mm-hmm. So as long as there is not a financial interest that you are receiving from, but I want to preface that with, I'm not understanding how these proposals are being submitted and what they contain and whether or not that there are any requirements from anything from procurement law to any other policy that we have that needs to be, I said, investigated, that I want to retract from that and say looked into to understand the full scope of what is being done.
Understand. So at this very present moment, with not understanding, with needing more information to better understand, what would be your advice to any board member or anyone commenting on these proposals who are a member of any of the boards of entities submitting these proposals?
So before I answer that, I would like to get a full understanding of the proposals. I don't want to give you an answer and then find out additional information and have to retract from that. So I really need to understand these proposals, what do they contain, what policies are involved with regards to what is being proposed within the proposal, whether or not we should be receiving it. There's a lot of questions that I have in my mind, so I didn't want to
understand. So I hope Ms. Jack Adams, you can give us some clarity in the future as we continue to discuss the proposals, because I just want to make sure the board is on the right side of the law.
Sure.
All right. So in terms of, Madam Chair, item 1, Panther Run, I support the closing. Proposal 1, Panther Run, I support the closing. And I also support splitting between Silver Palms and Chapel Trail. In terms of item 2, I support consolidating Sunshine and Fairway. In terms of Proposal 3.
So just, I think to clarify, Proposal 1 was to consolidate Sunshine into Fairway. I have you as a yes on that.
Yes.
Proposal 2 is on consolidating
yes, I
Panther
mixed
Run
it
into
up.
Chapel
Got it.
Trail.
And 3, consolidate Palm Cove into Pines Lakes and Lakeside. And for 4A and 4B, I have a couple of questions through the chair. Dr. Hepburn, as far as moving students from North Fork to Walker, or transitioning these students to 3 or 4 of the suggested surrounding schools, does your staff have any position on that, or what would be the pros and cons of either of those options?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Let me just make sure I understand. So, Dr. Holness, on Proposal 3 for Palm Cove.
No, I'm on Proposal 4.
I understand, but I didn't record whether you say yes or no on 3.
You said yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So for North Fork, what we did was we provided the data to show both. So there's some individuals who support moving the entire school as one entity into into Walker. But what we also know is there are opportunities to potentially clean up some neighborhood patterns and to remove some potential travel or hazard risks. So that is why we provided the option that allows for the neighborhood that's south of Broward to no longer have to cross Broward Boulevard, the neighborhood that is west of I-95 to no longer have to come east of I-95, and to also, and Mr. Beck, correct me if I'm wrong, potentially clean up something that occurred when we closed Lauderdale Manors Elementary School, and we did some different things in that boundary as it relates to Sunland Park, Thurgood. So this actually, the proposal, I think it's 4A, where they go to 3 or 4 schools, actually cleans up some neighborhood patterns and mitigates some of the safety concerns that the community has as it relates to those hazardous walk patterns and things of that nature. So that's why we provided both, and then we look for feedback on both.
Okay, so for the both options that you've provided, have we gotten any significant community input on the option for the multiple transition in schools?
So the community input that we got on both was to keep North Fork open and don't do either.
Okay, got it. Okay, so Dr. Wanza, based upon 4A and 4B, does your staff or Dr. Hepburn have a recommendation on either or?
So what I will say is the superintendent's recommendations are going to come after we get collective, and that's why we present both options. If the board asks us to look at feeder patterns, the board asks us to look at neighborhood integrity. So we gave you options that provide both situations.
Yep, so the one that splits the students up to multiple schools addresses them being zoned to the schools that are closest to them.
I understand. So my concern with that one, even though I understand the logistics, is that splitting the kids up in that manner, how will it impact as far as their own well-being in terms of knowing each other, their social patterns, and having kids split up to multiple different schools as opposed to all of them transitioning into one school. I'm concerned about the impact it will have collectively on their overall social and mental well-being. Any comments on that?
I would say you have continuity of moving all the kids to one school, but you also have neighborhood continuity by moving them to schools that are closest to them, because the students that are in the same neighborhood are moving together to a new zone school. So you have continuity in both, to be honest. So if you're in this side of the dais is at in one neighborhood, this side of the dais is at one neighborhood, we're all moving together to the same neighborhood school, or we're all moving to the same school together. So there's continuity in both.
Understand. So I'm going to be supportive of 4B.
Which is actually 4A. So there's proposal 4 and then 4A. So I just want to be clear.
Got it. The multiple schools, yes. So regarding the proposals for North Fork, I am not going to necessarily be supportive of any specific proposals at this time. I think we need to be open to receive more proposals and to review the ones we already have, and to continue to receive more. As far as intent of use by any entity, including JA World, United Way, Museum of Discovery and Science, and the other one that I have here. So I would prefer not to us to make any decision on any proposals that we have, because we will continue, as Dr. Hepburn mentioned, to receive more proposals. But what I'll say though, Dr. Hepburn, any proposal that we receive, which I concur with Board Member Hickson, is that I am not interested as a board member in any in-kind use of our property. I believe that we need to get a reasonable market rate for leasing of land or property. I don't think our district is in a position financially to be able to have dollar-a-year leases on anything. So I am certainly against that. That is an absolute no with any entity that decides to submit proposals. In addition to that, any entity that decides to submit proposals should include reasonable surrounding community benefit, not just on the broader scale of the district, but on the specific community being affected, that there needs to be some reasonable surrounding community benefit. There must be included community input extensively, and I don't support any entity that would want to lease our property for longer than 30 years. I, for one, believe that everything is cyclical, and just as much as we don't have students now, 30 years from now, we may have students. We don't know what migration patterns are going to be, and so on and so forth, in the next 20, 30 years. I believe 20 years ago, we had over 250,000 students. So none of us can predict what that's going to look like 20, 30 years. So I'm not interested in a long-term 99-year lease or anything of that nature. I think it should be maximum 30 years. And that would be one of the contingencies that I have for any entity seeking to utilize our property, specifically North Fork.
Dr. Hepburn, if I may, I think I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that I did receive direction from you that once the board takes action on whatever the boundary of North Fork is, that we would have a separate workshop once we have received the considerable, and then have a separate just discussion on all of the proposals.
Correct.
And so we wouldn't do that here today. We would wait. The board takes action. We would continue to receive whatever we're going to receive, and then have an open board discussion around everything that's been received, and then the board can provide direction to you at that time.
That's correct, and that also affords General Counsel the opportunity to do her research, and also Chris Akabuso will be a part of that also, to really talk about leasing land, leasing space, leasing buildings for any other proposal, to kind of clarify next steps as a district.
Understand. So to reiterate, Dr. Hepburn, we're not making decisions on any intent of use today. We're simply receiving and acknowledging receiving of those proposals.
Correct. We're talking about boundaries today.
Understand. Yep. Okay, so I'll move on. 5, I am going to support Board Member Thompson's proposal for 5 and 6 that she presented in regards, and let me see, I don't have it here, in regards to Glades Middle School into a K through 8, so I'm supportive of that. Number 7, Walter C. Young. I am also going to support Board Member Thompson regarding Walter C. Young Middle, that we maintain Walter C. Young as is for 2 years. And Flanagan, I support that to become a 6 through 12. Proposal number 8, Plantation. I do support Plantation Middle merging into Plantation High, whereby the city of Plantation utilizes Plantation Middle School into a safety academy. Number 9, Bear Middle School, and I'm going to go back to Bear, but I don't support it, and I'll explain why. And number 10 is a yes. Number 11 is a yes. And number 12, I am going to get a little bit more input from Dr. Hepburn and his staff before I comment on number 12. And number 13 is a yes regarding Wooden Rogers and Seagull. So I just wanted to make some comments on beer. I did spend a good portion after coming back from a 1-week FSBA conference, a good portion of Friday being on the phone with the principal from Bear Middle, with staff, leadership staff, with central office, to get a better understanding as to what's happening at Bear. And so I was able to gather enough information to make a decision that I don't think that it would be beneficial to us to close Bear Middle School at this time. I also spent some time on the phone with the city manager for Sunrise, who submitted a letter to us of intended possibly use of part of Bear Middle School. Dr. Hepburn, I did have a conversation with the possibility of Bear and Horizon, sort of Horizon being a feeder pattern for a Montessori option into Bear that would possibly increase enrollment, along with some other discussions. So can you or your staff comment on that and expound on whether or not that would be a possibility and if that would increase enrollment of Bear Middle School?
So not just for Bear, but I just want to make this clear for the board. So we probably have about 280,000 students, school-age kids that are in schools in Broward County, period. I'm not talking about Broward County public schools. I'm talking about Broward County, period. We have about 188 in Broward County public schools, and the rest is split between charter and split between private. There is a finite number of kids, and if you're looking at the enrollment projection memo, we're going to lose about 25,000 students over the next 5 years. And that's just without any other variables impacting us, such as federal legislation and things like that, that did this year and going to affect us, impact us for the following year. When we create programs at a school, we're going to transfer the problem to another school. So I just want to be very honest in that we have a finite group of kids. So if we put a program in, and that program could be awesome, it draws kids from other schools, but now we're dealing with a situation at the other school. So I just want to put that out there, that the county itself is not growing in population of students. And so we're kind of cannibalizing other schools when we don't address what we need to in the school with the lower population. So we could put programs in there. It may increase the population of that school, but I'll be in front of you discussing a declining enrollment issue in another school. And then you have to look at the number of seats available. Like for Bear Middle School, let me back up because I don't have my readers on. So we have about 500, correct me if I'm wrong, 548 seats available. So we could put a program in there. It may draw in a couple of hundred kids, but we still will have an issue. And now we're having an issue at another school. So I just want to just be very honest about just the impact of Broward County itself, the number of students here, the trajectory of the number of kids in the county, the birth rate, the other variables of concern that are causing families to pick up and leave our area. And so that's where I stand on that.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn. I'm a little bit more optimistic than you are, however, on Bear. And because, for one, I'll say again, the City of Sunrise, with a letter that we got from them, said we have identified the existing woodshop area as an opportunity for city consideration. This area has a separate entrance and parking area that can be accessed without disruption to students or school operation, and this is approximately 6,000 square feet within Bear Middle School. So that's the City of Sunrise intending to possibly utilize part of the school. In addition to that, I did the conversations that I've had with the principal of Bear and some others, is that they're optimistic that it could possibly result in a great feeder pattern for Horizon and Bear that could potentially increase the population. Board Member Hickson mentioned as well, which is a concern, that if we take the students from Bear, move them over to West Pine, then West Pine becomes almost full to capacity, which leaves little room for growth. So I think for all these reasons, I would much rather that we delay on Bear, see how it pans out for 2 or 3 years, possibly try the option for the Montessori feeder pattern from Horizon. I believe Mr. Smith from Horizon seems to be optimistic possibly about that option as well, based upon my discussion. So I would advise staff and superintendent if we could exercise or at least entertain those options and see where it leads us. And if it does lead in a positive direction, great. If it does not, then we can come back to the table and make a decision on Bear. So that's where I stand with Bear, is that we look at those options and then come back to the table at a later time.
And if I may, Dr. Holness, Mr. Beck, for that specific building, can you let us know, and you may not have the numbers in front of you now, but eventually let us know how many seats does that take off for that school?
So you're talking about the wood shop building, which is I think it's we'll look, because it's the same footprint as Olson and it's similar to the I think it's building 3, but we'll look to make sure it matches the same and what the student station capacity is.
Right, and Dr. Hepburn, I'd also like to mention that we seem to have a great principal over there at Bear Middle School. This is his first year at Bear, but certainly not his first year in the district, that has immense experience and knowledge of bringing forth great options to schools, that I believe, given him the opportunity, we may see a difference at Bear Middle School. And I'd like just to see that happen over 2 or 3 years to see if we can have some positive results. So I'd love to ask the board to delay on Bear, and let's see if these options will work for Bear. And if they don't work, then we can revisit that later on. So I'm going to then go on to 12, which is Thurgood Marshall. And Dr. Hepburn, there's been concern that a gifted program at Thurgood Marshall may not work. Can you tell us your feedback on it? Because I don't want us to move forward with an option that may then not be the best option. And then I have some questions on the disparity in terms of, which is alarming, in terms of gifted students across Broward County schools.
Yeah, so this is based on the survey data. As Ms. Hickson talked about earlier, we're the concentration of students who are attending gifted students, and the expectations that most of them won't leave their specific schools. And in the survey, many of them said they are more comfortable in their home school versus going to a gifted school. And so the team and I, we spoke about this, I want to say right before the break, after the survey data came out. And so we're introducing different strategies where ESC will have a home there, one of the 3 regional sites that they will occupy. So they can do more assessments and things like that, and offer better services to the central community in that area. If there is a possibility of a gifted or dual language, it's going to be small. So we're talking about more of offering better services there, focusing on pre-K and above services at Thurgood Marshall, versus an option where, after we reviewed the survey data, after it came in, that many of those families may not take advantage of that.
Okay, so is it possible that for Thurgood Marshall, as small as it may be, that we may start off with a sort of a smaller version of what we intended in terms of the gifted program?
Yes, it'll be a smaller version, but we'll again survey parents just to make sure before we take that leap, because those leaps do cost some money, right? So we want to make sure we're implementing the best strategy possible. But we've already identified staff, which is mainly ESC, to go out there and serve and provide services to students and also community, and also looking at our pre-K footprint at that school too, to see if that can expand as well.
Okay, so I would support a smaller version of the gifted option, the gifted program. And I also want to find out if you could reiterate the gifted option that we came up with. How did we come up with that decision? how much of community input was there to sort of support that decision?
This came out of community conversations and such, but the survey data does not support it. Right? It's one thing when people tell us certain things about certain desires and who they represent and the number of people that they represent, but when we actually collected real data from surveys, the survey data supported that students particularly wanted to remain in their home schools or in a school close to the vicinity of their home versus going to a regionalized program when they may have to get on a bus and be transported or transported in car.
Okay, and Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I do know that Ms. Narni Grant had commented on committee's input. If she could elaborate on the Thurgood Marshall, that would be great.
They wanted it unanimously. That is what they want, and they said that's what the community wanted. And so based on that, the committee voted unanimously to agree to that.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, let me just ask a few questions. Thurgood Marshall is primarily, the student population is primarily African American students. Black students accounts for, it appears, just 17% of elementary gifted students and 15% of middle school gifted students, even though they make up 41% of the population. How can the district work diligently to increase, or are we identifying in an equitable manner gifted students across the district, or is there a way that we can ensure that we're doing so that, because the percentage of African American students in the gifted program is significantly lower than all other groups? And so what are we doing to make sure that no student is left behind because of our procedures in terms of identifying? And I may say Hispanic students as well represents 32% of elementary and 34% of middle schools in the gifted program. While this is a huge disparity when you look at our white students, who represent about 65%. So what are we doing to close this sort of disparity, this kind of gap that seems to be existing across ethnic groups?
That's a great question, Dr. Holdens, and that's also a concern for us that we've discussed to try and enhance strategies to address that. And I'll have Ms. Hollingsworth go over the current strategies of how we're identifying gifted students throughout the district.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer, and I'll begin, and then I'm going to send it over to Ms. Egan, who's our ESC Executive Director. We are currently, Dr. Holness, using our PM3 data. So we were doing the COGAP before, and to make a cost savings, because that was an unfunded assessment. We ended up using that, and we worked with Mr. Baum's department to look at the research to make sure that we were aligning how students were performing for all different groups, to make sure that we were not going to under-identify anybody, but make sure that, and also not over-assess students. So we are currently using that data for all of our second graders, so that they've already taken the assessment for PM3, so that we then use that as the air quote screening for identifying that. We also have the Plan B option, which we did work again with Mr. Baum's department to make sure that we were not, discriminating, or making sure that we're making the bar in alignment with how students were performing, and then looking at other options with that. When we do the Plan B eligibility, is looking to see other areas that, whether they're free and reduced lunch or have had some traumatic incidents or events, that we would be able to make sure we weren't excluding them from being screened. I'll let Diane come up in a second, but we also have had the gifted department go out to schools, especially those that have underrepresented groups, to make sure that we're working with the schools and the families to get those papers back, because sometimes they meet the eligibility for screening, but then making sure the parents understand they have to sign that eligibility and the consent to get assessed, just to kind of break down that barrier so that we can continue to increase those students' opportunities for the full assessment and evaluation to determine eligibility. Ms. Egan?
Diane Egan, is that on? Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESC. I just want to mention also another strategy that we use is our school psychologists do extensive training with our coordinators do extensive training with the school psychologists, specifically addressing disproportionality, because we are always cognizant of that, not only for gifted, but for all students who also have disabilities that they may be evaluating. So that is very important to us, and we always meet criteria for that for the state indicator. that speaks to disproportionality in general. And then I'm going to turn it over to Zuzel Rodriguez, who's our coordinator of Gifted, and talk about the work that they've done to address this specifically.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, I'm not sure what time it is. Zuzel Rodriguez, Curriculum Supervisor for Gifted in the ESC department. Besides universal screening changing, we have done a couple of other changes to what we call our Gifted Plan B, which doesn't look at ethnicity, but it does look at our low SES and our ELL students. So we did adjust what those eligibility requirements are, and we have identified more students that way. Last year, we actually identified more students than ever with our new screening with the PM3. We looked at and evaluated over 1,200 students compared to between 500 and 700 that we used to do for the COGAT. So we did see a jump in we identified over 2,000 students just with the change from the COGAT to the PM3. Our department has also pushed into specifically District 5 schools where we have gone and done hundreds of screenings and assessments and looked at and try to take away the workload from the school, and we've taken that on as far as consents, completing the screenings for them, and following up with the evaluations. But there is a minimum IQ requirement, and it's difficult sometimes, and as much as IQ is not supposed to be dependent on anything that parents have taught you or schools have taught you, those IQ tests do still have certain biases, and some of our students in those schools have a difficult time getting to those IQ thresholds. And we're also working with the parents of the schools and the schools. We have sent them all presentations that they can share at parent nights. We offer to go out and speak to parents during parent nights. So anything else that we can do to the schools to help identify them, we're happy to do.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I'll wrap up my comments, but I'll say this. We have, when you look at the gifted program, almost 60% of our gifted students are concentrated in about 5 schools. This is concerning because I think we do need to have a better distribution of gifted students across, and looking at 17% of African American students in the gifted program and 35% Hispanics compared to our white students, which is 65%. And then a lot of these 5 schools that I mentioned, they're also in higher income communities. So there is an income disparity in how we identify gifted students. And we have to do better as a district, so where the numbers look more favorable and look more even as far as the playing field. So Dr. Hepburn, if more efforts could be, and I hate to bring the conversation diverting a little bit, but we're talking about a gifted at Thurgood Marshall, and that's why I'm concerned, because Thurgood Marshall is primarily an African-American populated school, to which we only have 17% of the students in Broward County who are African-American in the gifted program. So there is a concern, and I'm just hoping that there can be more intentional, forceful approach to identify students, especially in lower income households, which affects everyone, including whites, Hispanics, and blacks, that those kids are not left behind, and those kids are properly identified to reflect their true potential. So I'm going to, okay.
No, I was going to say, no, fully understood. We've brought equity to the process, as what the team has described as actually concentrating on low socioeconomic status students, but it's always a constant conversation for us of how we can enhance our strategies to identify more kids. So I know some parents utilize outside resources to go to their own psychologists. As a former principal and principal supervisor, I've seen those sheets with the with the name that hasn't been changed. So there's a cookie cutter process for outside of the schools, and so those are the things we're trying to contend with in bringing equity to the process to really identify our students who are underrepresented in that subgroup. So, but definitely point taken, and it's an iterative process for us to continue to identify better strategies to identify our gifted and talented students.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So, Madam Chair, I will support a smaller version of the gifted program at Thurgood Marshall, and hopefully, as we continue a more intentional approach to increase minority, enrollment in the gifted program, we can see increases in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, were a yes on Proposal 1, a yes on Proposal 2, a yes on Proposal 3, a yes on Proposal 4A, doing Northwork into the several different schools, a no on Proposal 5, a no on Proposal 6, a no on Proposal 7, a no on Proposal 7A and 7B because you were a yes on Ms. Thompson's proposals, a yes on Proposal 8, a no on Proposal 9, a yes on Proposal 10, a yes on Proposal 11, yes on Proposal 12.
A smaller version of the...
A smaller version, yeah. And you emphasized needing to field all proposals for North Fork.
Correct, yes.
And you supported both Ms. Thompson's proposals for Walter C. Young and for converting Glades into K-8.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Zeman, Ms. Jack Adams, then Dr. Zeman.
So through the chair, just initially, there is a Florida statute that that governs these types of public-private partnerships, and they do have requirements within that particular statute, and we may have some policies that have additional criteria as well. But that particular statute, 255.065, that statute defines what a public-private partnership is. It speaks to procurement. It also speaks to project approval requirements, project qualifications, process, interim agreements, comprehensive agreements, fees, financing, powers and duties. It's pretty comprehensive that there is certain requirements that are involved. It could be that some of the proposals that have been submitted do not meet the qualifications. So I do suggest that there be a comprehensive process for receiving, vetting, et cetera.
And also to speak to Dr. Holness's concern around those of us who sit on boards who are proposing things. This is not just Ms. Hickson. We have a board appointee to United Way, so we can expect some guidance from legal on that in the future.
Yes, and I do want to reiterate, just to be clear, because of what I said before, that we do have board members that are on, different boards. We had a meeting with regards to that. So it's not that you're on a board, but if you're on a board and you're receiving some sort of monetary gain from that entity, that's where the conflict is
Thank
created.
you. Dr. Zeman?
I'm ready for the monetary gain part of the thing. So far, I haven't volunteered for any of those. And I want to be clear about the P3 with our general counsel. There are things, Ms. Paul just brought us a P3 for housing in Pompano. I don't think as a government entity we're opposed to anybody in the community sending us a good idea. And they could say, as the superintendent has requested, he would like to receive those, and Dr. Wanza received them as well. We get them sometimes. I'd prefer they send them to the superintendent, Dr. Wanza, but sometimes we get them, and I tend to forward them. P3 is a very, very formal, usually relatively large dollar item involving land and shared use and things like that. And you could do both an unsolicited P3 and a solicited P3, and I think you're talking about unsolicited P3. But to my knowledge, Chair, we don't discourage anybody from sending us ideas, and so far we've been suggested to send those to Dr. Hepburn and to Dr. Wanz. Is that fair?
And through the chair, just to clarify, the proposals can be unsolicited, so you're absolutely correct. They can be unsolicited. But in terms of approving it, there's a criteria for approving it. There's a criteria for what the project can be. So I want to be clear that it's not that it cannot be unsolicited. It can be unsolicited. It can be solicited. But there just needs to be a process whereby you receive it, vet it, approve it, agreements that stem from it, et cetera.
I appreciate that, Chair. I just feel like 98% of the ideas we heard today were not P3 ideas. They were just, I'm a parent, I'm an advocate for these students, I'm an advisor on a committee, I just have some ideas about what we might do at a school. Those don't fall in that P3 statute you're talking about. Is that fair?
So it depends. I don't know what those proposals are, what they entail.
Terrific. Maybe, Chair, if we can just get formal clarification on that later, I'd really appreciate that. Also, Chair, just in terms of a housekeeping matter, we have time reserved tomorrow for a workshop. We had scheduled this workshop till 2 o'clock today. Could you give us an idea of how you plan to spend time If we're going to exceed the time today, I personally have to make some adjustments. We have time reserved tomorrow. It seems like repurposing is a much higher priority than the things we're doing tomorrow, but I'm just curious, how are we going to handle time between today and tomorrow on dealing with repurposing?
I mean, we have a scheduled attorney-client session at 2 o'clock. Do we have cadre attorneys coming for that?
No, but we do have a court reporter.
Okay. So we will probably have to recess the workshop, go to attorney-client session, and then we'll come back to this workshop to complete the business of redefining.
Thank you. Chair, I was going to ask about ideas related to repurposing, but I think we got clear guidance from the superintendent to send it to him and Dr. Wanza. I'm also curious, though, about something that I'm a little bit more concerned about right now, and I'll tell you why in a minute. If there are people out there who have ideas about how we can save money, Chair, could those ideas also be sent to the superintendent?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, my inbox is not full yet. Send all ideas.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Hepburn, while you've got the microphone, when you put together this list, are these 9 schools, actually it started out as 10, these 10 schools, was that your recommendation to the school board on closing schools or repurposing schools for this year?
So I haven't made any formal recommendations. These are at the pace of the meetings and gathering feedback from the board, I want to say in the August or October meeting, one of those meetings, and this is what we brought back based on going back out to the community, having conversations, and bringing these back.
Terrific. So where we are right now in the process is the school board is giving direction to you and to the staff about continuing to think about these and other ideas, and then in January, will you bring back your recommendation for what we do?
Yes, and I will actually be sending a memo this week on Friday of my formal recommendations that I expect to present to the board in January for a vote.
I appreciate that. Now, the direction of this board, though, will put a limit on what you can recommend, I think, because if I'm right on the process, we're going to recommend this number of schools to continue go through the process, through the rulemaking process, and then you're going to be limited within that number in January to make a recommendation to us. Is that right?
Correct. It will influence some decision making.
Unless I'm wrong in the process, you cannot make recommendations outside of the schools that we have asked you to go forward with rulemaking. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want the board to understand that. If we say 9 at the end of today or whatever some number X, that's the limit that the superintendent can bring back to us on an upper side for repurposings for next year. Last question, Mr. Superintendent. You just gave us a memo that said we're $94 million in the hole. Are we $94 million in the hole for this year?
That is correct. With the decline in enrollment from the beginning of the school year, our current survey window this fall, where we're continuing to clean up that data before we send it to the state, that's an additional 3,600 students approximately. That puts us about $94 million in a shortfall.
Terrific. And to use one metric that this board has used frequently, it takes roughly $15 million to give all educators a 1% raise. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this number for the audience and for anybody else listening is equal to a 6% raise for educators across all 30,000 employees of Broward County. It's a big number. We haven't given a 6% across the board raise in Broward County in my lifetime. And so $94 million is a lot of money. You don't do things like a hard hiring freeze, canceling travel across the board, and the other things outlined in this memo. Mr. Superintendent, I want to make this very, very clear to the community. If a teaching position after today becomes vacant in one of our schools, does this hard hiring freeze apply to that position?
Yes, that applies to every position across the district. Okay. School leaders and department leads have to exercise additional strategies before they come to us and ask for a position.
Now we're in the conversation I want to have. If we aren't replacing teachers in schools, why are we talking about anything that increased costs? We're $94 million already in the hole, and we don't have our third calc out. We don't have our estimate for the decline in enrollment for next year. In my 3 years on the board, we've closed one school. And we didn't close it. We repurposed it. It became an early learning center. I'm familiar with that. And before us, we have some number of schools that came through the process. But there's been a lot of discussion about how we can spend more money. instead of how we can spend less money. On this issue, I have not changed my mind in 3 years. We cannot continue to spend money on buildings that we could spend on the students we have or the students we want to win back. To Dr. Holness's point, a principle about leasing space for money rather than for $1 a year, absolutely. We should do that as a board and make it hard and fast. We also should sell land we're not using. We have parcels of land in Broward County that we're never going to use for a building or a school, but we retain that property instead of selling it at a time that we're in fiscal crisis. We're in fiscal urgency right now. I went to a conference last week, and the Commissioner of Education said he was going to work with the legislature and he could close our schools. Okay, game on. But game on means we have to make decisions that are different than we've made in the past. And what I've heard about today, frankly, doesn't cut it. We're still talking about saving programs and saving things we love and taking care of things. You know what's going to take care of this community? When we have a smaller number of schools that deliver great education and everyone that goes to those schools is fully engaged in what we're doing. It's a significant cut to the number of facilities we have because that's what builds the best education system for Broward County. And Broward County wants a great education system. In my mind, we have to deliver that. Mr. Superintendent, I understand from your memo that there's a 3,600 student decline this year in students from the beginning of the year to now. Is that in addition to the 9,400 from day one last year to day one this year for a total of 13,000 students?
Yes, so in a nutshell, we're down about 90, we're down about, if you include the students of right now, we're down about 10,000. From day one of last year, from day to day one of this year, we did have over 9,000 student difference. But right now, just to clarify, 10,000 plus students down from the start of the school year up to this point.
Terrific, I understand. On top of that, though, there's going to be a long-term trend of just fewer kids in general. I mean, the demographics of number of total kids in Broward County with the price of housing here getting even more expensive, we don't think that's necessarily going to get better. So there's another 1,500 to 200 we probably expect at the beginning of next year. Is that a reasonable estimate?
We expect more.
Okay. So let me just do a little math for the community. If that put all together is 15,000 instead of 10, and we have 600 kids in an elementary school, that's an additional reduction of 25 schools. On top of the number last year, we said we could close within adjacent capacity of 30 or so schools. And today we're talking about 9 or 10. I think it's time that we get bold and that we have courage to do the right thing. And the right thing is to rip the Band-Aid off and figure out what schools are not part of the future of Broward County Public Schools, not just today, but incorporating enrollment projections going forward. We can add capacity back. If, in fact, Dr. Holness is correct, and 30 years from now we have, maybe our kids will prove us wrong and have more kids. But the long-term trend, going back centuries, is a declining trend, so it would be really remarkable if we did. But we have a lot of land. Even if we went from 239 campuses to 200 campuses, we still have lots of land to add buildings and add capacity and win back that. But the real challenge is if you wanted to build a great education system with if you don't mind, Mr. Superintendent, how many students do we have in school right now in Broward County Schools today?
Today we have approximately, hold on just a second, just have that. 187,000.
187,000. We used to have 250, is that correct?
In district-operated schools.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep, thank you. I should have been more clear.
In 2021, we had 207,000 district-operated.
You said 207?
Yes.
So we're down 25 since 2000. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
21.
year. Thank you so much. So in the last 4 years, we've gone down 25,000. And in 1 year, in essence, to your number, 10,000. I think the real question before us is what's the right size footprint, physical footprint, to handle right now 187,000, but over any reasonable estimate is going to be a declining number going forward. So all of my recommendations today are going to be about reductions in costs They're going to kind of deal with the reality that bigger schools that are closer to capacity offer better education. That at the end of the day, I believe as a business owner that if you really want to win back students, deliver great education. You can market yourself all day long, but parents are seeking out information all the time. They want to find the information because they want to make a really, really great and informed decision about what they're doing with their children. So in my view, we ought to be doing everything we can to maximize the quality of education. I'm going to give you some votes, Chair, if you don't mind, as you requested in the numbers. I'm good on 1, 2, 3, 4 to Walker, 5 in Ms. Thompson's proposal, but I would ask Ms. Thompson if she would consider a slight modification. I can't replace teachers that I'm losing right now. It's not me, the superintendent. Cannot we, collectively, right? Not a fair use of a pronoun. Broward County Public Schools cannot replace a teacher that retires today. And under that kind of fiscal urgency, under the threat that we got from the Commissioner of Education last week, are you willing to accelerate your identification of elementary school to this year so we can close one elementary school in 26, 27 in order to keep open Glades Middle, a far greater facility?
I mean, if we can, then yes.
Terrific. If you are willing to do that, then I'm 1,000%. The facility you're seeking to retain is significantly better, but we have to get to a smaller footprint if we're to fulfill our obligation to the community. And so I'm in favor of your slightly modified thing if you'd be willing to do that. And I think we can identify a school. We've done a lot of work on other elementary schools in the area. Walter C. Young, I believe that as a cost-saving measure, we have to close it. I would recommend, by the way, again to Ms. Thompson, if the mayor of Pembroke Pines wants a senior center, there's a lot of space at Walter C. Young. And so I don't need him, and I love him very much. A wonderful, wonderful leader, always responsive to requests and the like. But I don't think he needs to build a senior center on another facility that we're considering on closing. Yes, on Plantation Middle School, but I've heard something different from the community than maybe Dr. Wanza learned. I've heard very, very clearly from the Plantation Committee that they want more than just public service. They want everyone that goes to Plantation High School to either be accepted to a university, be fully qualified to take a job immediately, or fully qualified to enter the military or other form of national service. It's an all-y'all approach where every graduating student is worked with for 4 years to make sure that they can qualify for one of those things. And all I'd ask is that we test that with the community and see if that's something that they want more than just public service. The problem I have is parents are not dying for their kids to go to work for the government. I did it, and my parents were devastated. After so much of investment, you're going to go to work for the government? Come on. And so I would just be careful about putting all our eggs in one basket when we could open that up to military service and to university enrollment. I believe all three options are better than just one. I'm good with 9, Bear Middle School, good with 10, 11. I think Thurgood Marshall as a birth to age 5 is a brilliant idea. I forgot which of my colleagues came up with that, Chair.
Ms. Hickson.
Ms. Hickson, another brilliant idea. The reason I love that is that community is dying for daycare. They can't get enough of it. And so they're doing things they don't want to do with their children as instead, and by the way, it doesn't cost us any money. So when we run preschool, it's a full expense paid preschool. We have space at Thurgood Marshall. It's a beautiful idea, significantly better than K-8. Siegel, great idea. To Dr. Holness's principle, maybe we'll call this the Holness principle. I hope, Chair, sometime we can vote on all of our land is leased at market rate, and if it's sold, like the land that I've talked about, we're never used, that it's also sold to the highest bidder. So I'd like to see if we can push that to the next step in the process. I also want to push to the next step in the process, and it may be a BB item, I don't know. I want to sell every piece of land we have that we're not planning on using within 6 months. Giddy up, let's go. We need the money. I don't know why we hold on to land that we don't need. Also, in a view that I have, and I don't know how this is going, Mr. Superintendent, do you have a short list of 5 more schools that you'd like to close, or you would close or repurpose next?
So what I do have, because I've asked Beacon to be prepared with any redefining decks from the past, that we've gone over passed since July 1. So we do have I can have them pull up the first deck, which gives the elementary and middle school zones that we discussed at the first workshop. I think it was July 29th. So you have a couple of, we wouldn't call them zone, I forget what we call them, groups. We have several groups that we did not address with this based on the feedback from the board during the frequency of these meetings. But I did write down a couple of groups that are up there. I know that's too small.
Could I rephrase my question?
Yes.
If this board directed you to bring the next 5, could you do that?
Yes.
Terrific. So, Chair, I'd like you, with your permission, to see if we have consensus on 2 items. One is I want to bring back Forest Glen Middle School to the list of schools. We already started the rulemaking on that. I would like to start it again. And I would like to see if the board would like to direct the superintendent to bring 5 more schools for repurposing to this board as soon as possible. Again, the context of that is just in 2 years, we've lost 25 schools worth of students. Last year, we had 30 schools we could have closed with adjacent capacity. And, if you have 55 schools, you're eventually going to close one way or the other. My view is 15 would be better than 10. So just 2 items. One, bringing Forest Glen back to the mix. And then second, to direct the superintendent to bring back 5 more schools for repurposing as soon as possible, recognizing that the rulemaking for that's going to push the decision off until February or March.
Got it.
Thank you, ma'am. And it's powered by AI. Mr. Superintendent, it's not appropriate for me to do that, but whoever came up with that idea to have innovation zones for AI, you want to talk about a moneymaker for Broward County schools? The parents want that in big numbers. They want their kids to go to a school to prepare him for the future with AI. Not to be afraid of it. I mean, it's got some fearful things. That's fine. But they want them to be prepared for the world that they're going to enter in, which will be an AI-enabled world. So I love that idea. And, Chair, I don't know if we have to get votes on that. It was kind of buried in a footnote, but I love it.
Got it.
That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Got it. So just to reiterate, for proposal 1, I view as yes. 2, yes. 3, yes. 4, yes. 4A, no. 5 and Proposal 5, you supported Ms. Thompson's amended. Yeah. Please make sure to silence your phones.
Everybody, come on, guys, relax.
We love some Christmas spirit. 7. You supported Ms. Thompson. Well, I actually didn't get you on 7A or 7B.
I'm sorry, 7.
The Walter C. Young.
Absolutely.
Which there was, 7, 7A, and 7B.
I'm sorry.
So we have Walter C. Young.
7B, Chair. There was a small change in the boundary I think Ms. Thompson had recommended.
Got it.
I love deferring, by the way, to the district rep about little boundary things. So thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Proposal 8, I have you as a yes. Proposal 9, yes. Proposal 10, yes. Proposal 11, yes. Proposal 12, no. Proposal 13, yeah, or 13, I named it 13. Siegel into Wood and Rogers, yes. And then I have you, again, supporting Ms. Thompson's recommendation, accelerated converting Glades into a K-8. And then I also captured your suggestion about selling land to the highest bidder, leasing land at a market rate, which also Dr. Holness suggested. You would like to bring Forest Glen back to the table, and you would like to direct the superintendent to bring back 5 more schools for repurposing, with the understanding that that would then alter our timeline.
Almost two changes, please. The second set of schools, which was probably Forest Glen plus 5, if the board concurs with the idea, would be on a separate timeline. We could keep the January timeline for the first ones. I feel these are all independent decisions. The second is on Thurgood. I'm actually in favor of Thurgood, not to being a 3-8 gifted, but to be birth through 5.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
Ms. Hickson's point.
I just wanted to clarify with Dr. Zeman, your Walter C. Young. So there were 2 separate things for Walter C. Young. One is the boundary change, but then the other one was the school itself. I don't know.
Fair point. I'm good on the boundary change, but there was a slight modification of it based on Ms. Thompson's idea.
Which was?
Close Walter C. Young, but there's a slight tweak in the boundary.
To close. Okay. No to close Walter C. Young.
Close it. Everything I'm in favor of saves money.
That's why I'm confused, because Ms. Thompson had, I think you were a yes to her K-8 at Glades, but you're saying close Walter C. Young.
I'm sorry, yes, but I think for Walter C. Young, Ms. Thompson had also asked for a boundary modification.
That was 7B. There's two parts to 7. That's why I just wanted to.
7 has 3 parts.
Mm-hmm.
7.
Well, the first 2 are about closing in and what would
Yes.
happen to the student. Then the last one is about moving that little sliver of students. So you're,
For closing, changing the sliver.
and
Yeah, 7A, and yes, 7B.
so, and then sending all the students to New Renaissance, that was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
Thank you.
Trying to clarify.
Ms. Chuck Adams.
No, so it's not New Renaissance for 7. It's Pines or Silver Trail. Yes.
Ms. Chuck Adams.
So according to policy 8010, there are 2 parts of it. One has to do with the closure of schools. The second has to do with attendance zone boundaries and school usage. So to the extent that the additional 5 schools that you want the superintendent to bring back affects the boundaries and the schools that are already on the list, that's something to consider. Of course, I don't know any facts and circumstances, but I wanted to bring that up because the way the policy is created, one is intended to affect the other.
All right, Ms. Alduff.
Thank you. So first I want to talk about the Florida Statute 255.065. So it talks about procurement procedures, project approval requirements, and project qualification and project process. What are we doing? This isn't our first rodeo. So are we following this statute? Because when questions come up, they need to have clear and concise answers.
Through the chair. Yes, we do need to comply with the Florida statute as well as any policies that we have that are related to this. So I need to understand the proposals that have been submitted. Like I said a little earlier, they can be solicited, unsolicited. I'm not sure what process the school district is following, but I would like to find that out and ensure that it is in compliance with that statute as well as any policies that we have.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, I would ask the board to ask you to come back to us, to the board, with a memo in guidance with legal about how we are following this statute to the T. What is the process, and when these questions come in, that it's going through the proper procurement process?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I'm noting it right now, Ms. Alduff, so we can get together with team and legal to map out a specific memo.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll continue to add whatever we receive and what we have received to the memo, so the board has it.
Thank you. And in regards to bringing back Forest Glen Middle School or any other school at this point in the time, I think it is completely disingenuous to an entire community that we have gone through this process and now you want to not follow policy and just bring back something to the table. We've gone through these community meetings. I don't understand what the focus is. I get we need to save money, and there's a process to do that. But you lose public trust when you just make these decisions off of your hip.
Board Member Alida.
Yep, I'm going. So my first question, comment in all of this process, one of the things I think that we are leaving out is engaging our student voice and the impact that these changes are going to make on our students. So if we're not doing it, we need to do it. You know, I'd love for Landon to weigh in. So my question is, how are we engaging student voice?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll let Landon weigh in first, and then I can provide some additional information.
I was hoping you'd go the other way, Dr.
No,
Hepburn.
go ahead, Mr. President. I'm finally calling Mr. President. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Landon Spellberg, Student Advisor at the School Board. I agree with you, Ms. Aladef. We've heard a lot of feedback from students surrounding programs, ideas, becoming more engaged in schools. From my knowledge, and I don't want to speak for the regional superintendents and Dr. Fulton and Dr. Wanza, but I don't believe there's been any specific feedback collected from the students at impacted schools, beside from participating in, town halls or something like that. That's not something that we've done yet. It's something we can do. The only school I think that would apply to that we are slated to get input from, there's a Speak Up, Speak Out that happens to be scheduled at Siegel before the decision's made. But I can't, speak to any feedback we have collected from impacted students.
Yeah, and then for the most part, from the majority of the schools are elementary schools. So for that age group, it's usually parents who've been pretty engaged in the process, versus the only secondary group of students would be Siegel and what's the middle school?
Hallandale.
Well, we're not closing Hallandale.
No, but Bear.
Bear and Glades.
If I may, Dr. Hepburn, one of the things, and some people didn't see this as favorable, but any child who was at a community meeting, we gave the students the opportunity to speak, and they spoke first. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
I would also like to say you guys have gotten emails from both
Yes.
Walter C. Young students and Glade students compiled either by teachers, sent in personally. So we have definitely gotten student feedback, also on social media as well. It just wasn't maybe a formal process through the student advisor office, but it definitely has been sent to the board.
Okay, so I would just like to see there to be, I know the cadence of this, we're meeting this week, and then the superintendent's going to bring back his recommendations, and then the board is going to vote, but there needs to be some stronger conversations with our students, even the elementary students, to help them with whatever transitions that are going to occur. And then also, Dr. Hepburn, in your recommendations, what you're going to bring back on Friday, is there going to be a later conversation in what happens to the schools that are not going to be a school anymore?
Yes, so that'll be after the vote, like we did last year. We came back, we talked about the transition. The board gave us additional feedback, i.e., Broward Estates, it was concierge service, right? Those are some of the terms I remember. And so we'll bring it back for any considerations about the strategies we present as far as transitioning kids to for consolidation, and any feedback from the board that we need to consider based on feedback from your constituents.
Okay, and then do you foresee in these, in this whole process, will there be a reduction in staff?
Yes, not just for the redefining process, just for our budget process. And yes, there's going to be a reduction in staff. It's not about redefining, it's about just overall budget strategy of downsizing our staff.
And do you have an idea of what that number looks like?
The goal right now is reducing by 1,000 employees or more, but the minimum is 1,000. Wow. We're way over as we continue to lose students. It hasn't been addressed in over a decade, and it can't be addressed incrementally because we're not losing students incrementally. We're losing students by the tune of 5,000-10,000 a pop moving forward. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then in these changes, we're looking to implement for the 26-27 school year.
Correct.
Okay.
Also, if I may, I forgot to mention something too, Ms. Aldeff. So one of the things is this is not unique to Broward County Public Schools. I already talked to some of my colleagues around the country that are closing schools and have closed schools to talk about the lessons learned. And when you have a large scale transition, last year we only had one. This year we're going to have quite a few. And, we have school districts across the country that they're going through this year after year, and some are in their third or fourth year closing 10 plus schools a year. So I've been talking to those superintendents just to learn about all the what ifs that they may have learned about after the fact and would do differently.
Okay, that's great. Do you have any update on the sale of the land in Parkland?
Yes, we'll be putting that on the December item, correct? Ms. Sullivan, go ahead.
Yes, so the superintendent and staff have been negotiating with Broward Health. They have presented us with a final offer, which is an increase of what their original offer was. However, that offer is still below the minimum asking price, so the superintendent's going to bring that for direction from the board on the 16th.
Okay, thank you. And then I know I spoke about this earlier as far as maybe turning one of our schools into a training center for law enforcement or EMS. So I think that we'd be a leader in the state to be able to do that for our law enforcement and EMS to train on active shooter training. And then as far as the proposals, I really appreciate Ms. Thompson, for really carrying the weight of all this on your shoulders and the difficulties that you've been going through within your community. So, I don't know all of these schools, you do, so I'm really taking direction from you. So I do support yes on 1, yes on 2, yes on 3. 4, I would like it to go to junior achievement. I don't think we should add any type of our school in that space. 5, no. 6, yes. And number 7, with the additional proposal, I'm open to trying to see how that could possibly work if there is maybe closing 2 of the elementary schools and then being able to do that. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yes. And Siegel to Wilton Rogers, yes. And then my next question is, after the board votes, Dr. Hepburn, will you be reaching out to the Broward League of Cities on, possibly the impact this will have on traffic patterns, crossing guards, car lines, and traffic enforcement?
Yes, we'll have a robust packet of information for all the cities, meeting with the Broward League of Cities, meeting with the City Manager Association. So it'll be a round robin, probably month of meetings, just to make sure everybody understands the implications of the decision.
Okay, and as far as expanding to the K-8s, I'm going to keep saying this over and over, is that if we don't fund the middle school aspect of it, the K through 8s will fail. We have to fund it appropriately if we're going to go in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. Just to clarify, I caught you on all of the proposals except for proposal 4 for where the North Fork students should go. There was 4, which is North Fork just into Walker, and then 4A, North Fork into the 4 different other schools.
Where was Ms. Thompson on that?
Oh,
that's Dr. Holness's.
Holness. Where are you on that?
He was 4A.
Multiple schools.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm for whatever he said. Thanks.
So yeah, could you just clarify where you are on proposal for any of the proposals for Glades Middle? Are you in supportive of Ms. Thompson's item?
Is that the paper? Yeah, the modified kind of version though, with closing elementary schools.
And then for Walter C. Young, I didn't capture that.
Ms. Thompson?
Wherever.
So that I would recommend to keep it open for a period of 2 years to work with the city on a transition plan, and then open a plan again 6 through 12.
Concur.
Okay. And then were there any of the other board member proposals that you wanted to weigh in on?
No, I think I already did.
Got it.
Thanks.
Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for being as studious as I know that they are. It's been tough, and a lot of information has come forward and is still coming forward. And I want to thank staff. It's been very hectic pace. So thank you so much for getting things out as soon as possible, knowing that we have multiple meetings over multiple days and multiple trainings up at FSBA, and making sure that we still can answer these pretty much almost at time certain. I'm just going to go through the numbers quickly. I'm one on yes, or yes on one, sorry. Yes on two, yes on three. I'm yes, but with the caveat for partnership for JA World, and if we could have JA work with mods, that would be lovely as well, but I'm not, I trust Ms. Celarullo. Hope I said that correctly. I'm sorry?
Just to Walker or to the Hepburn schools?
North Fork. Yes.
Do they go?
The question is, where should the North Fork students go? To Walker or to the 4 different schools?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So for proposal 4 for North Fork, there's an option to send the North Fork students just to Walker, or to send
other
them
feeder schools?
to Croissant Park, MLK, Thurgood, and Walker. And I'll just caveat that with, I've heard from a lot of people in the neighborhood that they would like to clean up the patterns.
So 4A.
Yes, 4A.
Okay, yes on 4A. I'm no on 5, yes on 6. I believe that's Ms. Thompson's version.
So you support Ms. Thompson's proposal for 6, which is to turn Glades into a K-8.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. 7, I'm a yes.
Which, Ms. Thompson's proposal
Yes.
or one of the, okay.
Yes. Okay. Do you need the Bs or no? Like 7B?
No, since you already.
Okay, good. I thought so.
Okay.
Okay, 7B, I said yes.
Okay.
Okay, 8 is a yes. 9 is a yes. Although I did have a question for Narniki on this one. The committee voted 37 to 12. Could you succinctly tell me what was behind that thought process?
What school is that again?
Bear into West Pine.
I gotta look at it again. Sorry.
It's okay. It's a long day. I appreciate it.
What number?
Proposal 9.
Number 9. If you need a minute, I can go on with some other questions. And
No. And this was for Bear Middle, right?
Yes.
I know that the committee representatives wanted to keep what they have. I think overall the consensus was the school that they're going to feed into, which is West Pine. Is that correct?
Yes.
The facility was, I think the major yes was because the facility would hold all the kids. They preferred that they were there. I think the neighborhood was not going to be impacted. They also were in agreement with, hold on. I got to look at the criteria because it was one of the criteria they were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I could go on and come back.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Chair. Okay. Number 10, yes. Number 11, yes. Number 12, yes. I have a comment about the proposal summary. I will say yes on Siegel. Is that all the numbers except for 9? Then the question I have is about the magnet program review situation. When you look at the elementary schools, there's 3, 6, 7, 8 of them, 6 of which come from urban areas in District 7. And of course, ran the graphics, excuse me, can't even talk today, demographics on Atlantic West, Charles Drew, Liberty Palmview, C. Robert Markham, and Sanders Park, and very much at-risk schools with our students, primarily Black and brown students. So my question is, were the principals given an option for this pact? And is it mostly, I believe I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Wanza, that you were saying you're not getting a lot of people that are choosing to go to do that program, or is it just the kids that are going that are in their neighborhood schools going there?
So thank you, Ms. Rupert. I can tell you that Dr. Freed absolutely did have meetings with the principal. She did have conversations. So this isn't like something new to them today, right? Seeing it for the first time. That's one. And to answer your question specifically, students from outside of the boundary are not necessarily choosing to go to those schools for that programming. So that is why I said they will continue to provide the opportunities, but as in boundary or feeder pattern programs. But students from outside of their boundary are not necessarily choosing to go to those schools for the programming.
Okay. I don't know for sure about the elementary schools, and I did not want to call my principals last night nor this morning on the way to work. So I didn't reach out to them, and I apologize. However, when it turns on the high school aspect, the Urban Teacher Academy, I totally get it. Not a lot of kids are going there. It was really never part of the conversation for as long as I was elected. So I apologize for not putting that on my shoulder and running with it. I didn't know. And the other aspect would be the IB programs. Will Deerfield Beach High School, Miramar High School, will they take a hit? I know that the caveat is they're going to still offer the International Baccalaureate program, but
so the recommendation is they will continue to be magnets.
Okay.
With transportation, right? So it's really that we have low application and enrollment in the central corridor of the county. So we will continue, the recommendation through the superintendent is to continue to offer International Baccalaureate as a magnet at Deerfield Beach and Miramar with the corresponding feeder middle schools,
right,
and then do the transportation line somewhere at or around Sunrise Boulevard. So if you're north of Sunrise, right, you would go to Deerfield Beach,
right,
Middle High, and then if you're south of Sunrise, it would be New Renaissance and Miramar.
Okay, because I know quite a lot of kids.
Right.
I can only speak for Deerfield Beach and their students. Choose to come from places even further away just to go to Deerfield.
But we do recognize that there is still interest in the county for International Baccalaureate. It's just where is it best for us to situate the programs within the resources that we have and provide the return on investment.
Right, I get it. And as for the Cambridge program, still? Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm good on that, although I still feel, especially, and I'm going to ask the superintendent this, especially for Atlantic West, all of the ones I mentioned, 6 out of 8 from District 7. I have, and I hope it's not changed anytime recently, but I have a little different situation when it comes to pregnancy rates in Pompano and Deerfield Beach, primarily in our schools, Dixie Highway, that area. I don't know what's in the water, but I wish I had some. But can you explain that a little bit, Dr. Hepburn?
As far as the pregnancy rates?
No. I'm just saying we have a lot of people. Don't email me. Just call.
I called my mom. I'm pretty sure she has some elixir. That's good.
About the people that are moving into Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach and are
Yes.
having babies, which is not the norm in all of Broward
No,
County.
it is one of the few places in the county where we're still experiencing a lot of growth. I think, that's what I was about to say. It's affordable. The price has everything to do with it right now.
Yeah.
And I think as you go further south, you have this, as you're coming through Palm Beach County, expensive. You get into Boca, very affluent and expensive. You get into northern Broward County, it's some affordability. And I still had the flexibility of going north to Boca Del Rey, still have the flexibility of going south to Fort Lauderdale for personal amenities.
Right.
As you get farther south, I just think the availability of properties and things like that, high demand equals increased prices. And so,
Right.
It's one of the places that continues to grow. I hear about it all the time in my personal life, too.
It's true. It really is. And then running their enrollment numbers, over the next 5 years. It is surprisingly, especially Liberty, it doesn't take a lot of a hit right there. We're talking 646 to 528. I wanted to know, are these numbers taking into consideration the population moving there? Are they also taking into consideration that what options will be out in that community for them to take on for their family?
I think one thing I want to brag on Joe Beck and his team real quick. Our demographers do a great job in working with the cities to analyze trends.
Yeah.
Right. It's a combination of that where you're working with cities in the county to analyze certain trend data to really identify where people are moving to,
right.
And the increases that results increases in enrollment in our schools.
Right. I appreciate that. And just an aside for you, Dr. Hepburn, when it comes to these schools and the other schools, and you see that we're taking some of the programs out or whatever it is, that make sure that we're doing, and I know our principals are fabulous because they do survey their neighborhoods and their communities as to what kind of programs do you want here. So I think overall as a district, we need to do that a lot more, especially for our neighborhood schools that are hanging in there with us. And I truly, I hope I take the challenge, Mr. Beck, that it's going to look like this, but I'm thinking it's going to be a lot better, because we're going to do different things for those communities. So thanks for that. Narnik?
Yes, the main reason is because we'll have a total of 8 elementary school feeding into the one middle school. They each have 4 elementary schools that do not feed in each other.
Okay.
So now when you combine, you have that many kids coming into one middle school. So that was one of the major decisions why we voted yes.
So, okay. Yeah. All right, so I'm a yes on 9. And did I miss any questions, Madam Chair?
No, I think I have you on everything.
We voted no? Ooh, my
I'm
bad.
sorry, no.
Voted no. My
No.
bad.
I had no written down.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you said yes, I was like, oh, okay.
My bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so for 1, I have you yes, 2 yes, 3 yes, 4, 4A, yes, 5 yes, and then I have you a yes on both of Ms. Thompson's proposals. So, 5 is, okay.
Yes.
And and then for the Walter C. Young, 7B, yes.
Yes.
8, yes. 9, yes.
Yep.
10, yes. Oh, 9 was a no. My apologies.
Yes. I mean, yes, it's a no.
Okay.
Sorry. And you got 10?
10, yes. 11, yes. 12, yes. Siegel into Whidden Rogers, yes. And that's what I've captured.
Perfect. My last comment is we're reconfiguration Gesundheit for consideration for programmatic enhancements, and of course we've got Coral Springs, Forest Glen, Margate, Ramblewood, Sawgrass Springs, and Hallandale. I'm going to speak up for the north area. Margate Middle School would be a really great place for a space hub. What do you think, Dr. Hepburn?
More to come. a
Yeah.
lot more to come on the Space Hub conversation.
Yeah,
Yes.
I won't spill the beans, but I think FSBA was fabulous for us to be able to speak to constituents, speak to the other board members and some political people on what do they see in the horizon, where do they see opportunities coming in to bring kids back or to utilize some space. And I'm saying, let's blast off. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session. At this time, I'm requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session please exit the room at this time. General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter: helping advance and nurture the development of youth, Inc. versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida. Case number CACE 25-018325. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Sarah Leonardi, Chair; Dr. Jeff Holness, Vice Chair; Lori Aladeff, Mara McCarthy-Bowman, Adam Cervera, Esquire; Deborah Hickson, Nora Rupert, Rebecca Thompson, Dr. Alan Zeman, Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; Thomas C. Cooney, Esquire; Kathleen Jock Adams, Esquire; Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, December 8th, 2025 at 2 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.11, subsection 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the workshop for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the workshop will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. The workshop is now reconvened. I believe we left off with Mrs. Bowman, and I believe we have Mr. Cervera up next. Maura, did you go yet? No, not yet. Okay. So first we'll have Mrs. Bowman and then Mr. Cervera.
Myself situated here. Okay, thanks, Chair. Sorry, just getting myself situated here. So since we're back here and it's my turn, I wanted to thank Dr. Wanza and her team. This has been quite a process, and in addition to everything that's here that we're talking about today, a lot of work has gone into finding solutions for other schools, and Dr. Wanza is available at all times to field ideas, talk to people, get out there in the community, talk to businesses and community partners. So I don't think that the breadth of work that's gone into this is exhibited on this presentation. So I just really want to thank you for everything that you guys have done, because I think you've done a very comprehensive job for something that is extremely complicated with a lot of moving parts. So thank you very much. It was very nice to have this all set out for us to review. So I'll just go quickly through and I want to thank my colleagues too. I know everyone's worked hard, and Ms. Thompson is carrying the brunt of this in District 2, and I know she's been working extremely hard to engage the community to figure out the best solutions for her district, and I really admire and respect that, and so thank you for your leadership on that, and the same with Dr. Holness. So going forward, so for Proposal 1, I am a yes on Proposal 1. I know Ms. Thompson had mentioned potentially splitting the feeding pattern between Chapel Trail and Silver Palms. So I would be amenable to consider what that, if that's on the table. I'm yes for Proposal 2. Yes for Proposal 3. I am going to follow the advice of Dr. Holness, and yes on Proposal 4A for North Fork. I like the idea that no one's going to have to cross any busy major highways to get to school. And, I just want to reiterate as well, listening to what Dr. Osgood told us in the legislative session, that I 100% agree with my colleagues that any decision that we make for leasing the land or whatever we do with that land has to be a good business decision for the district. So I support that as well. And I look forward to entertaining the proposals that we're receiving. Proposal 5, no. Proposal 6, I support the Thompson proposal for the K through 8. So I don't know how we're saying that, but that's Proposal 7, no. Proposal 7A, no. Proposal 7B, yes. Again, I'm going to go with Ms. Thompson's recommendation that we take some time with Walter C. to figure, to negotiate some kind of an outcome that's favorable to the city of Pembroke Pines and to the district and to the community and all the stakeholders. Proposal 8, yes. Proposal 9, no. I'm going to take the advice of the representative, Dr. Holness, and
in regards to that proposal. And proposal 10, yes. Proposal 11, yes, that's actually District 1, so thank you for your support on that. Proposal 12, I agree with the Hickson plan from the birth to fifth. You know, I'm a little agnostic in terms of the gifted academy. I'd like to know more about that and if that really makes sense there. And then the Siegel proposal, I am a yes. And just the one thing that I wanted to say about this, we're making these changes, so I just want to make sure that when we're consolidating schools and making these changes, that we are doing so, making sure we have the best administration in each of these schools, so that we have the best possible outcomes. Because this is our opportunity to improve holistically. So, thank you. So again, thank you guys for all your hard work, and I'm glad to hear from everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on this very important set of decisions that myself and my colleagues have to make here very shortly. Before I go through the list and give the breakdown of my decisions, I do want to point out a few things. First and foremost, if there was any doubt about the financial woes of this district, here it is. It's in a 2-page memo that's dated October 8th that was given to this board earlier this morning. And I would encourage folks to take a look at it, because what it spells out here is some severe financial hardship. $95 million in the red. That's a lot of money, even for the 6th largest school district in the nation. And folks, this is only going to get worse unless some severe and drastic action is taken. Everything has to be on the table here. Renting, selling, potential closures, all of it has to be on the table. We can't give our great teachers the raises that they deserve with this kind of deficit. I can't even hire a new teacher now. Imagine that. If 10 teachers quit today, hopefully they won't. I pray that they won't. I can't go out tomorrow now as a district and hire new teachers. That's how bad our financial situation has come here within this district. Our folks can't travel for business anymore. Drastic action needs to happen right now, in the coming weeks. Mr. Superintendent, if I may, sir, I had some questions for you a couple of weeks back in regards to some of our properties. And I want to know what the status of your research has found and where the progress lies. Specifically, sir, I had asked for a land valuation to be done on each of these prospective 10 properties that are facing school closures here. We had a little bit of back and forth, and I had agreed by the end of that conversation that I didn't want a full-out appraisal, which would have cost us a lot of money, but I wanted basically some comps, as they call it in the real estate world. I also wanted the equivalent of leasing comps, as if we were to basically take the property and lease it to some third party or some entity that was going to pay us, what those potential properties, these 10 properties that we're having our discussions on today, what that would potentially net us. Where do we stand with that research, sir?
Yeah, so if you go to Beacon, if you could pull up in the deck, go to slide 89 in the deck, please. So pretty much while they're pulling that up, I just wanted to give a visual too. For the schools that we're discussing right now, and also the KCW administrative building that we're sitting in right now, the taxable value identified combined for all those facilities is $230 million. If we were to lease market rate lease rates for an elementary school, it's roughly about $2 million annually. For a middle school, it's roughly about $3.7 million annually, which is on slide 92 of the, but this is slide 89 in the deck for taxable value. And also, if you want to fast forward, I give folks an opportunity to quickly look at that. And if you want to fast forward, beacon to slide 92 to show average leasing rates for elementary and also middle.
So I appreciate the information, the data on the taxable value, but we know that what land is sometimes taxed at is not necessarily what it's
exactly.
worth.
It will be more if we surplused and put it on the street.
So my question is: has any research been done on these comps of these buildings that are depicted on what page is this? 89 of the slide.
So our process, I know Ms. Takabusa is in the room. Our process would involve like they're going through the process. Ms. Paul, I don't know if you know specifically, because I know he's going through the specific process for KCW right now as far as getting an appraised value. So we have a specific process for appraisals that are outside of what the taxable value is, which would be significantly more.
You're correct. You are correct. We would engage one of our firms to do appraisals for all of the property in question.
Is it a fair assumption, sir, to say that if we sold all the properties that are depicted on page 89 of the presentation, that we'd be looking at upwards of 300 million, maybe 350 million in profits?
That's correct. I firmly believe that.
I'm not going to attempt to do the math in my head on the lease rates, but I just wanted the public to be aware about how much potential money would be at stake if, in fact, we were to sell all the properties that are subject. That being said, Chair, I'd like to go through my list. Proposal number 1, I am in favor of. Proposal number 2, I am in favor of. Proposal number 3, I am in favor of. Proposal number 4, I am in favor of. Proposal 4A, I am not in favor of. For 5 and 6, I agree with my colleague, Ms. Thompson, in the proposal that she laid out in her comprehensive memo here that she provided to everybody. Thank you for that. Well done. And I would also like to remind the folks, this is my understanding, Ms. Thompson, correct me if I'm wrong, that the unique circumstance with 5 and 6 is the fact that the city actually owns the property. So, Walter C. So where I'm getting to, I'm sorry, I'm going to get there, I promise. So we're good on 5 and 6. Getting into Walter C. Young, I am no on 7A. I am yes on 7B, and I jumped the gun. So I'll say the same thing again. It's my understanding that the unique circumstances, we don't actually own that property. We are leasing it from the city, and there's a very short remaining term on that, correct?
Well, 12 years.
12?
Yeah. 2037.
No, but didn't you say there was a potential to get out of that in 2 years from now?
It would be a conversation with our lawyers. I'm recommending that we give a buffer time to create Flanagan into 6 through 12.
Understood. So I guess the main takeaway for me on the Walter C. Young is the fact that we don't actually own that land. 7B, I'm yes. 8, proposal 8, I am in favor of. Madam Chair, I do have a question on this that I would like answered. Plantation High School has a fantastic Cambridge program. at Cambridge AICE program, AICE program. Sorry, I always screw up the acronyms for that. I want to make sure that nothing we're doing is going to affect that phenomenal program that benefits our Plantation High School students.
That is correct, Mr. Severa. Nothing will diminish that. We're actually expanding ACE throughout the whole entire county. So it's a program of study that's actually increasing in size in all of our high schools.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, sir. On Proposal 9, I am in favor. Proposal 10, I am in favor. Proposal 11, I am in favor. Proposal 12, I am in favor. And on the Seagull property, or excuse me, the Seagull suggestion, I am also in favor. I've got it labeled as number 13, but it's Seagull. I'm in favor of that as well. I would like to close by saying the following. These are extremely difficult decisions that are being made and will be made formally by myself and my colleagues. This is the end result of a process that's been pending for many, many, many months, in which we've gone out to communities, we've listened to folks, we've engaged folks, we've allowed them to engage with us. I'm sure I speak for the entire board up here when I say we've gotten thousands upon thousands of emails on these proposals and on this situation. So we hear you. However, the biggest takeaway for me as a board member with a responsibility to this county and certainly to my district is how can we address the financial hardship that we are in? Because if we continue this, we may not have any schools if we don't have the monies to fund them. So drastic times call for drastic action. And this is why I am in favor of the proposals that I've identified under the record. And I think that in combination with the redefining process, and hopefully this board coming together and this district coming together to figure out ways to make that 300 plus, or as much money as we can, to save this district. Because if we don't, these conversations are going to look a lot worse in 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will speak, and then we'll go to round 2. I have Ms. Hickson for round 2, and then and Ms. Thompson. I don't know if anyone else, Dr. Holness. So I'll just reiterate the gratitude that my colleagues have expressed around the time that everyone has put into this, staff, my colleagues, but most of all, like all of the community members who attended the community meetings, the boundary committee. There were just a lot of people who spent their time for free focusing on trying to improve the situation at the school district. So I think that says a lot about the value that we have as Broward County Public Schools. I think a lot of people spend time disparaging us, but I think that there wouldn't be so much time and passion from the community if we weren't a valuable organization. So I just want to thank everyone who took their time to work on this process. I also want us to be clear-eyed about the fact that this is not just a Broward County Public Schools problem. This is a state of Florida problem. This is a national problem. And, you know, at FSBA last week at the Florida School Boards Association conference, we had multiple presentations about declining enrollment throughout the state and throughout the country, and specifically around declining birth rates. So while, yes, of course, there are things that as a district we can improve on and try to attract students back into our public schools, this is a problem that like our entire nation and lots of different government organizations have to try to work on. And so I think that's really informing kind of the way I'm approaching a lot of these proposals. And a comment was made at the beginning of this workshop that we didn't take steps for the necessary transparency. So as we move forward, I would really love, again, for community members, our boundary committee, people who don't feel like, or people who feel like this process could be improved, to please come to us and share those recommendations to increase transparency. Because I think we're a lot better than we were when we first started this process, and I obviously understand that there are areas for improvement. So I do know that we're going to have to keep trying to redefine and reimagine and address the declining enrollment. So as we move forward in years to come, I do invite any feedback on how to make this process more transparent. Some of my colleagues brought up some concerns around the FCI. And this is something that I heard a lot from my appointees to various committees. Just I don't want to say the reliability or the way some of the data has been interpreted. So like we were given an average for a lot of our campuses, and I'm wondering if maybe we could approach it from like a median standard. I think Ms. Hickson said this. I heard several of my colleagues say this about there are some campuses where we have like a really old building, and then we have some newer buildings that were built relatively recently and they're in good condition, but that one old building brings down the average. So I hope that as we move forward with the FCI, that we're being a little bit more strategic and analytical in the way we look at that information. I do want to pass around an email I received because I did want to speak to Whidden Rogers and Siegel. So I'm going to pass that around to my colleagues. Take one and pass it down. Just give one to Ms. And I just have to say the things that go on at Whidden Rogers and at Siegel are really, really special and really incredible. And I think the community meeting was very indicative of that. And I want to thank my colleagues who attended again, because I think they got to see just how special those communities are. And Siegel holds a very special place in my heart. My son learned to walk. He took his first steps in a classroom at Siegel, something that maybe I would resent if it happened anywhere else. But with those great teachers, I was, thrilled to hear that. But the email that I got was from Dr. Robillard, who runs the childcare at Siegel, and I think it's indicative of, again, just like the really productive conversation we had there that night. And she includes some proposals about how we could merge Whidden Rogers and Siegel. And I don't think it's really anything super different than what's been presented to us by staff. But it provides some guidelines, and it echoes a lot of the feedback that we got during that community meeting about the Adults with Disabilities program continuing at Whidden, about there being some separation between different communities in order to ensure the safety of the different populations, the physical improvements that will need to be made in terms of playgrounds and ADA compliance. As well as one thing that really stood out to me in that conversation, and I completely agree with this, because every time I visit Whidden Rogers or every time I visit Siegel, I think, wow, like I wish more traditional school students had access to these kinds of services that are offered at these schools. And the community really echoed the need for more marketing around our non-traditional schools. And then the last piece I'll harp on that is the curriculum at non-traditional schools is very online, and I heard a lot from that community that they're wanting more like in-person teacher interaction at those schools. And so you guys can read the email. I'm not going to read it out loud, but I think it really emphasizes the essence of the feedback that we got that night. I have a question for Dr. Hepburn and staff. With regards to Thurgood Marshall, were there any other ideas that were proposed besides the gifted dual language programs?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
So what I'll say is I don't remember any specifically that night. However, I have had conversations, right, with like other community members, and there is there was interest even last year, some interest around doing something for the earlier ages and earlier grades, right? And so that's why I talked about the concept around looking at if we were to regionalize our ESE services and then do something as it relates to offering services at the early grades around pre-K and early grades if the proposal for K-8 does not go forward. I do know that there was some conversation, maybe not particularly that night, but in different, community areas and from different community leaders around the earlier grades, addressing the pre-K grades.
Yep, I concur with Dr. Wanza. Some of the conversations I've had just in interactions with various community members is about more early learning kind of pre-K type offerings.
Thank you. And Ms. Hickson really summarized my concerns around gifted at Thurgood and elsewhere. And to Dr. Holness's point, I really hope that we can work to ensure that gifted, the way we do screening and give access to our gifted programs is equitable. In terms of, with regard to North Fork, again, I really want to emphasize for my colleagues, I have heard from people in the neighborhoods that the feeder patterns need to be cleaned up. And I had a specific question with the 4A. Would Riverside Park, because it was hard for me to understand the map, Riverside Park neighborhood, would that be going to Croissant Park? Okay. So just for the purposes of getting input and feedback from the neighborhoods and the communities, the people that reached out to me were very much in favor of 4A, of cleaning up the feeder patterns. And I loved Ms. Hickson's recommendation for North Fork around combining like a lot of those community organizations and community programs. But I do respect Dr. Holness's approach. Let's field all of the proposals and look at them holistically. And I was very pleased again to see United Way, the Lighthouse Broward. These are really great organizations, and I'm excited at the potential of being able to partner with them and meet community need. Can someone explain to me a little bit more the powered by AI piece?
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Hi, I'll start, and then I know Dr. Cone and probably Dr. Freed will be chomping at the bit. So as everyone know, we are the largest district to and I know
Adopt Copilot.
Yes, all of that, and so
across the organization.
And so I'm gonna, so I don't get in trouble, I'll let Dr. Cone have fun with this, but really, the potential of looking at how we talk about technology integration into the educational space in a different way for the 22nd century.
Yes, and I would agree with you, Dr. Cone, Chief Academic Officer. So. Ms. Leonardi, if you recall, a couple months ago, we came to the board with an XR, VR, AI board presentation where students presented to you all. At that particular workshop, that's when the term powered by AI actually gave life to what it meant. And so from there was a series of steps, initiatives, programs that were launched to support powered by AI, one being Microsoft Copilot being our Tier 1 instruction. The board approved a significant investment through capital dollars with Prism's VR headset at the middle school. And then there were a series of professional learning launched where we looked at from bottom to top all of the academic support services and resources that align to AI, where vendors, our core programs are looking at AI and have infused that. And we've designed that around our ecosystems of AI. There are some other things that we're bringing back to the board, hopefully sometime in 2026, around our ecosystem of powered by AI. And so because the board has given us some direction around there, and we have at every school AI liaisons that are helping support the integration of AI within classrooms, We're really excited about all the nuances that are coming along with our current infrastructure of instructional platforms that are helping teachers save time in planning, differentiating, and really creating some robust opportunities within that space. And so we're at the forefront of really designing what the 22nd century classroom looks like using AI platforms. And so this is our opportunity, and when listening to the community, our business partners, talking about in workforce how we deliver AI to continue to be cutting edge using AI. And so this particular outreach or branch off of being an innovative program is to really focus on a very targeted select group of schools that are willing to say, I've already embraced AI, I'm at a level 5 versus some that are level 1 who want to really engage in the current infrastructure of AI. And so really it is bringing schools into this 22nd century who are ready for it, using some existing technology, but also using some that are coming on board.
And Ms. Leonardi, just to round that out, we are also working diligently to look at grant funding opportunities to further support these kind of experiences and opportunities for students.
Thank you. I forgot to mention a piece about North Fork. We had a member of the community come to several of the meetings and talk about the historical significance to the Seminole tribe of North Fork. And at one point, I think she mentioned a historical marker needing to be placed there. I did do some research, and there is a state master file on this, and it indicates there should be a historical marker. So whatever we do with that land, I think, I would be interested in just making sure that the history of that land, as it relates to the Seminole tribe, be respected, in making sure that we have the appropriate historical marker and things like that, and documenting the history of that land. I will go through my proposals or my feedback on each proposal, and then we'll go to round 2. And I just want my colleagues to be cognizant in round 2, if you've changed to Dr. Holness's request, if you've changed your mind on anything, please be explicit about that as we go through round 2. So I'm a yes on proposal 1, a yes on proposal 2, yes on proposal 3. I'm a no on proposal 4, a yes on proposal 4A. I support Ms. Thompson's 2 items on Glades and Walter C. Young, and I'm a yes on 7B. I'm a yes on proposal 8, a yes on proposal 9, a yes on proposal 10, a yes on proposal 11. I'm a yes on Thurgood being a birth to 5, as Ms. Hickson recommended. And I support Siegel merging into Whitten Rogers, as long as that community feedback was so valuable and done in such a respectful, productive way. We need to show that community the respect that they showed us when they showed up, by heeding all of their recommendations, because all of their recommendations were done in the spirit of being solutions based, and giving us things that will protect the very, very vulnerable children and people on those campuses. And I cannot emphasize enough the really, really special things that happen at both of those places. Before we go to round 2, one of my colleagues made some recommendations for directing the superintendent to bring back Forest Glen for discussion around consolidation, as well as directing the superintendent to bring back 5 schools for closure. So I just want to go around and see if there's any objection to those directions. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
No.
Can we have a little clarification on that? I mean, I know we talked about it and then there's been a big break, But are we out of line in doing that, or is this a permissible action to take since we've already been going through the process?
So I'm wondering if Dr. Hepburn or Dr.
Yes.
Wanza can explain what would, if we were to direct the superintendent to do that, what would be the process for doing those things?
So go ahead, Dr. Wanza, and the timeline of an impact.
Okay, I'll put my glasses on so I can hear. So the first thing I'll say is the board approved a timeline for us to engage the community and go through the process, which we have been sticking to the timeline. If at this juncture the board sees fit for the superintendent to either bring a school back that we received another direction on, or add additional schools, what I would say is to ensure that we are following our own policy. At minimum, we would have to go back out and have community meetings, at least at the regional level, at minimum. Then we would have to re-engage the school boundary advisory committee, because now this would be new proposals that they have not seen or had an opportunity to deliberate on. And then we would then have to do that probably in the month of January, come back to the board in a workshop in the month of February, and then the board makes decisions in March. That being the case, we would, out of fairness to all families, we would extend the school choice window to whenever the board makes a decision in March. And then, a final vote would occur in March. But at minimum, we would have to go back out to communities and re-engage communities to ensure that we are consistent with and true to our own policy. And Ms. Jock Adams, if I misspoke, could you clarify?
Through the chair, I agree. I agree with your statements and outline of the schedule.
And so I just have another question to Dr. Hepburn. Do you think that the situation that we're in right now, as it is evolving on a day-to-day, minute-to-minute basis, like in your opinion, should we be doing this? Will this be beneficial to the district overall or more disruptive?
I think it's going to be disruptive, for sure. But we saw how this round that we're kind of finishing up this month and into January, how disruptive that is. So you just got to look at, does the board have the appetite to go through that during the spring, or does the board have the appetite to initiate the process again like we did? I think we started the process actually in July with the workshop, and to get to a point in December. So those are the two things to weigh as a board. The appetite of when to go through this process, where is it most beneficial to the district and also the community, because they're a part of this whole journey throughout. But I can tell you, yes, from a superintendent standpoint, we need to close a lot of schools because they just haven't been addressed in a decent frequency over the past 10 years. So, yeah, this is where I'm at.
Okay. So, and the other, when we get if we got a list of additional schools, we'd have to have the community meetings and come back to vote to decide if we're going to pursue that. The same as, I know you look.
Correct. You would have to make a decision.
She's looking thrilled over here.
Okay,
at the prospect
and then the impact on students. There's a lot, and I'll let Dr.
You're saying it, Dr. Hepburn. Listen, we are here to work at the through the superintendent, obviously the staff at the will of the board. But if we contemplate some of the feedback that we've received today, we're going to be in a conversation with some communities next school year, because just by the sheer feedback that we've received today. And I'll say respectfully, as it relates to the whole community around Glades Middle and the whole community around Walter C. We're going to be in some conversations. I think, respectfully, in my professional opinion, the board has to contemplate a message was communicated to the community. Are we going to change course on that message? Are we going to stay with that message? And then we, through the superintendent, staff will do as, directed.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I guess the variable that we're dealing with is that the budgetary considerations keep changing negatively for us, and other situations where we just find out today that we lost another 3,000 kids. So, I mean, I don't want to not be transparent or value the community, but I think we also have a job here to address these issues as they come up. So I'm talking myself into it. I don't object to looking at additional schools for this year.
My turn, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Hepburn, I understand that with the significant enrollment concerns yearly and just continuing to lose students, that yes, we do have to close some schools, but I'm going to caution that we cannot do this in a chaotic manner. We cannot do this by a spur of the moment. We have to do this in a responsible, considerate, and caring way to the community. And so while I don't mind entertaining the idea of closing more schools, in this case, Dr. Zeman mentioned 5, and revisiting any school, I think he mentioned Forest Glen, I think at the same time we have to do so in a very responsible way, and I don't think doing this in the spur of the moment is responsible. So I would not support that. However, Dr. Hepburn, I have a couple of questions. We are going to have another phase, and I said it before, and I hope it is phase final, where we bring everything to the table so we don't keep doing this yearly over and over and over. So with these suggestions here, we could create we could have any suggestion for the upcoming phase, right, which would be in July, whether it's 5 schools, 10 schools, revisiting prior schools, whatever it is. All of this could take place in July, correct?
That is correct, and I want to remind the board when we bring these, like we brought in July, we brought all the schools that have all the schools that could be consolidated based on adjacent capacity. The next steps are always driven by board feedback about what we should do next. So we will bring it, if the will of the board after we go to each board member is to come back and just do the same cadence in July. We always bring back, I think we brought in July?
Yeah, like almost 40 schools.
Almost 40 schools, right? And those are the 40 schools that can be consolidated because there's adjacent capacity where those students can go to if we actually close those schools. So we'll continue that. Our next steps is always predicated on what the appetite of the board and the feedback from the board.
Okay, so I am not supportive of this currently, but I am supportive of in July to bring us more schools that we may need to consider. This is an ongoing fluid process where we're continuing to lose students, and I know, Dr. Hepburn, even schools that weren't suggested this year, we don't know what their enrollment is going to be next year. So, so I don't, we could always every month come up with more schools to address, but we have to have a process that's responsible and not chaotic. And so I can't support any additional changes. I think the community has had enough this year, and that in July we should proceed with a subsequent phase and bring more schools. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Before I weigh on that, I just would like to change my recommendation for 4 and 4A and just switch it to be in line with Dr. Holness's suggestion. And then I had 2 community questions come in terms of leadership at the schools that are now being consolidated or being recommended and then final vote in January. What is going to be the process? When is the community going to learn who's their principal? and assistant principal, the whole team?
Great question. So I would say leadership matters. There will be a process to ensure there's the right leader. I don't want to create hysteria amongst the administrative ranks right now. So give the team opportunity to map out the exact process they're going to use for each school, because it may not look the same for all schools, but depending on the program, the situation. But leadership matters, and we're going to make sure, working with the community and the community working with our team, as they do with any principal opening for the most part, that we're going to make sure the right leaders in the building to move that school forward.
And I appreciate that. I think also for Sunrise being consolidated into Fairway, there are some road concerns with it being on Miramar Parkway, with there not being a consistent sidewalk. What does the transportation plan look like for that community?
So I'll start, and then Ms. Paul can fill in any gaps. So we always do what is called a hazardous walk, or what is called condition. And so I know that I believe it's been done, or it's in the process of being done for all the schools, because I did see a document come in. And so essentially what would happen is we would work with the city of Miramar around crossing guards, because you're right, it's Miramar Parkway at Island Drive. And so it would be, if a crossing guard is going to be placed there, and then if not, then Ms. Paul and her team would look on, do we provide a bus? But there is an assessment being done through the process, the hazardous walking condition.
And it's still the 2-mile radius where we provide transportation, at least now.
Well, but, okay, go ahead. I don't want to. Because with the hazardous walking, if it's under 2 miles.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Wansa.
You schooled me well.
So, yes, we would evaluate the walking path. We actually have people that go out physically and look at it based on the child's address, and then we would make a determination what services we can provide for that child. But that's part of our normal process.
So it's on an individual basis, potentially, if it's hazardous?
Yeah, we would definitely have to look at that.
Okay. And then as far as adding school closures, I think us naming any particular school isn't the way to go. And I'm kind of on the fence on doing it this year rather than waiting till July, mainly because my proposal, there's going to have to be balancing with that community. And I think prolonging this process doesn't build faith, but also doing it again doesn't really build faith with our community as well, because that's one of the things they brought up at my community meetings is, okay, so now there's going to be phase 3, now there's going to be phase 4. So I think I'd really fall to the superintendent's recommendation on whether it is better to move ahead this year and address those schools, or whether it's better to restart this process in July. And then I just want to take a moment to really thank my colleagues for supporting the proposal. It's not my proposal. It truly came from the community and the students. And also to my schools that are now messaging me, asking why their voices weren't heard. I just want to reemphasize that it wasn't anybody's school's particular thing that they did wrong. Like Mrs. Hickson always says, it's not what any principal or teachers or community or parent did that made us make this decision. It truly is just, unfortunately, the situation we are in. And there's nothing that, just talking to the community, there's nothing that you guys could have said to really prevent this process. And that every student here is valued, and we are going to do our best to make this transition as easy as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I should have been a little bit more clear. Right now we're going around to give, no, it's fine, to give yes or no on directing the superintendent to bring back Forest Glen and 5 additional schools for closure. And then I have a list of everyone who wanted to speak a second round. So Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Forest Glen is a no for me, and if I may, I'd like to explain why. We have a trust problem in this district. Everybody knows it. We see it when we're out in the street. We read about it in the newspaper. It's no secret. And for us to tell that community that they were quote unquote off the list and then turn around and go back and put them on the list, I think would be a terrible look for this district. So I'm a no on Forest Glen. As for the other 5, I am in favor for the superintendent to put together that list and present it to the board. If we're being candid, I think it should be 10. But be that as it may, I'm in favor of the second part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Mr. Severa and Mrs. Aladef and others about not doing Forest Glen. We said we weren't going to change the boundary in that area, and then at the last minute, it blew up in our faces. We changed the boundary, and we have a whole community that doesn't trust us. So I would hate to do that to that community again. So I am not in favor of Forest Glen. I do know that we have to add more schools, and I would venture to say I know that my colleagues have said they don't want a round 3 or round 4. I feel like we may have to do this every year as we go along, because what happened was no one did it for the last 10 years, and now we have to do it all again. So there'll be a phase 3, 4, 5, 6 as we move along, and we already know based on the K-8 happening that we are going to have to look at more schools. So I don't think it should be rushed. Again, the whole trust process, there's a process. We will have to do it yearly, and I think the more we reiterate to our community and to the people of Broward County, this is an ongoing thing because we have changes ongoing, that it isn't comfortable, but it's something that we're going to have to do. And there may be a year where we say, okay, we've looked at it and there really isn't any schools that need to be changed, but I really do think we should get in a cadence of every year looking at what should we look like as we move down the road, because this balloons for us and it's really painful. But everywhere, when you talk to other districts, they do something yearly, whether they're changing a boundary or they're changing what a school looks like. We just haven't had that procedure here in Broward County. So if we're being honest, it is something that has to be done yearly. But I wouldn't be one that wanted to hurry up and get it done, or even say for July, we had a process. We get better every year. It's been a painful process, but I think we've landed in a place that is a good, solid thing, and we can explain why we need to do each of these things. So we'll continue to do that as we move forward. So I would say just the cadence we had for this year is what we do for next year, and we'll look at the elementaries that go with the K-8 and any other schools that make sense. So although I know we need to close more, I don't want to rush it either, and I think July is also too early to make any kind of decisions. There's a process, we should follow it.
Okay, no for Forest Glen, but also no to bring the other ones back as well. We went out to the community, we had commission meetings, we had neighborhood meetings, we had coffee stops. We went out, we told them, you were on the list at this time, we're reconfiguring this, and then to their face, we said, it's not happening. You know what, not this year. These are the ones that we're going to do. And people had a sigh of relief and was helping them to figure out, quite honestly, will we be moving in the summer or will we not be moving in the summer? So my word is important. The superintendent's word is important, and so are each board members. So every time that someone asked me, so what is this going to come back at a later date? I said, I don't know if it's coming back, but it's not going to be this year because the superintendent has said it's not going to be coming this year. So for me, it's not a good look. And saying no to Forest Glen and then yes to the other ones that were like Forest Glen babies right next to them is not a cool thing to do. I don't think it's a very adult thing to do, and it's cruel. And it doesn't really help our credibility in this district and in the state, let me tell you. So I'm a no for both.
Thank you. And I'm also a no for both. I was kind of on the same page with Ms. Hickson in terms of like, in the future, I feel like we're going to have to do this for like the next 10 years, like as things change and as enrollment declines, I feel like we're going to have to do redefining every year. But I don't think that we should disrupt the process that we've engaged in with the community this year. So it looks like there is not majority support to move forward with either of those directions. So now we'll go to round two. I have Ms. Hickson. Ms. Thompson, do you still want to be in round two or no? You're good. Okay. And then Dr. Holness. So if anyone else wants to speak in round two, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Based on the explanation of 4A, because either I missed it or it didn't happen until after I voted, I'd like to change my moving them just to Walker to 4A, since it seems like that's really the best option. I didn't realize all those moving parts, so sorry about that. I know why now I was kind of wishy-washy on Walter C. Young, because there was another proposal that came out, and it might be late in the process now to say this, but I just want to say it out loud because it was also from the community. And one of the suggestions at the meeting that we had was to actually take all of Walter C. Young, keep it intact, but put it on Flanagan's campus. Not make Flanagan a 612, leave Walter C. Young as its middle school, but they would take over one of the buildings at Flanagan, and then they could still be intact, but we could give up that lease that we have, give the land back to the city earlier, so it keeps them, it moves them, but it keeps them in place. It was a couple of the parents had come up and given that suggestion. I'm sorry I didn't remember it until after we had this discussion, but maybe if the superintendent, when you bring something back, since the idea was to wait on Walter C. Young, if that's something we could do in the next year or so, maybe we could find out if everybody was okay with doing that, because it, again, is a pretty good compromise, I think, in that space. So that was one. I agree with Mrs. Al-Hadef about the training center. I actually asked this question early on when I was at Bethune. They had a building that was there, and the Hollywood Police Department had asked, was there a building that we could use, because they like to do training, and they were doing it above a library, and they have to like make up the scene of the school every single time. So they asked if there was a place they could have a space. So I like very much the idea of taking a school space, making it a training center, and maybe we charge them a day fee or something for using the facility for those purposes. So I agree with that. I have a question. Is there a place where the idea of the Sheridan southeast or southwest, I guess, space could co-locate? Because I don't want, although I understand about the Glades Middle School, we do have a really long waiting list, and I think we're not taking advantage of an opportunity to make money. I mean, that actually makes a lot of money. So I know we haven't discussed it, but if there's a place where it makes sense. Oh, awesome.
You want me to?
Yeah, we've discussed it because, in anticipation of wherever the support decision may lie from the board. But they do need a whole entire school. Co-location is difficult because you are servicing adults also. Go ahead, Dr. Wansa.
You want me to do it? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we were thinking, and this isn't a surprise in that Walter C. Young is a school that there is a proposal to reassign the current students to different middle schools. The district does have a lease with the city of Pembroke Pines, at least for the next 12 years, and there could be the proposal or the opportunity, if you will, to actually locate the technical college on the Walter C. Young campus.
Okay, so that's interesting because if you take the idea of moving Walter C. Young and putting it at Flanagan, it would give you the ability to open up that space.
Yes, we would have to accelerate the Flanagan move to a move that could possibly be implemented for this upcoming school year.
But I think we need to flesh out, are we talking about picking up a full middle school and operating?
That's the part.
And operating two schools
in
separate
one.
schools on one campus, and that may not be feasible. It would, what it would do is it would bring option, is it 7 itself back into the discussion, and then when it says the district used the facility for another district of municipal use, then the district use would be at least for 12 years to operate the technical programs there. And so again, we will work at the, through the superintendent at the will of the board, because I don't know if logistically we can operate two separate schools on Flanagan High School's campus.
Okay, so in that event, because like I said, it was just something someone suggested, and I know Dr. Hepburn and I both
12, but not, you can operate a 6 through 12.
Yeah, but remember that their suggestion was to keep it as its own middle school. So I don't think, based on the discussion that was here, that the idea of closing Walter C. Young is something the board is willing to do. So I would just offer that I know it's hard to co-locate, but if there's a way to find maybe two schools and figure out half is one school and half is the Sheridan South or whatever you want to call it, but I don't want to leave today and not have an idea of how we might still have that tech program somewhere, because, well, when you can jump in there. So I'll just leave it at that. And the last thing I'd like to ask, I've asked it a whole bunch of times, but it's not happening, so I'm going to ask it one more time. When this comes back to us and there's a financial breakdown, please can it be detailed what money's being saved out of capital, what money's being saved out of the general fund? Because I think it's really important for people to understand that if we're saving money out of capital, it doesn't help our bottom line of general fund or our fund balance. So we might be saving all of this money, but it's on the capital side, so it really doesn't address our shortfall of money, because it's not helping the general fund. So I think it would be very important. I don't want to just see a total. I want to see where are we making the money, where are we saving the money, and where are we spending the money. I think it's important in terms of transparency to be very clear. That's one of the pieces that we still need to get better. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to revisit beer, and I am hoping I'm hoping one or two board members will change their mind on beer. What I can say is that if you notice when I do consider schools in my district, there are schools that I recommend closing in the traditional sense of the word, including Broad Estates, and receive a lot of pushbacks. For this phase, I am supporting closing North Fork as well as Plantation Middle, but Bear is a different case. And so it's not so much that I don't understand the need to close schools, but I am rather more optimistic about Bear. Bear has a new principal that has done wonders at his previous school. Also, the City of Sunrise Commission has sent us a letter intending to occupy at minimum 6,000 square feet of Bear. And in fact, the letter which I distributed to board members indicated here where the City of Sunrise mentioned that my team has toured both schools in reference to West Pine and Bear, and identified classroom space at both locations that could possibly be suitable for city community programming use in the future. In addition to that, I've spoken to the city manager myself for Sunrise. I've spoken to commissioners. I've spoken to the principal. I've spoken to our central office and some senior staff, and I am confident that Bear can, over the next 2 to 3 years, experience increase in enrollment. So I also have information here which says, while Bear has faced enrollment challenges, a sustainable and strategic solution exists. Establishing a Montessori magnet program at Horizon Elementary, located directly next to Bear, would create a natural feeder pattern for students progressing from Horizon Montessori classroom to Bear's established Montessori middle program. This seamless educational pipeline would attract new families to both schools, stabilizing and potentially increasing enrollment at the elementary and the middle school. Bear Middle School houses exceptional academic and enrichment programs that few middle schools can offer. Its Cambridge curriculum challenges students to think deeply and engage with global perspective. Bear is also part of the Amazon Future Engineer program, integrating coding, STEM, and technology courses that allow students to earn industry certification typically reserved for high school students. Through the use of Meta Quest 3 virtual reality headsets, students at Bear explore immersive learning environments that bring science, history, and technology to life. By investing in the feeder relationship with Horizon and continuing to support its robust magnet programs, the district can transform a challenge into a model of educational renewal. Closing Bear would mean losing these distinctive offerings and the connected community that sustains them. So I am asking the board, if you had decided on yes to close Bear, to please have a change of mind. I believe that if you just give Bear 2 or 3 years, that it will turn around. And like I said, I am not against closing schools because I know we do need to. But for Bear, I think it's a different story. And I am supporting closing North Fork. I'm supporting closing Plantation Middle. I'm asking that the board reconsider, for those members who said yes to Bear, to give it 2 or 3 years, because I believe these measures that are being taken will turn the school around, and the city of Sunrise is gracious enough to send us a letter to occupy part of Bear and to look into possibility of occupying some of the classroom spaces. So since we're going, as Board Member Hicks mentioned, this may be an ongoing yearly process, then we can revisit Bear just as we'll revisit other schools. But for now, I'm asking you to support keeping Bear open to see if these initiatives will work and to see how our partnership with the City of Sunrise will unfold. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hadaf? Oh, she's not here. Ms. Thompson? Oh, do you want me to? Okay. Is anyone on the dais changed their mind about Bear before we move on to Ms. Thompson?
Well,
yeah, so there were, so far for Proposal 9, we have in support Ms. Thompson, Dr. Zeman, Ms. Al-Hadaf, Mr. Cervera, and me. So it's a 5-4. We'll think about it.
I'm thinking about that. For Walter C. Young, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. If you had a whole 2 schools operating out of one building, that would mean you'd pay for 2 principals for whatever. What is the difference in the model, though, between having a 6 through 12 and having 2 separate? Like, have we done something like that before? Is that like a consideration?
Have we done something like operating 2 distinct schools on a campus? We only did that when we had construction issues, when it was a temporary, when a school was being built, it hadn't finished, so we temporarily housed. And the most recent one I can say, when we had to temporarily house when Beachside was being built, and we had to house the elementary students at Bethune and the middle school students at Attucks, and they ran essentially separate schools. And one principal navigated through both campuses until the building was open. But, I will say it is it is a logistical puzzle that we would have to, draw up and figure out when you talk about running two distinct schools on one campus.
And there's no cost savings.
None at all.
Because you're taking.
You're just picking up.
But you could do that anyway.
So, but we could make it a 6 through 12, and then there would be
If it was
cost
a 6
savings.
through 12 with
Right.
the administration at Flanagan, absorbing the school, that's a cost savings. But to transfer principal, assistant principal,
Guidance
clerical staff, and all of
all of
that, there's no reoccurring cost savings.
And then, I'm still in favor of the 6 through 12, but that was an interesting thought. How would that work? One, can we make a technical school on Walter C. Young within the confines of the contract we have with the city?
So, and I don't know if Mr. Cooney is still in here, because Mr. Cooney is the
ran away.
attorney that, and obviously Ms. Jack Adams can opine as necessary. The way the current lease agreement reads, it says for educational purposes.
Okay. And then what is the cost? Because my thought process when I made the Glades K through 8 proposal is because I do very much want a technical school in my community. I think it's needed, and I think it would bring a lot of value. My thought process has always been that in one of the elementary schools or two of the elementary schools, we could put the technical school. We could even divide it campuses if needed. So what would that look like, putting it in the elementary school? Because here's what I'm trying to figure out is if we're going to have to do a lot of renovations to Walter C. Young to put the technical school requirements in, but then we don't own that building, and then we really just invested $10 million or whatever. We invested for 10 years and we don't get anything back, where if we remodel elementary school, we would keep that land. So that's what I'm trying to process.
So Mrs. Johnson or Dr. Toomer can speak to it, but that will come out of the workforce, workforce education funds, and we did that with when we transitioned Arthur Ashe Middle School from a traditional middle school into its current branch campus of Atlantic Technical College. And so Mr. Strauss and I and Dr. Toomer, we just had like a little conversation around, so we do have, a couple elementary schools, and is there, can we look at potentially one of the newer of the two elementary schools and see if that's feasible or a possibility. But I can tell you that whatever upgrades and modifications and things that have to come is really out of, workforce has its own separate funding streams. And we did that also when we transitioned what was Sunset School some years ago into now what is the high school campus of Sheridan Technical College.
So I'm not so much I'm obviously concerned with the budget. It's more that we could be potentially putting in, let's just say, $10 million of renovations into a building that we don't own, where instead we could renovate an elementary school that we do own, and then we get to keep it. So that's really the argument there, is why would we put money into a property we don't own?
And I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I think the other thing that we do have to look at also potentially maybe parking.
Yes, I was just about to mention that parking, the size of the classrooms, how an elementary school is built specifically for elementary sized kids.
People will get their squats in. It's fine.
So, but I tell you this, we started having that conversation prior to the break about the what ifs, what are other options. So if you give us some time, we're still in the midst of all of that, because we do have several elementary schools in the South region that we can go probably take a look at and see what's the most feasible. What would be the cost if there are specific upgrades that are needed to accommodate a technical school? So we can continue that process on our end. The first obvious was Walter C. because it is a middle school, and there's less work to do there because it's built for larger people. Versus the elementary school is built for elementary sized people, and it has the parking versus the lack of parking that you usually see at an elementary school that requires less staff. So,
I think just moving forward, seeing that breakdown, and I know you guys are just processing it, but really looking at the elementary school, because some of them do have good parking, and Walter C. Young's parking is not great. But that's all. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Thank you, Ms. Chair Leonardi, for bringing up the proposal for Siegel. I read it at like 1 a.m. last night, and I think there's a lot of value in the time that teacher took to send it, so I hope staff gives it consideration. And then for number 12, Thurgood Marshall, I think the birth to 5 years, if we could get more information on the financial breakdown and how that would work, I would be interested in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladeff.
Thank you. So at this point in time, I know I gave where I'm at, but I'm also looking forward to Friday to see the superintendent's recommendations. There's a lot of information that came forward to us today. In regards to Dr. Hepburn's memo, I would like to ask the board, to ask Dr. Hepburn to come back to us with a stronger plan for 2025. I think that there's more that we can do, and I would really like to press you a little bit harder to come back this week at some point with some additional ideas on how to save money for 2025.
Great question. We have it. We'll make sure it's in detail because we plan on sending that later this week. We didn't want to forgot the term I was going to do.
Commingle.
It's a lot of COs out there. It wasn't that. It wasn't commingle, but it's another collate.
Conflate.
Conflate. That's what it was.
Conflate.
Conflate. Because it's going to combine 25 and for going into the next school year too, for 26, 27.
Okay, but I'm specifically talking about 2025. If there is something more you feel in an aggressive manner that you could bring forward to have cost savings specifically for 2025.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that, Chair? Do you mind on that topic?
I have Ms. Rupert up next, but I'll add you to the list.
I wanted to put my support on the birth to 5 as well. I mean, that's obviously something that our employees have been asking about, and we've done surveys, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Got it. Dr. Zeman?
To miss all this point, we have a policy of 5.0, right? That's our fund balance, 5%. We're at risk of a recession next year. If there is a recession next year, our revenue drops. It's not just flat. Our revenue drops. You guys remember 2008 and 2009? We promised all kinds of schools to be rebuilt. We went through huge problems in 2008 and 2009. We could do that again. I mean, there are a lot of indications of a recession coming on, so it's really not a good time to fall before 5%. So maybe to provide some clarity on your idea, it might be to ask the superintendent to come back and show us the numbers of savings that will get us back to our policy, which is a 5.0 fund balance, because that's what this board directed. We said we'd never go before 5. I'm not sure from the memo whether or not that's going to realize 94 million or 9 million. Because it's not quantified. It just says, no hiring. We don't know how many vacancies are going to be. It says no travel, but there's some exceptions. I think as a board, we deserve to know whether that's 9 million, 190 million, or 94 million. And the real question is, are you going to comply with our policy, which is 5.0? Are you going to get to 5% by the end of the year? And so I agree vehemently with your direction here, which is bring us something back in a week on this year that gets us to a 5% fund balance.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, again.
So I just wanted to talk with my colleagues about the memo because it's a hiring freeze for our staff. However, some of us have a trip potentially planned to go up to Tallahassee, which is a significant cost. It's about $700 to $900 for plane tickets alone, if that's your plan. And I think if the superintendent is directing staff not to travel, that this is something the board could consider. I don't know if that should be a formal motion. However, I am no longer planning to travel to Tallahassee. I would be, if it's agreeable, I think maybe having a representative like the chair or one person, but having us all pay for travel to Tallahassee when there's a staffing travel freeze, I think is problematic.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up after the meeting. Yeah. So we can.
Perfect.
I think we can have a robust conversation when we're done talking about the workshop. Ms. Hickson.
My question is similar to the memo, so I don't know if you want me to just wait. I just have a quick question about the hiring, the free hiring freeze part, and the fact that we know we have to get rid of 1,000 staff members. I guess it's a question, also a directive. The board's been really clear that we don't want any of these things to affect our schools. So are we going to start moving people out of the administrative building into schools? And so where we can't hire teachers, where we have teachers on assignment, will they be moving back? Because that should be the first
Yes.
move before we do anything else.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to go ahead, Mrs. Alhada?
Madam Chair, if everybody could just weigh in on what I said and Dr. Zeman said.
And could you reiterate that again?
In regards to Dr. Hepburn bringing back this week a more aggressive plan with specific numbers to show where we are at the 5%.
Does anyone object to that? I think we're good.
We have a budget. Isn't budget part of the workshop tomorrow?
It is.
So do you, Dr. Hepburn, is some of that in the?
No, tomorrow's budget workshop is more about bringing back the supplement
Okay.
discussion that we talked about earlier in the fall. So the board can understand all the nuances of supplement, what we're recommending to possibly cut. So.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. I'm sorry I stepped out for a minute, but did we gain or fail to gain consensus on selling all unused lands and on the AI innovation zone? Are those things that staff needs direction from us on?
Dr. Hepburn?
I know Mr. Akabuso isn't here, but I think we have all land up for sale or have surplus the two TSSC centers last month. And if you go to Beacon, if you're in there, if you can go up to slide, so you can pull that up. If you can start on slide 87. So slide 87 and 88 goes over the properties and the land that we own. The first one is the one I think that's in Plantation, where we're getting an environmental assessment before we actually bring it to the board to surplus. The environmental assessment is going to help us understand what environmental issues it has, so we can maximize the appraisal value. The Trails End, we'll bring that to the board this month actually. The Southwest Ranches. Recently surveyed, so we'll bring that back for surplus, and that part of that portion of that land was donated to the Southwest Ranches, the city, for their wildlife refuge. We've already went through the surplus process for both the TSSC buildings and the Coral Springs High School acreage site is currently under an agreement of sale and purchase. I think the only site that is not on here is an additional site in Parkland, and due to the amount of growth in that area, the possibility of needing that for seats in the future up in that area in the far northwest.
Terrific. I'm satisfied on that, Chair. And on the AI innovation zone, do we need to provide guidance?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Hepburn.
We spoke about that before, so no guidance is necessary. Dr. Cohn and the team went through it very thoroughly.
Ms. Rupert?
I forgot to say that I was supportive of Dr. Drotzer's item for the lighthouse for the blind, and I think I already said it about the email that you got. Very supportive of that as well. Thanks.
Mrs. Alhada?
I can get a follow-up, but I thought the Coral Springs High School deal fell through.
Yeah, that's what it says on the slide.
Oh, it does?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I thought it said something else. Yeah, currently in negotiations, but it fell through.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Akabuso isn't here, so we can get a follow-up.
Okay,
He
thank
knows
you.
it intimately.
Thank
Yes.
you. Ms. Hickson?
Just giving a plug for Dr. Holness's request to see if anybody might change their mind on Bear Middle School.
Has anyone been able to reflect on that? One vote per board member, Ms. Rupert.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
It's the
Sullivan.
time in the meeting where you need to ask your colleagues for consensus to extend without objection.
So we need a majority of the board to agree to extend the meeting maybe by 30 minutes. Does anyone object to that?
Object.
Anyone else? We have one objection. Does anyone else object? Okay. All right. We will move forward for another 30 minutes. I think that we have a good understanding of where we want to move. The one thing I just wanted some clarity on was the Ms. Hickson's proposal for Thurgood to be a birth to 5. I have listed a majority of board members supporting that, but I also have listed a majority of board members supporting the gifted. So I just wanted some clarity around that. So I don't know if we can go around and just reiterate where we were on Thurgood Marshall. I believe, Ms. Rupert, you supported the birth to 5. Ms. Hickson supported the birth to 5. Mr. Cervera? The proposal in the presentation was a gifted 3 through 8 and dual language. And Ms. Hickson proposed making Thurgood a birth to 5.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms.
Can we
Dr.
please clarify, are we saying age 5 or grade 5?
Grade 5.
Grade, okay.
Grade 5.
Grade. I just wanted to make sure everybody understands it's grade 5. Okay.
So you're good with Ms. Hickson's proposal. Ms. Thompson, I have you on birth to 5.
Yes, and now I know it's to 5th grade and not 5.
Age 5.
Dr. Holness, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted a clarifying question. Did the birth to 5, did we get adequate, grade 5, did we get adequate community input on that?
Dr. Hepburn?
I would say no, not a lot of input, but we didn't get a lot of input as far as wanting to do the former also the it's long.
Gifted.
Was it 8-9
Dual
hours already? My
language.
brain's for the gifted and dual language.
Okay, so I am not against it, Madam Chair, but I am not sure if we've gathered enough information. So I would prefer to see that come. I would prefer not to have an opinion on that because I don't believe we've had enough input. I'm not sure where the committee that we formed, where their view is on that. I'm not sure what the community itself, the surrounding community of Thurgood Marshall, feel about that. So I just feel I don't have enough information to support that.
Got it. Dr. Zeman?
I'm in favor of the birth to grade 5. I'm not in favor of the gifted language academy.
That's what I had you. And Ms. Bowman?
Yeah, same.
And Ms. Alhadeff?
Birth to 5.
Okay. All right. And Dr. Hepburn has an update on the Coral Springs land.
Yes, I have an update on the Coral Springs land. So the deal did fall through because of financing. Legal and the team is working on next steps because the buyer forfeited its earnest money. So a new appraisal is being conducted to put it back on the market.
All right. Does staff have their direction? I think it was pretty clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should we go over where we landed on everything, or we think we're pretty clear because we went over it like a million times? Okay. Dr. Wanza?
I think I'm clear, but I think for the public, if you want to do it one more time,
Okay.
I'm fine. But yes, Madam.
All right. Ms. Bowman?
For the Thurgood Marshall, if if we're majority supporting the birth through 5th grade, then that takes it out of the K through 8 realm. It's
The
not
3
a K
through 8
right now, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Something to add in there.
Okay. So just to be clear for the public, for Proposal 1, the majority of the board supported moving forward with Proposal 1. The majority of the board supported moving forward with Proposal 2, 3, 4A. The majority of the board supported Ms. Thompson's proposal for Glades Middle School. The majority of the board supported Ms. Thompson's proposal for Walter C. Young and Proposal 7B. The majority of the board supported Proposal 8, Proposal 9, Proposal 10, Proposal 11, Proposal 12, and merging Siegel into Whitten-Rogers, as well as Ms. Hickson's proposal on making Thurgood Marshall a berth to grade 5. Okay. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? Ms. Thompson, then Dr. Holness.
West Broward is going to state.
There you go.
And we can't go to the game because we have to hire a new lawyer.
Football.
But this is,
State football.
I
6A.
Sports ball.
Football.
Football, we're going to state. It's the first time ever. So it's super exciting.
It is the first time for West Broward, and it is the first time in 10 years, if they win, that we've had a state football championship.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. And Dr. Reardon said this is a huge, huge win. I would like to take a moment to recognize Zaria Greer of Lauder Hill 6 through 12, who has received the Quest Bridge Scholarship, awarding her a full ride to Vanderbilt University. This is an outstanding accomplishment. Please join me in giving her a round of applause. It is. Yep, Vanderbilt. Yeah.
Wait, so,
Ms. Hickson?
We kind of cut off Ms. Thompson when we were talking about the Tallahassee trip.
I was about to bring that up, yeah. So go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
Wanted to bring it back up.
So I was going to be the downer for the end of the meeting. Given the superintendent's memo about freezing travel, I do think the issue of Broward Days and Rally to Tally is pertinent. And I'm interested to hear from everyone to talk about how we should approach board member travel moving forward, since we're telling everyone else that we're freezing their travel. So I don't know if anyone has any input on that. I'll make a list. Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to lead by example here. I think if we are telling our staff that they can't travel, that the same, on the district's time, the same restrictions and understandings should be followed by this board. That being said, I would encourage my colleagues to participate in Broward Days. I think going to Tallahassee is extremely important. I happened to be up there last week on my dime, I might add. I paid for the entire trip. I went up. I had very, very good meetings with legislators, met with the Commissioner of Education, and I would always encourage everybody, if they have the ability, to go up to Tallahassee and get involved with that process. That being said, in light of our financial circumstances, I think if you are going to participate in that, you should pay for it out of your own pocket.
Ms. Thompson?
I would echo what Mr. Cervera said. I think there is value in it if the chair is available or the vice chair to go, just so there is representation. However, I think that would be the extent of it. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I agree. I would say, if we want to go, we could still go and cover the cost of it ourselves, but it would not be fair. It wouldn't look right. I don't think it's appropriate for us to tell everyone else they can't travel, but we have, even though it's, I think, an integral part of what we do and what our job is, so I don't want to minimize that either, but so is a lot of the travel that everyone else does. I mean, that's the whole point. You travel to go to conferences to learn new things and bring it back. But in this instance, I would say that we should not be paying for it with board money. I mean, with district money.
Ms. Pullman?
Thanks, Chair. I absolutely agree that we need to be leading by example. I do think that there is a benefit for us to have some kind of representation there. It's important for us to have those relationships. So I agree that if the chair, vice chair, or someone that we delegate is willing to go to represent us, that would be money well spent. But we don't all need to be there. Thanks.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes, I think that the chair should go and represent our legislative platform. You know, our legislative platform is advocating for millions of dollars, so we absolutely need to have someone representing our platform.
Dr. Aziman?
Same. Thank you, Chair.
I guess I would ask, because this is a conversation I have to have with my family. I'm not necessarily in a financial position personally to be able to fund that. So I want to be very clear about those expectations.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to send the wrong message. Got it.
We're depending on you and you alone to deliver it all.
Any other comments or questions about that issue, Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
No, just to kind of to be serious about it in our legislative platform, there really needs to be meetings set up for you as the chair with our lobbyists to talk and have conversations with legislators on our legislative platform.
Mr. Sullivan?
So that week is a challenge only because of it is, I believe, Broward Days, FSBA Days, and it's our rally at Tally. So a lot of those meetings are already going to be allocated for the students, but we will do our best.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Ms. Al-Hadaf.
I think that we should be much more aggressive to get our lobbyists, who we pay a lot of money for, I think we have 2 of them up in Tallahassee, to get our chair meetings with the legislators.
Yep. As the students say these days, say less.
Ms. Rupert?
They do that now? I'm not doing that.
Who would actually go from the district then? So we're actually saying no district.
So I know this is the board members' time to talk, but for me, I've already talked to the team that advocacy in Tallahassee is important for our school district. We're advocating for, like Ms. Al-Hadaf said, millions of dollars. We're advocating for increased funding and FEFP, all of those things. So for us, for the legislative affairs staff, Ms. Andrea Knowles, to be specific, I will not be denying travel for her to go up to Tallahassee. That's how important I feel that is for us as a district to maintain advocacy in Tallahassee with our local legislators and other legislators that our local legislators collaborate with to get things done.
If I may add, Sue, I would also recommend then authorizing the chair to represent the board in Tallahassee when the consortium meets, because that will be
February.
That's towards the end of the session. So budget will be around that time as well, and meetings will be a lot easier during that week as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, February, because those meetings, when we go with the consortium, they have the people come to us. And you get the people that you need to speak, and it's much easier than bumping around trying to see everybody that way. So I highly suggest that's what happens, then at least the chair. And that's February.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I was going to say what Mrs. Al-Hadaf said. It's very frustrating when we go up there, and the kid going with the students is great, but they're doing their own thing. We kind of have to have a different conversation. And when you go, there aren't any meetings already planned. Sometimes you feel like you're kind of wasting, I don't want to say wasting your time, but we do have lobbyists and there are lots of people up there. But to go see our own representatives in Tallahassee, I think is silly because we see them here all the time. So I'd also say I think it's important to get, because they already agree with us. I mean, they've been here. They already said they agree with us. We need to go to those people who maybe don't agree or need to hear why those things are important. So I would just add to that. I think the meetings that should be set up would be meetings that are the most advantageous for the platform that you're trying to bring forward.
Mr. Cervera.
And incidentally, I'm happy with this arrangement, but I would still encourage my colleagues on the board, if you have the financial means, go. I'm going. Those are great opportunities to get up there and deal with these folks in their habitat where they're very comfortable. Use those relationships you have with the legislators from Dade, from Broward, from Palm Beach, from anywhere else. They all vote, right? They all have a voice, just like we do. So I'm certainly not discouraging. I hope my comments didn't come off this way, but I'm certainly not discouraging any of my colleagues to go up there if you have the time and the resources. It's a great opportunity, and to have your one-on-one personal time. These guys really appreciate when you go up there and you meet with them. They're appreciative of that. And it's a good opportunity for us to sell Tallahassee about how great this district is, and to obviously ask for all the things that we need to ask for when they get into session. So if you have the time and the means, please, by all means, go up there with us. Although I have obviously only been supporting paying the bill for Ms. Leonardi.
Ms. Thompson.
I was just going to ask, if the consortium is the time where we can have better meetings, is it better than to just go up during the consortium if it fits with the chair or vice chair's schedule, or is it better to do both? I guess what is the board's feelings, what staff recommendations on both? Okay, never mind. Everyone said both.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just to Mr. Cervera's point, if we choose to go on our own, could we also ask staff to set up those meetings for us so that we make sure. So if you're going to go, I think it would be important to let the legislative office know. And then maybe if you know people you want to sit and meet with, they could help with that. So, okay, thanks.
All right. Any other comments on that piece? Any other issues that the board wants to bring? I have one more thing. Okay. I'll preface it with this. I've been having a lot of conversations with parents over the last few months about technology in the district and AI. And at FSBA last week, there were a lot of trainings and workshops about how different districts are implementing AI. And I asked for a follow-up. I think it was sent out in November about our deployment of Copilot 13+. I think it would be really beneficial if we had another workshop on our deployment of AI, specifically with students and how we've communicated with parents. Because even in the follow-up that I got, I asked if parents were made aware of it, if there was parental consent, and there was like 2 different answers in the follow-up about that. So I would really like to know if my colleagues would be interested in doing another workshop sooner rather than later on our deployment of AI. Okay. I see a majority of board support for that. Thank you. Anything else? All right. At this time, the scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.